Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The forest was quiet, the only sound the soft crunch of Xing's boots against the ground. Trico and Magikarp had already returned to their pokeballs, leaving him with only the communicator in hand and a furrowed brow. He still hadn't decided where to begin in the Hoenn region, which gym to challenge first, where to register for the Breeders' Guild assessment. His thoughts drifted toward two options: Steven, heir of the Stone family, or Joey, whose clan held influence with breeders. Either one could open doors. Before he could decide, a small pink hand tugged at his sleeve. Audino's round face was scrunched in a pout. Xing chuckled, slipping the communicator away and giving his partner his full attention. Audino had become something like a housekeeper, reminding him to eat, to rest, to care for himself. Reliable to a fault. Behind them, Scolipede rolled forward like a silent guardian, while Scyther scanned the trees with restless vigilance. Overhead, Yanmega's wings hummed, keeping watch from the skies. Xing knew that technically he shouldn't have so many Pokémon out at once, but he preferred to let them stretch their limbs. Even a most comfortable luxury ball was no substitute for real air and sunlight. After a while, Audino slowed, little arms raised toward him in silent plea. Xing smiled and scooped her up, only to nearly stagger from the weight. What once was a tiny rabbit was now closer to a small tiger. Suppressing a grimace, he discreetly tapped into the power of darkness to balance her bulk. Scoliped's amused gaze rolled his way, and Xing pretended not to notice. Hugging Audino was one thing. Hugging Scolipede? That was suicide. Better to wait until she evolved into Scolipede, when she could carry him instead. The communicator chimed. Xing set Audino down and answered. Xiaobai? It's Joey. Sister Joey, you saw my message? I did, her gentle voice replied. Go to Rustboro City. My cousin is stationed there. She'll look after you. I'll send her contact information. Thank you, Miss Joey. They spoke a while longer, Xing teasing lightly, coaxing laughter out of her. By the time they ended the call, Joey's reluctance was clear. He smiled faintly, then turned toward Rustboro with his team. 3 days until the breeder's assessment. Sinnoh could wait. Dreams were fine, but real steps mattered more. 2 days later, Xing stood before Rustboro's Pokemon Center. On his shoulders perched 2 little ones, happily munching snacks. Behind him, a custom backpack hung, patterned with colorful comics for the children's amusement. Inside the center, he matched the photo on his communicator with the busy Nurse Joey at the counter. Eyes 1 millimeter wider than Arnold's. That's her, he murmured. To him, Joeys were not just kind caretakers, but sisters worth protecting. His sharp, I wasn't simple infatuation like Brock's. His heightened mental power allowed him to read details others missed. He didn't bother her yet. Instead, he ordered a strong, coffee-like drink, settled into the rest area, and pulled out a book. This world was different, yes, but still familiar. Coffee beans, strawberries, watermelons. Livestock like cattle and sheep. Yet here, the food chain extended into Pokemon. Pidgey preyed on Caterpie, but humans rarely interfered beyond collecting natural products. Slowpoke tails, far-fetched onions, Pars mushrooms. Safe, renewable resources. No sane human dared harm Pokemon directly. History had taught brutal lessons. When angered, elite Pokemon could level entire cities. Even the aftershocks of their battles had claimed countless lives. Deterrence was enough to keep humanity cautious. Hours later, the center had quieted. Xing closed his book, rubbed the bridge of his nose, and rose. At the front desk, Joey sat wearily, Chansey massaging her shoulders. Xing walked over with 2 chill drinks. Thank you for your work, Miss Joey, he said softly. It wasn't flattery, but respect, for healers who treated every Pokémon with equal care. His admiration was genuine. Joey blinked, startled, then smiled warmly. She took the strawberry drink. "You must be Mr. Xiaobai my sister mentioned. You really are gentle." Her eyes softened as she sipped. Xing didn't dwell on it. Instead, he offered the second drink to Chansey. "Would you like one too?" Chansey froze, surprised, and beamed. She accepted the mango drink with delight, savoring it with obvious joy. Watching them, Xing's own smile lingered. For all the shadows in this world, there were still lights worth cherishing. Nurse Joey set her drink aside, pulled out a blank sheet of paper, and began to write as she spoke. "Mr. Xiaobai, how did you and Xiaoyi meet?" Xing answered briefly, and her expression brightened with sudden understanding. The Joey family was vast, branches scattered across every region. Xiaoyi truly was the youngest sister from her territory. Before long, she finished writing and handed him the note. Her smile was gentle. "This is my recommendation letter. Bring it to the head of the Breeders' Guild here in Rustboro. She'll arrange everything for you." Xing accepted it with quiet thanks. Joey, however, leaned forward, tiny fists raised in mock encouragement. "Come on, Mr. Xiaobai. Xiaoyi really likes you, you know." He paused at her words. The Joey family, blessed and cursed with identical daughters, had long been the subject of rumors. Some whispered they weren't entirely human, their lineage more like Pokémon, forever daughters, never sons. Theories or not, it was truth that no Joey could carry on the bloodline without outsiders. Xing only smiled helplessly. He understood the implication, but had no such intentions. Standing, he bowed slightly. "Miss Joey, Chansey, thank you. I'll be going. Goodbye, Mr. Xiaobai." Auspicious. Their waves followed him out of the center and into the evening streets. Rustboro City was alive despite the dimming sky. Food stalls lit the sidewalks, their aromas carried by the night breeze. Trainers walked alongside their Pokémon, sharing snacks or engaging in small, friendly matches. As the sun sank, battles grew rarer, command and reflex dulled by shadow. But later, the bold would train precisely for that weakness, learning to fight in darkness. Carrying 2 little Vulpix on his back, Xing ignored several battle challenges and followed his map toward the Breeders' Guild. Then it happened. A blinding beam of light shot from an alley. Xing's eyes flashed, and in an instant his figure blurred, vanishing from the street and reappearing on a nearby rooftop. Below, the attack scorched the path where he had stood. His expression turned ice-cold, killing intent flickering in his gaze. If not for his affinity with shadow, he and the 2 little Vulpix on his back would have been struck down. Peering into the alley, he saw the source. A nose pass pinned a Shuppet to the ground, battering it mercilessly. Behind them stood 2 trainers. One Xing recognized at once. The noble girl he had once met aboard a ship. Gone was the elegance. Her hair tied up simply, her clothes rougher, but her face was unmistakable. He watched silently, then pulled his cap lower. His voice was calm and cold. "Ditto." Kill the man in red. Beside him, Ditto morphed with a shimmer, transforming into Sizer. With a nod, the crimson blur vanished into the shadows, hunting. In the alley, Shuppet managed to rally, pushing back against Nosepass. The red-clothed trainer's grin widened, until he sensed movement and turned. The last thing he saw was a flash of steel red. His body fell before he could even cry out. Shuppet, far from grieving, let out a gleeful cackle and phased through a wall, escaping. Ditto, still in Sizer's shape, cast one last cold glance at the noble girl before fading back into the darkness. The girl, stunned, quickly regained her composure. She recalled Nosepass to her side, eyes sharp, braced for another strike. Moments later, 5 figures rushed into the alley. Alliance search officers. Their leader glanced at the corpse, then turned to her. As expected of Lord Du Yan's daughter. "Miss Kenan, to take down a Fire Rock Squadron leader on your own. Impressive." So she was Kenan, still young, not yet the gym leader she would one day become. Her face tightened as she looked at the body. This was her first kill. Training and theory could not prepare one for the reality of blood. The search captain only sighed. Academy students learn skills, but travelers gain scars. Those who survived fire and blood grew stronger. Those who couldn't fell behind. Ash's path in another timeline was paved with such ordeals. And now, Xing walked a similar path, except his record was spotless. Too spotless. To seasoned eyes like Professor Birch's, that flaw stood out more than bloodstains ever could. From the rooftop, Xing lowered his gaze, silent. Then he melted into the night, leaving no trace behind. On the other side, walking on the street, looking at Evie who jumped down from the big tree and landed in his arms, Xing asked with a smile, "How is it?" "We've dealt with it." Looking at the little Evie, who was nodding his cute head, lying in his arms, unwilling to turn back in a ditto, Xing tapped Evie's little head lightly and said dotingly, "Wait a minute, be good. Don't make trouble." Nodding cutely, Ditto has used Evie's body to a limit, and every move is irresistibly cute. And because of the influence of the two little Vulpix, Ditto Transform is a female Eevee, which has a higher level of cuteness. In Xing's head full of black lines, she directly married the two Vulpix to Jinlan and became three sisters. Standing at the gate of a tall building, Xing couldn't help sighing sincerely. As expected of the Breeders' Guild, its really rich Hideki used quasi-elite level Pokemon to guard the gate. Looking at the two vultures circling soaring in the sky above the Breeders' Guild, Xing has already obtained their information from the system, and there is a trace of hostility hidden in the depths of his sighing eyes. I should fight against them. How to escape? No, I'm not Team Rocket now. What are I thinking? Suddenly, Xing, who realized his current status, shook his head, stopped thinking, and walked into the Breeders' Guild. After entering, the scene in front of him was a bit different from what Xing expected: bright lights and some harmless and gentle cute Pokemon lying around. Each Pokemon is surrounded by 4 or 5 young people. Some are observing and taking notes, and some are stroking these Pokemon. There are several large bookshelves in front of you, and anyone can freely take the books they need from them. There is also a rest area, which is different from the Pokemon Center in that there are mostly 4 or 5 young people sitting together in the rest area and having lively discussions, which has a completely different atmosphere from the Pokemon Center. In the Pokemon Center, except for those fledgling rookie trainers, most trainers are alone, and it is enough to accompany their own Pokemon. After looking around, Xing went directly to the front desk and asked Stephanie, who was wearing glasses and buried her head in writing, "Hello. Where is the vice president's office?" Without raising her head, Stephanie said directly after hearing Xing, "Turn left on the 2nd floor and open the 3rd door, and you'll be the vice president when you enter." "Thank you." After thanking, Xing turned and walked up the stairs, walked to the 3rd door, and knocked lightly. The person inside seemed to have just woken up, and the voice seemed a little confused. "Please come in." After seeing Xing coming in, the figure drinking water from a cup was a little dazed. The main reason is that Xing has a Vulpix lying on each of his left and right shoulders, and a small Eevee lying in his arms. Coupled with the handsome face of a young man, it has a wonderful lethality. Without thinking too much, Xing stepped forward and sat down, took out the recommendation letter written by Miss Joey, and handed it to Officer Jenny in front of him. That's right, the vice president of the Breeders' Guild here is actually an Officer Jenny. Although the Joey family will become doctors by convention, and the Jenny family will become police officers by convention. But occasionally, there will be some Joey and Jenny with different ambitions, such as the Jenny in front of Xing. She loves the Breeder family and has excellent breeder talent, so the Jenny family also supports her on this path. After receiving the recommendation letter from Xing, Officer Jenny took out a pair of black-framed glasses from the drawer and put them on. The usually heroic Officer Jenny was not only dazed, but also wearing black-framed glasses. "Okay, I see. You can stay here first. There will be an assessment tomorrow." After reading the letter, this Jenny looked at Xing and said, her voice was not as energetic as the other Officer Jenny, but rather soft, and quite cute. After saying that, Officer Jenny rummaged in the drawer in front of her, then took out a hanging tag and handed it to Xing, and said hesitantly, Can I hug the three little guys? Looking at the soft and cute Jenny with bright eyes staring at the three little guys on her body, Xing smiled slightly and handed the three reluctant little guys into Jenny's arms. Just like Joey, who likes to be called Sister, or Miss Joey, who is moved by a cup of milk tea, this is a real world. Even if all the Joeys and Jenny are almost identical in appearance, they will have their own personalities and dreams. Each of them is an independent individual with their own life. They should not be restricted by a template of game animation inside. After a while, Xing came out of Jenny's office with three expressionless expressions, as if he had just experienced a major blow in his life. Laughing helplessly, Xing comforted in a low voice. "Don't be like this. I will ask you captivates other breeders later." Hearing his trainer's whispered comfort, the three little guys showed disbelief on their faces, especially Ditto, who turned into a little EV at this time. With a regretful expression on his cute little face, he would have turned into a Grimer if he had known up. After a while, in the rest area downstairs, Xing was surrounded by a lot of Stephanie's sons. Looking at these breeder houses, Xing always felt something weird, but he couldn't tell. Why are they all Stephanie's sons and no male breeders? Xing didn't understand why those boys didn't come over. Didn't you say that tough men like cute things? Brother Ling lied to me again. Shaking his head, Xing dispelled these doubts and began to talk with the breeders in front of him. This was his purpose, to gain knowledge about the two Vulpix's breeders and the wonderful ideas of these breeders through the conversation. After the entrepreneurial process in his previous life, Xing understands that no matter how strong a person is, he will have weaknesses. Only by gathering the strength and wisdom of everyone can he achieve success all the way. Therefore, the wisdom of the breeders is also very important to him. The skill derivation report, jointly released by Master Luo Chun and Wang Ning Professor, mentioned weather moves. As for the weather ability, I suggest you read Skill Operation Theory by Master Terrence. The Power Q Breeder Theory by Master Aoki and Keed Sato is also good. Everyone kept saying the names of one master after another, Professor. These people are all outstanding masters who have appeared in the history of the Pokemon world. Whether it is Pokemon research or battles, they have extremely high achievements. Taking out a notebook and constantly recording the names of these masters, Xing decided to immediately read the works of these people to improve his knowledge level. Looking at the word Energy Cube on the notebook, Xing raised his brows slightly. He has quite a few formulas for energy cubes, but the problem is that the equipment for configuring energy cubes is not so easy to buy, and they're not sold in friendly stores. While discussing with the breeders, Xing was thinking, it seems that I need to contact Ling and go to the black market to see if there's a way to buy a set of equipment. The production equipment of energy cubes is strictly controlled, and only some large forces or some breeders and researchers have some. For example, the instrument that Xing saw at Rocket Hideout before, the price for one use is 200 points. At night, Xing came to his lounge according to the number on the hang tag. As the assessment was approaching, most breeders would choose to live in the breeder center. Of course, this assessment is only a low-level breeder home assessment, so Officer Jenny can arrange Xing in the breeder home center. If it is an intermediate level or higher level assessment, she will not have this ability. After entering the room, Xing took out the face mask he had made for himself, put it on, and pressed the Pokeball on his waist. Red and white lights alternated in the room. The two Vulpix returned to the Pokeball, and Scyther appeared in the room. Seeing Ditto pretending to know nothing and showing cuteness in the form of a little Eevee, Xing smiled helplessly, nodded the little Eevee's head, and said, "We must change the shape." Nodding his little head, little Eevee's body lit up with white light and gradually transformed into a bright red Scyther, guarding Xing's side with Scyther on the left and right. Looking at his two children, Xing smiled slightly. His eyes lit up with a moon-white gleam, and the three figures flashed and disappeared into the room. In an alley, a girl with short silver hair and a green spider lying on her body had a moon mark of moon white on her forehead, and then three figures appeared beside her. After the appearance, Xing saw the Pokemon string ball on Oriki Suzu, raised his eyebrows, and thought to himself, is this the future Ariados? Thinking of what Hunter J will do in the future, Xing couldn't help but frown slightly. Although Jamuling in front of him also has a cold personality, there is still a big gap between Hunter J's personality. Like that. Shaking his head, Xing didn't speak, and stretched out his finger to point at the full moon mark on Jamuling's forehead, and the majestic power of darkness poured in again. As long as he is optimistic about the girl, he will never become like that. And even if they collected a lot of resources, being on the Alliance's blacklist would still be of no benefit to their future. Time passed slowly. Xing withdrew his hand. A trace of fatigue flashed in his eyes. He closed his eyes and mobilized the power of darkness in his body to run slowly. Jamuling on the side looked at Xing, who had closed his eyes, brushed his hand over the full moon imprint on his forehead, and his eyes looking at Xing were no longer cold, but became gentle as water. Seeing Xing's eyes trembling, Jamuling quickly put down her hands, regained her cool look, looked at Xing, and said coldly, "What's wrong? I'm recruiting people to form a bounty group. Has the team of the future Hunter J already started to form at this time?" Thinking in his heart, Xing changed his original idea of buying the instrument, looked up at Jamuling, and smiled softly. "Let me see them, plus an insurance policy." Nodding, Oriki Suzu took out the communicator and sent a few messages and set off with Xing. The same process as in Cerulean City, the two entered the sewer and walked a long distance to the black market. Not long after, the two entered the black market of Vermilion City, which can be said to be much more prosperous than Cerulean City, and they arrived at the Hunters Guild without stopping. Looking around, Jamuling led Xing to a small group of 3 people, a bald man with a Mac Hoke at his side, a seductive woman in revealing clothes, and a brown-haired boy with acne all over his face. Stopping, looking at the 3 people in front of him, Jamuling moved away, pointed at Xing, and said coldly to the 3, "Let me introduce you, the leader of our bounty group, Long." Looking at Xing, Oriki Suzu also introduced the 3 of them, Giant Beast, Poisonous Lotus, Assassin. The titles are quite in line with the image, so Xing directly put the 3 people in their seats. Glancing at Xing, who had an ordinary face, black hair, and a gentle smile on his face, the 3 of them were full of speculation and vigilance, but on the surface they all greeted each other with smiles on their faces. "Master Long, we have heard you mentioned many times. Adults are really young and promising." "That's right. We've heard Head J mention you many times. Oh no, you are the head." The conversation between the strong man and the woman was nothing, but the last boy seemed to be a little immature and made a small taunt. Smiling and shaking his head, Xing's figure flashed in front of the boy, grabbed the boy's neck and exerted force, looked at the remaining 2 and said, "Please come with me, both of you." Although it was a question, Scyther and Sizer, who grabbed the sickle and giant pincers around their necks in a flash, did not give them the right to refuse at all. As for the Pokemon of the 2, they are just 2 intermediate-level Sevipers with white qualifications and intermediate-level white Mashokes, which are vulnerable to 2 high-level Mantises. Under the intense life crisis, the 2 stood up tremblingly, followed Xing and Jamuling, and walked out of the Hunter Guild under the strange eyes of everyone in the Hunter Guild. Walking into the sewer where the 2 came here, Xing threw the boy who had almost lost his breath on the ground, but the next moment, the boy suddenly regained his breath, and his body turned into an afterimage and fled into the distance. Go! But he didn't escape 2 steps and was directly nailed to the ground by Xing's dagger. Blood continued to overflow from his abdomen. The young man tried to pull out the dagger with pain and fierceness on his face, but it didn't work. Shaking his head helplessly, Xing walked up to the boy, kicked him unconscious first, and then the power of the ghost condensed into a moon-white ball of light in his hand. He squatted down and slapped the boy on the forehead, and the ball of light went straight in. This is the super skill that Xing used on Caesar, the Super Bomb. Then he did the same thing and planted 2 super bombs on the strong man and the enchanting woman. Xing waved his hand and asked the 2 to leave this place with the boy on the ground. Looking at the backs of the 3 of them, Xing nodded in satisfaction. If there was any crisis with these 3 cannon fodder, Giovanni could resist it. Super bombs and super imprints have a natural affiliation. It can be said that not only Oriki Suzu, but even Misty can directly detonate the super bombs in the heads of these 3 guys when they meet these 3 guys. Turning his head to look at Giovanni beside him, Xing said warmly, "In the future, I will hire someone to bring me here first, and I will add an insurance for you. With these cannon fodder to help you block, you will be safer." After finishing speaking, Xing gently rubbed Giovanni's hair and turned back to the black market. Feeling the residual temperature on her head, Oriki Ling followed Xing's footsteps with a blush on her face, but it's a pity that she couldn't see clearly in this dark corridor. Returning to the black market, the 2 did not go to the Hunters Guild anymore, but wandered the streets, buying some resources from time to time. Xing's goal was some materials for configuring energy cubes. If you succeed in buying the equipment after a while, it is of course extremely important to prepare the materials in advance, and buy some resources for cultivating other children by the way. Soon, the 2 came to a well-hidden cabin. After scanning the security of the room with the system, Xing nodded and walked in with Giovanni. "Hey, both of you, it's you." The conservatively dressed, red-haired woman standing behind the counter said. Her eyes lit up when she saw the 2 of them coming in. "Miss Chilean, hello." Seeing the other party, although Xing was a little surprised, he still greeted with a smile. This woman was the same woman that Xing and Oriki Suzu met when they applied for hunter status for the first time and invited them to join the bounty group. Looking at the 2 of them, Chilean seemed quite happy, looked at Xing and asked, "Are you here to join our bounty group?" Shaking his head, Xing looked at the other party strangely and said, "Isn't this a store? Could it be where your bounty group is located?" Hearing Xing's question, Chilean looked around, as if she had just realized where she was. A shy blush rose on her pretty face. She turned and ran into the small room behind the counter. They exchanged glances with Giovanni, who was beside him, and both of them could see the weirdness in each other's eyes. But before they could speak, a kind old woman came out from behind the door. Walking to the counter, he took out a bell and shook it lightly, looked at Xing and Giovanni and asked calmly, "May I ask what you 2 guests want?" Feeling the strong Hideki breath coming from the back of the wooden house, Xing and Oriki Suzu looked a little dignified. There is actually a Pokemon quasi-elite hidden in this room. No wonder the seemingly innocent Chilean can survive here until now. Suppressing the throbbing in his heart, Xing looked at the kind old woman in front of him and said politely, "We want to buy an energy cube production equipment." Without speaking directly, the old lady stared at Xing for a long time, until Xing's hair stood up and then slowly turned around and entered the door. After a while, Chilean, whose face was still ruddy, walked in holding a machine, put the machine in front of Xing and Giovanni, lowered her head and said sheepishly, 20 million. Although he looked embarrassed, his hands were unambiguous, and he directly handed over a card reader to Xing. Hearing the price, Xing frowned. It was not too expensive, but too cheap. The value of the instrument in front of him was about 50 million under the system scan. It was hard for Xing to believe that the other party would not know about this machine. Value. Taking out the bank card and swiping it, Xing put away the instrument in front of him, but did not leave directly, but looked at Chilean in front of him and said, "Miss Chilean, if you need me for anything, just contact me directly." The voice was not too loud, but it was just enough to reach the room behind the counter, and the old woman sitting inside nodded in satisfaction when she heard Xing's words. On the other hand, Xing felt a little headache when Giovanni looked at the scumbag. Every time he finished talking with Stephanie, Giovanni looked like this, and Xing really had a headache. Back at ground, Xing escorted Giovanni back to the residence, and then returned to the Breeders' Home Center. Without warning, Xing's figure appeared in the room of the breeder's home center. Press the Pokeball. The white light keeps flashing. Pokemon appear in the house one by one. Even Whirlipede fell sideways on the big bed. Ditto seemed to like the feeling of being an EV. His body lit up white, and he turned into a soft and cute little EV again and lay down on Xing's arms with his little feet, which attracted other Pokemon to follow suit. In the early morning of the next day, Xing leaned against the wall, gasped for air, and rubbed his waist while being pressed down by his own Pokemon to sleep all night. He really couldn't hold on. Pain after every step. Xing finally arrived at the restaurant, ordered a cup of porridge and drank it, and used the power of you to relieve the pain in his body, with a smile like the Leshan giant Buddha on his face. After a while, several cute girl breeders were sitting in front of Xing and asked curiously, "Student Xiaobai, where are your 3 cute little ones?" "Don't think about it. It's the 2 Vulpix and Ditto that have changed." EV. Hearing the girls' inquiries, Xing pressed the 3 Pokeballs on his waist without saying a word. A white light flashed, and the 3 little guys appeared directly in his arms, as if they hadn't woken up yet, and were directly dazed by Xing handed it into the arms of the girls. The moment they were handed among the girls, the 3 little guys finally came to their senses and started to struggle and panic, but they couldn't hold back Xing after all, so they were picked up by the girls. Looking at the 3 loveless little guys who were tossed by the girls, Xing showed an expression of revenge. It was these 3 little guys who started last night, and his waist became like this. After finishing the porridge in his hand, Xing took back the 3 little guys from the girls and put them on his shoulders and head, thinking about walking to the bookshelves in the hall. He hadn't read the books they recommended yesterday. Master Terrence. It seems to be the first fairy champion in the Pokemon world. Looking at the signature on the book in his hand, Xing began to recall the life of this legendary figure. Shaking his head, Xing continued to search for books. Suddenly, a book aroused his interest. Did Mr. Nate, the champion of Sandstorm, actually write a book about Breeder? Seeing the signature of this legendary figure, Xing directly left other books behind, picked up this book called Shaping Flow Tactics, and started reading. With continuous reading, Xing generally understands that this book is only an introduction to the shaping skills and Pokemon suitable for this set of skills, and there is no core exercise method and Pokemon breeder method. But even so is enough for Xing up. Trico Future seems to be a good fit for this set of techniques. Dragon Dance, Leaf Blade, Mega. Just for a moment, Xing combined Trico's own skills and ability and began to consider the possibility of building skills for it. But because of the lack of some core knowledge, Xing finally reluctantly put down the book in his hand. It's a pity that these historical great achievers and legends seem to have gone to an unknown and mysterious place after completing a certain mission of their own, leaving only some outermost knowledge. Putting back the books in his hands, Xing continued to collect some books and use the system to record the contents. There is no way. Although the books here can be read freely, there is no way to borrow them. If there is no systematic collection, Xing can naturally keep it for the knowledge in these books, but now there are better choices. It was almost noon, and a lot of young and middle-aged people gradually appeared in the Breeder's Home Center, as well as a small number of gray-haired old people. As a special profession, the breeder family needs to invest more Pokemon to learn and practice knowledge than Pokemon battles. If there is no talent, it is normal to spend decades on this road. Most of the young breeders that Xing saw in the Breeder Guild yesterday were descendants of families or members of powerful forces, and most of them were students of the breeder department in the Pokemon Academy. Many media reporters with microphones and cameras appeared at the entrance of the Breeders Guild, obviously intending to see if they could dig out a big news from this wave of examiners as a hot topic. Please enter the examination room in an orderly manner, keep quiet, and take the exam with integrity. As the huge electronic screen in the center of Breeder's home lit up, a voice sounded. "It's starting, are you ready?" I haven't studied well yet." As the sound rang out, chaos immediately began underneath. Except for the older breeders, the young boys and girls began to panic. Although the profession of the breeder family relies on talent to make a living, in terms of the most basic theoretical learning, It mainly depends on rote memorization, and the huge amount of knowledge is not an easy problem for young people to solve. Even Xing was able to catch up with this group of breeders who had been studying for several years in just a few months because of the virtual space of the system and the blessing of his spiritual power after being strengthened by the Nether Force. The young breeders mainly lost in the amount of knowledge, but the second assessment was for those young trainers who had enough knowledge but not enough practical talent. Keeping up with the crowd, Xing received a medal card from the examiner. Not long after, seeing a person coming out of the examination room, Xing stepped in. Finding an empty seat at random and sitting down, Xing inserted the medal card in his hand into the computer, and following a prompt, Xing's test paper was displayed on the computer. As early as more than 10 years ago, after Team Rocket created the first 3D dragon and was escaped by it, this 3D dragon began to wander in the internet. After absorbing the information about the reproduction of Pokémon, this 3D dragon actually created offspring by itself, and since then, the alliance of various organizations has quickly captured it for research. After a long period of research, major organizations have found the best usage of the 3D dragon, which is to protect their own core data. However, the Breeders' Guild has derived it. For example, the examination paper in front of Xing was detected by a 3D dragon, and then the materials were extracted to compile the examination paper. It only takes 10 seconds, and a low-level breeder's examination paper is fresh. Out of the oven. Let me see. What organizations are the components of Scyther's wings? How to soothe a dragon Pokémon who is in a rage after being touched by outrage? What special material should be used for Grimer's smelly cultivation? Looking at these questions, Xing understood a little bit why there are some people who have failed the low-level breeder's exam for decades. The typical learning has nothing to do with the exam. I want to appease the outrage after touching it. It would be nice to be able to die with some dignity. Looking at the test questions, Xing was a little helpless to complain, let alone others. Even if he dared to touch the outrage of his own little dragons, he would be chased. Don't ask how you know it. It's a mistake to ask. As for Grimer, it can be said that he is a great contributor to the entire alliance. It is because of this Pokémon that the ecological environment of human society in this world can be so good. However, due to its own smell and the particularity that it can never be full, Grimer, a Pokémon, was not valued by trainers in the early days. The unbearable smell and unsatisfactory stomach caused only grassroots employees and some special trainers to cultivate them. In order to change the situation and allow Grimer to receive the treatment it deserves, Alliance directly established a research team consisting of 3 professors, 2 senior breeders, 2 poison elites, and a large number of junior personnel. After 2 years of hard work, Alliance has finally launched Grimer's cultivation method, which can effectively solve the problem of odor impact and satiety. As long as you feed 3 meals of energy cubes, the value of a box is only 1,000 Pokémon coins, but there are 50 pieces, and only 3 to 5 pieces can make Pokémon, such as Grimer and Snorlax, feel full. 100 is very expensive, but for trainers who spend hundreds of thousands to cultivate Pokémon at every turn, it is simply free. Afterwards, Grimer, who solved the 2 major problems, could freely increase the size of Minimize because of his own particularity. Coupled with his super defense power, he became one of the most beloved Pokémon of civilian trainers, and he has protected the lives of civilian trainers countless times safely. Dispelling the memories in his mind, Xing lowered his head to answer on the handwriting board, and the line of handwriting, although not beautiful but quite powerful, appeared on the computer. After answering the question, Xing saw his score appear on the screen with a light tap. 92 points, not bad. Nodding in satisfaction, Xing pulled out the medal card, stood up, and gave way to the next student. Examiner. Walking out of the examination room, Xing saw the figure of the Vice President Jenny. At this time, Jenny was wearing gold-rimmed glasses, white robes, and a neat hairstyle. She seemed to have regained the heroic appearance of the Jenny family. Jenny is also accompanied by Growlithe, although it looks cute, but the sharp teeth exposed from yawning from time to time are always daunting. Without using the system, Xing can judge that the child has just been born and has not yet left the infancy by relying on his own knowledge of the breeder family. Grolide's final evolution is Arcanine. Although there is only one evolution, excellence racial talent, handsome appearance, and loyal guardian character make him quite popular with trainer. It's a pity that Pokemon like Chansey is monopolized by the Joey family. Normal, Grolide's family is almost monopolized by the Jenny family, and it is extremely rare to see wild ones. The moment Xing walked out of the examination room, Jenny's eyes looked over, no longer as confused as Xing saw yesterday, but became wise and intelligent. How was the assessment? Jenny walked quickly to Xing and asked expectantly, while Grolide beside her looked at Xing curiously. Grolide, why does it smell so good? The small nose moved slightly, and Grolide, with an extremely developed sense of smell, tilted his small head and stared at Xing, falling into deep doubts. First glanced at Grolide at the side, Xing turned to look at Jenny, said with a happy smile on his face, 92 points, the first round of assessment should be no problem. There are 2 rounds of assessment for the Breeders' Guild, and it is a ranking system. The breeders with the top 20 scores in the 2 rounds are counted as passing the assessment. Okay, I'll send a message to Komori. Komori, the name of Ms. Joey who wrote a recommendation letter to Xing in the Pokemon Center yesterday, because she couldn't walk away by herself, so she specially entrusted Jenny to help take care of Xing. Seeing Jenny who was busy texting Joey, Xing shifted his target to Grolide, squatted down, and started staring at Grolide. Of course, Xing is mainly observing Grolide's body contest condition and wants to reverse some of the Jenny's cultivation methods for Grolide. The color of the hair is so bright. What kind of food is it feeding? Could it be that the Firestone is eaten as a meal? It's a pity that if one of the foundations of Jenny's family survival can be so easily deduced by Xing today, then it is not one of the 2 most powerful families in Alliance. When Xing shook his head, Grolide seemed to finally be unable to hold back, and threw himself into Xing's arms, stretched out Lickitung, and licked Xing's chin. Question mark. After 2 licks, Grolide stopped suspiciously, because Xing didn't have that pleasant smell. At this moment, Jenny finally put away the communicator in her hand. It seemed that she was hungry and no longer heroic, but said softly, "Okay, let's go to lunch. There is a second assessment in the afternoon." After the words fell, Jenny walked in front. When passing by the big screen along the way, Xing stopped to watch it for a while. Let me be healthy. 92 points can be the first. The quality of this year's breeders seems to be not very good. Seeing his ranking, Xing thought speechlessly. With a perfect score of 100, Xing unconsciously brought this assessment into the primary school examination scene in his previous life, forgetting how difficult the breeder's assessment was. After looking at the names of other assessors, Xing went to the restaurant to prepare a meal. Just now, his brain was running wildly during the exam. Now he is really a little hungry. In order to test his learning results, Xing did not use the system for assessment. The mud is turning over. When Xing arrived at the restaurant, he saw Jenny opening her bloody mouth and starting to gobble it up, not caring about the image at all. Seeing Xing sit down, Jenny handed a plate to Xing. Her mouth mumbled. She didn't know what she was talking about. Looking at Jenny in front of him, Xing feels more and more that he is living in a real world. Even Joey and Jenny, who are so similar, have their own completely different personalities and hobbies, and have their own lives. Taking the plate, Xing looked at Jenny, who was devouring it, and couldn't help but said with some worry, "Eat slowly, be careful of choking, and drink some water." After saying that, Xing took the water glass from the side and handed it to Jenny. "Thank you, Dad." After taking the water glass, Jenny thanked instinctively, but she suddenly reacted in the middle of speaking and quickly picked up the water glass and drank Dajuo, and Xing also couldn't hear what Jenny said because she was eating with her head down. "What?" Looking at Xing, who was puzzled and didn't understand what she said, Jenny waved her hand, lowered her head, and continued to eat, but she felt a little scared in her heart. Why do you look so much like Dad at such a young age?" The face remained calm, but Dugtrio's howl rang out in her heart. Jenny's shame value was already overflowing. Quickly finished the meal in her hand. You have a good exam in the afternoon. I'll go back first. After speaking, Jenny ran away immediately with the empty plate, leaving only Xing, who was puzzled, and the lady in the cafeteria, who looked confused. Vice President Jenny, leave the dinner plate behind. Looking at Jenny's back, the cafeteria aunt shouted, wanting to cry. The lost dinner plate would be deducted from her salary. Swallowing the last mouthful of food in his mouth, Xing walked over and took out the bank card and handed it to the aunt and said helplessly, "The vice president's share will be counted on me." Not long after, Xing returned to the hall, took out a book called Combined Skills Report from the bookshelf, and sat on the sofa beside him to read it. You need to prepare well for the second assessment 2 hours later. It is a knowledge practice assessment, and you don't know what items will be selected. Breeding, training skills. The assessment items of low-level breeders are diverse and complicated, mainly to let breeders realize their talents and interests. Contrary to the fact that the trainer will start to cultivate multi-line Pokémon in the later stage, the breeder family will become more specialized and develop in one direction at a later stage. Knowledge, even if it is a specialization, is something that a breeder family can't reach in their entire life. At the end of the day, let alone studying multiple directions at the same time. Immersed in knowledge, time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 2 hours later. The assessment is about to begin. Everyone please prepare. I'm panicking. I didn't do well in the morning exam. I'm only 65. How are you? I'm not good either. I just got 87 in the exam. You can't call it bad, Tim. Don't get excited. We have a pervert who got 92 in the exam. Listening to the words of the surrounding crowd, Xing suddenly realized, is the breeder family's assessment so difficult? Xing quietly hid his figure to prevent being attacked by the crowd. Soon, a beautiful big sister walked in front of everyone, clapped her hands, and said softly, "Next, I will assign assessment items to you. Please follow the guidelines to the examination room." After finishing speaking, the big sister took out a communicator and clicked it a few times, then looked at everyone and said, "Please use the metal card sent to you in the first assessment to make inquiries and go to the examination room." Taking out the metal card and inserting it into the communicator, Xing's face darkened immediately after seeing the content of the assessment. Give Grimer a full-body massage. At this moment, Xing almost crushed the communicator in his hand. You must know that the Grimer assessed by the breeder's family must have never undergone odor training. Who arranged the assessment? Do I need my hands for the whole body maintenance of a shark-toothed shark? Let Vigoroth rest, my Nema. At this moment, Xing suddenly had a deep understanding of the difficulty of passing the breeder's assessment. These perverted questions have a high success rate. Full of black lines, Xing went to the assessment site according to the address on the communicator. It was in the large courtyard behind the Breeders' Guild, and the others also went to their own assessment sites. Having entered the backyard, Xing was really powerless to complain. The three inspectors were all wearing gas masks and stared at them with unreal eyes. I don't know if it was an illusion. Xing felt the strong pity. Are you ready? Vice President Jenny specially took care of you. The examiner in the middle seemed to be Stephanie's wife, and there was a touch of schadenfreude in his sympathetic voice. Nodding with a dark face, at this moment Xing even wanted to flip the table and return directly to the rockets. Seeing Xing nodding, the female examiner took out an Ultra Ball and threw it directly, and a Grimer appeared in the field, but to Xing's surprise, this Grimer not only did not have any peculiar smell, but looked quite clean. But before Xing became confused, the examiner's voice came, "Grimer, release the stench." Immediately afterwards, the color of Grimer's body suddenly darkened, and he began to emit an extremely strong and unbearable stench. Although his mentality was a little unstable before, when Xing really saw Grimer, he was still full of interest and joined him. The strong smell was directly ignored by Xing. Is this the Grimer produced by using the exclusive breeding method breeder? It can control the odor and toxins so easily and I am afraid that its combat power has reached the elite level. The generation of special organs not only enables Grimer to control odors and toxins, but also regulates its own energy. Can it control its evolutionary instincts without the need for invariant stones? Instead of rushing to start the assessment, Xing wrote and drew in his notebook with excitement, recording the detailed data and information of Grimer in front of him, which has a good reference value for him to cultivate Scolipede in the future. After a long wait, although the three examiners appreciated Xing's contest condition and state of mind, the assessment needed to begin. Cough. Examiner, you need to start. Hearing the examiner's words, Xing put away the notebook in his hand with some unfinished business, took out special instruments and a few materials, and began to prepare antivirus potions. Overcoming the smell is an assessment of the willpower of the breeders. After all, whether they can overcome all kinds of hardships and spend countless years learning a piece of knowledge, talent is second, and whether they have a firm will is the most important thing. In the history of the Pokemon world, there are many great people who spent their entire lives researching on a problem. As for the antivirus potion, that's another matter. Unlike Coughing's poison gas Pokemon, Grimer's toxins are all condensed on the body and will not disperse in the air with the smell. The toxin on Grimer seems to be a mixture of 5 or 6 special toxins, and there is also a secret poison, which seems to be the formula of the Kanto Region ninja family. Pecha Berry, antidote from the friendly store. Let's try to restrain this poison for the time being. While thinking, Xing was making modulations, but frowned when he got stuck on a certain question. Poison-type Pokemon, in Earl Dervish, basically use their own toxins, but when they enter the elite level, most trainers will choose to start preparing special poisons to enhance the strength of their own Pokemon. Among them, the two major businesses of the ninja family in the Kanto region are bodyguards and assassination missions, which are military missions to put it bluntly. The second is the management industry, which mainly sells resources of various poisonous Pokemon. The core products are various secret poisons and antidote agents, which are widely loved by poisonous trainers. A few minutes later, Xing handed the potion to Grimer, and at the same time handed out a box of 3 meal energy cubes with the other hand and said, "Grimer, can you do me a favor?" Seeing the food, Grimer put it away happily and then dripped a drop of mud from his body into the potion in Xing's hand. The female trainer sitting by the side covered her forehead helplessly when she saw this scene. "This kid, I told you not to be bribed. Why did you still get tricked?" Her tone was full of helplessness toward her own silly child, as if Grimer was the examiner's Pokemon. At this time, Xing was concentrating on looking at the drop of purple mud in the potion. After a few minutes, neither the potion nor the purple mud changed color. Slowly breathing a sigh of relief, Xing took out a pair of white gloves, sprayed the medicine on them, and then put on the gloves. To be honest, quite a few breeders were not even prepared for the second assessment because of insufficient equipment, eliminated before it even started. In addition to Xing, there must be a considerable number of trainers who need to undergo detoxification assessments. If they know how to detoxify, but do not bring enough materials, they will be counted as unqualified. After all, if you travel abroad later, and you have toxic in your body, but you don't have the detoxification materials, the breeder family will almost die. What the Breeder Family Guild wants is the real breeder family, not a group of idiots who can only read. Taking a deep breath, Xing slowly pressed his hands on Grimer's body. It seemed that because of the energy cubes just now, Grimer's body was only slightly shrunk, and then Xing started the massage. Although Grimer is composed of rotten purple mud as a whole, with training and cultivation, the body undergoes metabolism again and again, and will be replaced with poisonous mud. When all the purple mud on the body is replaced, Grimer will also step into the quasi-elite level and evolve into Mook in the process, realizing a real life-level transition. So what I have to do is to find the putrid slime that has not been replaced and make it cohesive through special methods, so that it will be easier for the Grimer to expel it and replace it with new mud. In a flash of thought, Xing has already decided on the massage technique to use for Grimer, which is called poison coagulation technique. 1. The cultivation of the Gengar poison system is divided into 3 stages, from Ghastly's whole body distribution to fully condensed to evolve into a Haunter, and then exercise the Ghost system's energy and combine the 2 kinds of energy after evolving in a Gengar to recirculate the toxin throughout the body. Time passed slowly. Sweat gradually left on Xing's forehead. The smell of Grimer and the threat of toxins that might break through the glove defense at any time made him a little tired. But the eyes of the examiners sitting aside watching Xing gradually brightened, especially that Grimer trainer. Originally, in their expectation, Xing's ability to overcome toxins and give Grimer a massage is enough to get a passing score. As long as Xing's massage can make Grimer show a comfortable expression, they can give a high score. But the reality far exceeded their expectations. Xing actually used a special massage technique to make a breakthrough and help Grimer. Once completed, Grimer is almost 1 step away from quasi-elite level. Soon, Xing withdrew his hand from Grimer, frowned, took off the glove that was about to be corroded, took out a new pair of gloves, and sprayed antidote. Half an hour later, Xing's eyes gradually brightened, and the poisonous mud was about to condense, and Grimer, somewhat unexpected, was also actively expulsing it. Gritting his teeth, Xing mobilized the nether power in his body and slowly injected it into Grimer's body. A pain of being corroded came, but under the effect of the nether power, the condensation of the poisonous mud continued to accelerate. Finally, as the poisonous energy on Grimer's body continued to condense, the poisonous slime was successfully expelled from Grimer's head and fell to the ground, instantly corroding a large piece of ground. With the fall of the poisonous mud, Grimer's body suddenly shrunk, and an extremely powerful aura burst out of his body, like a normal rocket soaring into the sky, rising one after another. But as time passed, it seemed that the power was insufficient, and the climbing momentum began to slow down. The female examiner, sitting on the examiner's seat, suddenly took off the gas mask on her face, and at the same time directly overturned the table and ran over, took out a container containing black sludge from nowhere, and handed it to Grimer. After taking the container and directly swallowing, Grimer's stagnant aura suddenly rose again, oppressing everyone in the field, and the examiner who showed his true colors looked at Grimer expectantly. Finally, the strong Hideki breath on Grimer's body stopped, and he looked at the expectant female examiner and shook his head. Although the female examiner who saw this scene was a little disappointed, she still smiled happily. That's right, if quasi-elite were so easy to break through, there wouldn't be so few. Seemingly comforting herself, the female examiner murmured with her head lowered. In fact, Xing's massage method is not the key point, but this Grimer's own level is extremely high, and the replacement rate of poisonous mud in the whole body has reached an extremely high level, and is not far from the quasi-elite level. As if reacting, the female examiner turned her head to look at Xing, showing a face that made him feel a little helpless. Vice President Jenny, what the hell are you doing? Xing asked, weakly looking at this beautiful, somewhat embarrassed face. That's right, the examiner in front of her is Jenny. It seems that in order to alleviate the shame at noon, she deliberately released Grimer to tease Xing, but she didn't expect Xing to give her such a big surprise. Scratching her hair embarrassingly, Jenny said, "Congratulations, Xiao Bai, full score." While speaking, Jenny looked at the other 2 examiners, and, after getting a nod for confirmation, she looked at Xing and congratulated. Afterwards, Jenny took out a special container to put away the poisonous mud that was still corroding the ground on the ground, handed it to Xing, and said, "Here, Xiao Bai, this is a pretty good poison resource." That's right, although this poisonous slime is an impurity in Grimer's body, it is still a resource close to that of a quasi-elite Pokémon. If it is made into props or used for other functions, it will be extremely superior, and its value is estimated at hundreds of thousands. Although the mood was quite messy, Xing was quite surprised when he saw the poisonous slime handed over by Jenny, and then took it with a helpless smile. Bring yourself some inspiration. Let's go, Xiao Bai. Go and get your breeder certificate. After Xing put away the poisonous mud, Jenny put her arm around Xing and dragged Xing away under the strange eyes of the other two examiners. After all, Xing ranked first in the first assessment, and he got full marks in this assessment just now. If he can't get the breeder certificate, everyone in the entire assessment will be disqualified. Gold sunset glow shone on everyone in the field, and in a trance, the two examiners seemed to see an intangible dazzling light from Xing's back. Walking into the Breeders' Guild, there are already many breeders standing here. They are waiting for the final result. Their eyes slid across everyone's faces. Xing saw indifference, nervousness, panic, and disappointment. With a slight smile, Xing walked into the crowd, waiting for the announcement of the final result. First place by Ruoxing, with a score of 192. Before the next name was announced, the people below immediately erupted into an uproar, and even the faces of those who were originally indifferent were full of shock. Is this by Ruoxing a perfect score in the second round? That's right, I read it. His score in the first game was 92, and the second game was a perfect score. How was it possible? Master Xing, he only had a score of 95 back then. People seemed to be in disbelief at all. They kept discussing, and in the middle, they even proposed a name that made Xing quite interested. Master Xing is the only high-level breeder in Rustboro City and the city's gym leader. Du Yan's wife. Not wanting to show off, Xing mixed in the crowd and silently received his breeder badge, then walked up to Jenny and whispered, "Let's go." Nodding her head, Jenny followed Xing and hurriedly left the Breeders' Guild. Blowing the cool yi foam, Jenny showed a happy expression, turned her head to look at Xing, and said mysteriously, "I'll take you to meet a big man." Then, Jenny pulled Xing and set off. As for Xing, who is curious about the big shots in Jenny's mouth, there is no struggle. After all, to be called a big shot by Jenny is definitely not normal. It would be good if you can make a connection. After a while, standing in front of a magnificent building, Xing was a little surprised. He really didn't expect that the place Jenny brought him turned out to be the Rustboro gym. While following Jenny, Xing lowered his head and thought, "All right, after meeting the big shot, go to the gym and let Trico go." "Hi, Miss Meng." "Miss Meng, you are here. Master Xing, he misses you very much." After seeing Jenny, people in the gym greeted her one after another. Jenny's name is Dream. As for how to recognize it, it is of course because of the distinctive dress of this Jenny. It is difficult not to recognize it. After a while, Jenny took Xing to a big house behind the gymnasium, walked up the stairs, and opened a door. Jenny first poked her cute little head in to observe the situation. Seemingly seeing a familiar figure, Jenny pushed the others away and ran in, hugging a black-haired woman inside. Although her face was not that young, Xing could infer from the outline of her face that she must have been young when she was young. A magnificent beauty. "Teacher, I brought a big surprise for you." Holding the woman, Jenny Charm said, without the majesty of Jenny's family at all. It seemed that she didn't expect Jenny to come over suddenly. The woman hugged her apprentice happily. After hearing Jenny's words, she turned her scrutiny eyes to Xing, looking at his whole body. Feeling the woman's gaze, Xing began to feel a little inexplicably awkward and uncomfortable. Seemingly feeling that her words were unfounded, Jenny Meng took out the communicator and clicked a few times to place the video of Xing's two assessments in front of the woman. After seeing the video of the breeder's home assessment, Xing Yi's face became a little stiff, coughed, looked at Jenny, and asked tentatively, "Xiao Meng, the surprise you said is, accept disciples. Xiaobai is very talented." Jenny Meng heard Xing Yi's question and said as it should. Seeming to be a little embarrassed, Master Xing Yi changed his expression, looked at Xing, and said gently, "Son, come and sit down first. It's all because Xiao Meng didn't make it clear, and I misunderstood." Hearing Master Xing Yi's words, Jenny showed a lovely expression and asked curiously, "Misunderstanding what?" Picking up a piece of pastry from the table and stuffing it into Jenny Meng's small mouth. Master Xing, he has experienced a lot of wind and waves after all, and there is no embarrassment on his face. Keeping stuffing cakes into Jenny Ming's mouth. Master Xing, he looked at Xing and said softly, "Son, your name is Xing, right? I watched the video, and you are very talented. Are you willing to accept my assessment?" Seeing Xing nodding, Master Xing smiled slightly and began to ask some questions. As for the practical projects, Xing's performance in the video is enough to show his level. An hour later, Master Xing looked at Xing with distress and admiration. After all, Xing's identity and Xing's family experience were almost exactly the same, except for the way of death. What amazes me is that Xing, as a wild breeder, has never received systematic study, but was able to get the low-level breeder badge with the first place in the first assessment. At this time, Jenny Ming took the initiative to grab the hand of Master Xing. He picked up the pastry and delivered it to her mouth. Seeing the weird scene in front of him, Xing couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, then calmed down his mood, stood up and bowed respectfully to Master Xing. "Student, meet the teacher. Xing can omit his name. He needs knowledge, but it doesn't mean he can deceive a respectable polymath for this. His identity will be revealed to the people in front of him one day, teacher, but not now." Seeing Xing in front of him, Master Xing stood up and helped Xing up. At the same time, Jenny Ming, who was on the side, finally escaped from the dim sum hell, looking at the dim sum on the table with a small expression of fear on his face. After sitting down, Xing looked at Jenny, who kept drinking water to quench her thirst, and reluctantly took out a large glass of drink from the space bracelet and handed it to Jenny. "Drink for digestion." Taking the drink happily, Jenny Ming leaned on the soft sofa behind her and drank it, while Master Xing looked at Xing with some other meaning besides the satisfaction of seeing the new disciple. Looking at the several pokeballs exposed at Xing's waist, Master Xing frowned, looked at Xing and said, Xing, if you want to go further on the road to Breeder's house, it's actually better to give up trainer. A person's energy is limited, but Xing's talent is very good. It is precisely because of this that Master Xing hopes that Xing will give up the trainer's way and concentrate on the breeder's way. Flicking the pokeball on his waist, Xing looked at Master Xing and said helplessly, "I'm sorry, teacher. I promised these children to take them to a higher place to see, and if you make the promise, you must do it." The voice was sincere and very firm. As if sensing Xing's thoughts, the pokeballs shook slightly. Seeing Xing's gaze, Master Xing sighed helplessly, then laughed again. "At least this kid has a good character." "That's right. The promise a man made must be fulfilled. You are not bad." Suddenly, a white-haired, muscular uncle walked in, looked at Xing with admiration, and said, just as Xing was about to speak, Master Xing took a sip from his teacup and glanced at the muscular man with a half-smile. Speechlessly looking at the muscular man, who was still strong just now, but now, Xing said a little weakly, "Master, I want to challenge the gym." "That's right. The other party is the current owner of the Rustboro gym, the husband of Master Xing, the father of Kenan, and the owner of Duyan." Restraining the flattery on his face, the host Duyan looked at Xing and said with great interest, "Are you ready?" At the same time, the aura belonging to the strong came towards Xing. Standing up, Xing no longer restrained his momentum, let go of the restraint, and fought against Duyan. Although he was constantly retreating, at a certain moment, Xing resisted Duyan's oppression. Soon, Duyan put away his momentum, took a deep look at Xing, turned and walked out of the room, and said at the same time, "Come with me." Smiling lightly, Xing raised his hands to Master Xing, and Jenny Ming, turned and left the room, following Duyan's pace. Soon, standing on both sides of the battlefield, the two stood facing each other, and the surrounding viewing platforms were filled with disciples from the gymnasium, as well as some other challengers. "I heard that this person is a new disciple of Master Xing. Breeder's house? Then how do you fight against the owner?" "Stop messing around. What kind of battle does the breeder family play? It's the right way to play breeder Pokemon well." The battle begins. The host Duyan will face the challenger by Xing, 1v1. As the referee, standing aside, announced the start of the battle, Both Xing and Du Yin made moves. The host Du Yin threw a Pokeball, and an Onix appeared in the field, exuding the aura of high-level Pokemon, and the challengers in the field were a little suspicious of life. Because the Rustboro gym is the Pokemon that most recommends Rookie to challenge in the Pokemon Forum, but there is only a high-level Pokemon that scares these rookie trainers. Looking at Onix in front of him, Xing felt a little helpless. Is my strength so easy to detect? As a time traveler, I'm too ignorant. While thinking, Xing took off a Pokeball from his waist. What is said next to it? Xing in front of him is the only trainer who can make Xing go all out. Gently throwing the Pokeball in his hand, white light overflows wildly from it, and a huge blue dragon appears in the field. That's Ditto transforms Gyarados, who barely made it to the advanced Pokemon tier after Xing's long breeder not so long ago. No way, Whirlipede can't play. Scyther is still getting rid of those old fighting habits, and there's really no Pokemon to play except Ditto. Xing himself planned to let Trico play as a challenger, but he did not expect that he would directly apprentice under the leadership of Jenny Ming, and now he has to do his best. It seemed that he did not expect that Xing would send Gyarados. The host Du Yan's face was full of interest, and he immediately commanded, "Onix, rock Polish dig." I saw that Onix's body began to tighten, and as the body twisted, the stones collided and rubbed against each other, shining continuously, and Onix's body suddenly began to drill down to the ground. Instead of stopping Onix's actions, Gyarados started the rain dance. The raindrops on the soaring in the sky gathered and turned into a downpour that drenched the ground, and as the rainwater continued to flow down the hole, Onix underground finally couldn't bear it, actively drilled out. Seeing this scene, Xing smiled slightly. It seems that this Onix's resistance training against the water system has not reached a very high level, and it shouldn't be too difficult to fight. Seeing Gyarados' response and Onix's reaction, Duyan put away the smile on his face and gradually became serious. He didn't expect Xing's Gyarados to actually master the rain dance move. In reality, Pokemon learning skills is not like the previous life. You can learn skills when you reach the level, and you need to have corresponding talents and opportunities to learn some skills. Fortunately, the Gyarados in the Cerulean Gym has the rain dance move, so Ditto can use it smoothly. Under the rainy weather, Onix obviously felt a little uncomfortable. After all, this is not common rain, but rainwater that contains the energy of a huge water system. Earthquake. Without panic, Du Yin gave a command, and following the order, Xing frowned, glanced around Gyarados, and immediately commanded, "Move that area." It's a pity that Ditto was not proficient in manipulating Gyarados' body. Although he moved quickly, under the earthquake, the surrounding ground collapsed instantly, and Gyarados also fell into it, and his body was pressed by the gravel. Just now, Onix's dig skill was obviously preparing for this moment, but Xing's rainy weather caused the ground to be soft, making it easier for Onix to shape his tactics and put himself at a disadvantage. Seeing that Gyarados was at a disadvantage, Du Yin immediately commanded Onix to rush towards Gyarados. It was best to resolve the battle quickly. The longer the time dragged on, the more unfavorable it was for Onix, and the rain continued. Onix's rock's tail glowed with an Orberg-like luster, and with the blessing of rushing speed, it headed down towards Gyarados' pound in the gravel with a terrifying wind. Whirlpool, bring the broken rocks around you to meet them. Frowning, Xing commanded, and now he must think of a way to break the situation, otherwise it will be a war of attrition. But the current situation is that Ditto is manipulating Gyarados' body, and his physical strength can't support it. Without panic, Onix drove the Orbird tail directly to smash Whirlpool and the flying debris. Gyarados' attack was easily neutralized. After several fights, the two Pokemon began to pant slightly, and the rain clouds and the soaring in the sky gradually dissipated. Gyarados' rain dance move reached its limit, and its energy was exhausted. At this time, the venue was also in dilapidated condition. One hole after another, the ground was soaked by rain, gravel was piled up everywhere, Dian, Xing, and the spectators were all wet. The battle between Onix and Gyarados was an eye-opener for this group of rookie trainers. The terrifying destructive power, one move after another, and the tactical arrangement made them fall into thinking. Under the command of Xing and Dian, the two Pokémon collided again, which did not have much effect except for another damage to the field. Rain Dance again. With a flash of thought, Xing made a new command. The water energy on Gyarados continued to condense, and dark clouds once again condensed above, soaring in the sky. And Onix rushed forward, and Orberga's tail rushed towards Gyarados again, but Gyarados forcibly took the blow for the use of the Rain Dance move. It's now payback. Following the new order, the water energy on Gyarados dissipated directly, and the dark clouds in the sky continued to dissipate, replaced by Dian, whose complexion suddenly changed, and Gyarados' teeth with evil energy. Unable to dodge, Onix was hit directly, and with a painful roar, Onix passed out and lost the ability to fight, while Gyarados stood in the field with many scars. This battle, the challenger wins. Seeing Onix lose consciousness and fall to the ground, the referee, standing aside, immediately announced, and the spectators sitting on the viewing platform also recovered smelling salts. Okay, so strong. The owner of the pavilion is amazing, and the weather and assist rival successfully counterattacked. This by Ruashing is not bad. He was able to win with one blow in the end. Pressing the Pokeball to retract the Ditto, Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Dian chose to use melee combat. Otherwise, Gyarados would not be easy to use even if he had payback. Come on, come with me. Let your teacher show us two Pokemon. Walking to Xing, Dian stopped Xing's shoulder and said with satisfaction, "Your performance is good. Your command is not bad." The two turned around and left the battlefield, leaving only a group of wet spectators having a heated discussion with the people around them. At this time, a young girl walked into the battlefield, saw the ruined battlefield, and asked the referee beside her suspiciously, "Just now, there was a battle here?" Usually there are many battles in the Rustboro gym, but because most of the challengers are not at a high level, the field protection has always been very good. The role of gymnasiums in each region is to assess rookie trainer and conduct coaching, and release badge to qualify to participate in the region conference. However, as long as you have successfully gathered 8 badges and participated in the Alliance Conference, you do not need to challenge the gym next time. You only need to pass the assessment of the Alliance to participate in the conference. Of course, after participating once and getting a high ranking, with this resume, most trainers will join Alliance or a big force and work for them to obtain resources that will allow them to go further. Xiaobai, you are amazing. In the room, Xing, he was doing a soothing massage for Ditto, who had turned into a little Eevee, while Jenny Ming patted Xing on the shoulder to praise. Although there is a Grimer that is about to break through to the quasi-elite level, Jenny Ming is a professional breeder home. Grimer is her breeder Pokemon to protect her own safety and is not very good at fighting. As mentioned before, since Grimer can freely control odor and toxins, because his whole body is made of mud, he can be big or small, and with Grimer's sticky ability, he can hide on Trainer's body. You can block attack for Trainer with strong defense power. This is also reflected in the Pokemon Special, where Koga transforms Grimer into shoulder pads to resist Gary Scyther's attack. Looking at Xing, Master Xing said helplessly, "Since you don't want to give up the trainer's path, then follow me to study for a week and lay the foundation systematically." "Okay, teacher." Although a little helpless, Xing still agreed to Master Xing's request. Suddenly, a communicator in Xing's space bracelet rang. His pupils shrank, and Xing calmly took out a common communicator. Although his face was calm, he began to have doubts. When he saw the content on the communicator, his heart was even more agitated. Team Rocket mission, sent by R. The moon was dark and the wind was high. On a dark street, a white-haired boy wearing a black suit and a black hat was walking on the street outside Rustboro City. In the darkness beside him were several Pokemon exuding strong Hideki breath. The figure was none other than Xing, but at this time, he still put on a disguise. not using his original face. It is impossible for him to belong to the Rockets forever, and his alliance status, as his strength increases, will gradually restore his true appearance. For the Rockets, he will naturally use a disguised face. Destroy the Huyen team branch in Rustboro City. The Rockets have only been in Hoenn for 3 or 4 years, and dare to confront this local snake head-on. Frowning slightly, Xing couldn't help thinking about what the two organizations were fighting for. Logically speaking, the task of letting Giovanni personally inform him should not be so simple. The Rockets have already laid an almost unshakable foundation in the Kanto region, so they began to focus on the chassis of the other regions. In the past 3 or 4 years, it took a lot of manpower and material resources to barely establish a certain foundation in the Hoenn region. Now, they have to face the Fire Rock team. Although Rustboro City is not an important place, but with the wisdom of those commanders, it is impossible to aim at nothing. There must be a plan, or the opponent has a plan. The problem is not with the Huyen team. Just kill them all. The key is that the two major organizations are fighting each other. Hoenn Alliance must do something. What if their identities are exposed? But he showed deep doubts. Although he has the power of ghosts, he is not advanced after all. What if there's a more advanced super Pokemon here? After all, not every time the person who discovers his true identity is someone like Agatha who has a deep relationship with him. In the darkness where countless dangers are hidden, Scolipede, who has a heart-to-heart relationship with Xing, slowly rolls out, gently stroking Xing's hair with his tentacles, and his big eyes are full of confidence. Xing, with me here, don't be afraid. Feeling the voice from Scolipede in the power of you, Xing slowly let go of the doubts in his heart. Even if Alliance did something, they should be able to retreat with their own power of you and Scolipede. If it really gets to a certain point, not only those guys from the Huyen team, but even the Rockets team here will not be able to stay. The killing intent on his body gradually rose, and Xing was ready to send everyone to see Giratina preparation. The left and right are just a group of desperados, and they deserve to be dealt with. Rather than being tortured by the Alliance, it would be better to die by my hands. For the sake of identity security, everyone here cannot stay. Suddenly, Xing stopped, and an arbor monster appeared in front of him. The snake's eyes became sharp, and his body tensed up, ready to pounce towards Xing at any time. Looking at the arbor snake who was ready to attack him at any time, Xing did not have the slightest fear, but frowned. The arbor monster at level 20 seems to be forced to evolve. Is the quality of the Rocket team members in this region so low? As if feeling Xing's disdain, the patterns on arbor snake's body changed suddenly, and its speed increased sharply. It rushed towards Xing's face, and at the same time opened its mouth wide. Before abo snake could attack Xing, a green sickle like a god of death and a red giant pincer like a shooting star were connected to his body. In an instant, abo snake lost its vitality and fell to the ground. Scolipede, earthquake. Hearing Xing's voice, Scolipede directly activated the skill that he only learned today. This was the second reward Xing got after defeating Du Yin besides the badge, an earthquake skill disc worth 2 million, and Scolipede is also successful in learning with his own excellent talent. Scolipede body suddenly splashed into the air and began to spin crazily. Then, like a comet landing, Normal violently tackled to the ground. The next moment, the ground tens of meters away from Feng Yuan began to tremble violently, and figures fell from the trees one by one. Therefore, as long as a reasonable training method is found, some Pokemon with outstanding talents can learn some skills that are not on the ethnic skill learning table. Without ordering to attack, Xing took out the communicator and clicked lightly, and then the cold voice spread throughout the forest. My codename is Ghost. From now on, the Rockets branch in Rustboro City will listen to my instruct. Anyone who violates this rule will be killed without mercy. Hearing Xing's words, the crowd didn't respond. Instead, they looked at Xing with full of malice. They have struggled here for 3 years, and now a random person wants to pick peaches. How can it be so simple? In the darkness behind them, A pair of bloody eyes looked at Xing with murderous intent. Obviously, it was the Pokémon of these Team Rocket soldiers. Finally, the gang of small bosses died in the trap of the Huoyan team. They had a chance to climb up, and it was impossible to hand them over to an outsider so easily. But at the next moment, some Team Rocket members who checked the communicator shrank their pupils, knelt on the ground without saying a word, and said, "This subordinate wishes to pledge allegiance to Lord Ghost." This scene scared many members of Team Rocket. There were no fools in the crowd. They were all good people who could survive outside the home court of the Rockets. When they saw people kneeling around them, they immediately took out the communicator to check the information on it. Master Ariana's direct subordinates. With a low exclamation, the others quickly knelt down on the ground. The low-level members of Giovanni's identity are not qualified to know, so Xing uses the setting of the Rocket's identity. Ariana's direct subordinates, elite-level strength, and executive status are enough to coerce these low-level members. Seeing his trainer kneel down, the Pokémon hidden in the darkness also retreated slowly. For Xing, the first test was passed safely. Although he can be regarded as having the strength of an advanced trainer, there are at least a dozen Rockets trainers present, including 3 advanced trainers. If they join forces to deal with him, they may have to run away. Without speaking, Xing looked indifferently at the kneeling Rockets trainers on the ground, and finally said slowly after a few minutes, "Everyone get up. Let someone explain the current situation." Everyone stood up silently, but no one came forward to talk to Xing. The atmosphere gradually solidified, and the killing intent on Xing's body continued to grow. Feeling the killing intent on Xing, the Pokémon behind him were also aggressive, ready to kill at any moment. No nonsense. Xing looked at the ABO monster on the ground and said directly, "Whose ABO monster? Go up and take it back." Hearing Xing's impatient words, a Team Rocket member walked up directly with his head down. But instead of pressing the Pokeball to take back the Pokémon, he took out a Pokeball and threw it at Abermonster. The Pokeball swayed slightly, and then the light of successful conquest came on. Seeing this scene, Xing frowned and smiled with interest. "Come with me and explain the current situation." After saying that, Xing turned around and left the dangerous encirclement, while the Team Rocket member picked up the Pokeball on the ground, with a strange light in his eyes, and followed Xing's pace. The surrounding Rockets members looked at the two with murderous intent, but they mainly looked at the member who followed Xing, and only a small number of people looked at Xing. That be asterisk, 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 asterisk. D actually betrayed us. Kill him. It's not the time yet, just wait. After walking for a few minutes, Xing stopped and looked at the map with no ambush on the system panel and nodded. Quite interesting. Without saying a word, the Team Rocket soldier knelt directly on the ground, holding up the Pokeball of Abermonster with both hands. "I'm willing to serve you all, and I only ask for one chance." After receiving the Pokeball, Xing played with the shrunken Pokeball and said lightly, "What if I don't give you this chance?" Without the slightest impulse, the man was still kneeling with his head lowered and said in a deep voice, "Then please kill me, my lord. In the eyes of everyone here, I have been dead since the time I subdued the ABO monster. Tell me about your purpose." Throwing the Pokeball to this person's side, casually, Xing's voice became indifferent again. Hearing Xing's words, the man almost couldn't restrain his joy and stood up, but just as he raised his head, he lowered his head again, his voice full of earnestness. "My lord, please give those 3 senior members a death." Time passed slowly, and the eyes of the members who hadn't waited for Xing's answer gradually dimmed. Just when he was about to get up, an indifferent voice came. When fighting against the Huoyan team, the 3 senior members fought bravely, but unfortunately died in the end. Subordinate, Bixie is, my subordinate, is willing to die for your lord. Hearing Xing's words, the member directly knocked his head to the ground and said excitedly, Seeing this scene, Xing just shook his head, then turned and left. Bixie is, why is this name so familiar? Although his face was calm, Xing couldn't help but think in his heart. Judging from the situation of Jamuling before, The things that made him feel familiar must not be aimless. There must be a reason for it. After pondering for a while and still not getting a result, Xing had no choice but to put this matter behind him. Well, there will always be a time when we meet. Let's talk about it after tonight. Soon, walking to the front of the rockets, looking at the group of desperados, Xing said slowly, "Leave aside the conflicts between us. If you want to survive tonight, you must do your best." After saying that, Xing turned around and walked ahead. All the members of Team Rocket looked at each other without hesitation and followed Xing's pace without hesitation. On the other side of the forest, another team was also moving forward. In the silent and dark forest, monstrous fighting intent rose from two directions, slowly approaching each other, and all the creatures who sensed all this silently left the advancing routes of the two sides. It seems to be very fast. It seems to be very slow. The two sides stopped at the same time. Xing put a smile on his face, and the faces of the members of the Rockets behind him were cold and fierce. Raising his head and looking straight ahead, Xing's eyes lit up with a faint light. His sight seemed to have penetrated through the barriers of darkness, and he saw the front. Quite different, significantly higher than the Rockets here too. Although the Rockets are strong, after all, they initially invaded the Hoenn region, and their strength is still weaker than that of the Huiyin team. The appearance of Xing is just to reverse the situation as much as possible. I remember a senior, surnamed Liu, seemed to say that if a friend comes from afar, he will be punished no matter how far away. Smiling softly, pairs of scarlet eyes gradually opened in the darkness behind Xing. "Since you're here, don't leave any of them." Xing waved his hand lightly with his scarlet eyes exuding terrifying killing intent, and one figure after another rushed out, rushing towards the members of the Huiyin team in front. And those Team Rocket members also opened up their own battlefields and fought hard. They are not stupid. Even if they have conflicts with Xing, they are their own people. Team Fire Rock is their real-life and death enemy. A handsome middle-aged man stood opposite Xing. It seemed that the opponent should be the leader of the Fire Rock team. Judging from Xing's aura, the opponent also judged that he was the leader of the Rocket team. Ignoring the members who were fighting around, the two engaged in a stalemate. "Man of Team Rocket, why have I never seen you? Any trash deserves to see me. I'm too busy. Sharp-toothed boy, when I catch you, I hope you can still be so stubborn." The last voice fell, and the figures beside the two people flashed out at the same time and started a violent collision with each other, and the aftermath of the battle even affected the surrounding members. The two praying mantises of green and red cooperated quite tacitly. They fought together with an elite master attaché. The moves between the battles were extremely simple, but they killed each other. Vibrava used his own speed to interfere with an elite Crobat, but was almost hit directly by the Crobat several times, and Whirlipede continued to roll out to repel Maitaina, who was attacking Xing. Using gang fights, racial talents, and special means, Xing barely resisted the elite trainer of the Huiyin team in front of him. Time passed quickly in the battle, and Xing and the leader of the Huiyin team were watching the battlefield with frowning eyes. They really didn't expect each other to be so difficult. After a moment of hesitation, the leader of the Huiyin team looked at the fiery monkey next to him and commanded, "Fire Monkey, attack that trainer directly." Unlike Xing, who has psychic, the opponent specially arranges the fiery monkey to guard him in order to protect his own safety, but the battlefield is in a stalemate. It would be best if Xing could be directly resolved. Seeing the other party discharge the fiery monkey, Xing sighed helplessly. He naturally has a lot of Pokemon, but there are only a few who can form combat power and fight. Even for Scyther, who has not changed his fighting habits, he still needs Ditto Transform in his Scizor to assist. Without the slightest hesitation, just as the fiery monkey was about to rush over, Xing directly pressed a Pokeball on his waist. White light overflowed like an ocean, and a Pokemon that looked like a Hellhound appeared on the battlefield. It is the Houndoom borrowed from Oriki Suzu, although it is not his own Pokemon. But Xing naturally has a way to command, with the faint light of moon white shining in his eyes. Xing is linked with Houndoom and a consciousness of all Pokémon, carrying out all-round command. Roar! A huge pillar of fire spurted out, and the people and Pokémon on this road hurriedly dodged. Most of the people and Pokémon accidentally hit were in the state of dying and serious injuries, not far from death. He shook his head and flung the flames from his mouth away. Houndoom's teeth surged with Black's energy, and he ruthlessly bit the fiery monkey in front of him. The figures of green, red, and white-purple are constantly staggering, and the three Pokémon in close combat are constantly fighting, and there are already bloody wounds on their bodies. But they don't stop at all, and the shots of the three Pokémon are getting stronger and stronger. It's ruthless, and it's obviously a situation where there is no end to death. Vibrava has already activated Outrage, attacking the Crobat in front of him with red eyes. Of course, with the help of Yoji, Vibrava still maintains a trace of clarity at this time, knowing to dodge occasionally. Otherwise, it would be impossible to fight against the elite Crobat. Persist until now. Whirlipede can be said to be the easiest to fight. The terrifying speed and huge body of continuous rollout superimposition make it have no pressure to challenge the elite Mytiana. From time to time, 02 can also support other Pokémon. In the forest, there is no need to worry about other people, and all the Pokémon strike without any scruples, wantonly destroying everything that can be destroyed. As time goes by, the battle has not only become weaker, but has become more intense. There is no one in the entire battlefield. Where it was intact, it was full of disintegrated earth and broken trees, as well as the dead bodies of people and Pokémon. Team Rocket's fearlessness even occupied the top for a time, but they couldn't compare with Team Fire Rock in terms of numbers. At this time, they were already at a disadvantage. Some members who knew they had no hope of surviving directly pulled the opponent's Pokémon and trainer funeral. A skyrocketing fire rose in the forest, and terrifying energy fluctuations were continuously released, illuminating the entire forest from time to time. As the fighting intensified, the residents near the edge of Rustboro City were gradually affected and rushed into the city with panicked faces, and many people went to the Alliance to report the incident. At this time, the faces of the Huiyin team leader and Xing also began to change. Their battle lasted for too long. If it continues, the guys from the Alliance will come, and they will be in danger. Accepting Giovanni's assessment for the first time, if he fails like this, it will be difficult for him to be reused in the future. To put it bluntly, the Rustboro City branch here has basically been killed or injured in the previous battles with the Huiyin team. The Rockets had originally planned to replace this place, and it happened that Xing was here, so Giovanni simply arranged for an assessment to test Xing's ability. According to the news sent by Giovanni, this battle just happened between the two organizations to compete for the home court of Rustboro City. But according to the news brought by Xing from the previous life, it should not be so simple. Shaking his head, Xing looked at the battle situation around him. There were not many members of Team Rocket and Team Huiyin left, so what happened before, that Team Huiyin here is going so desperately. This is Xing's core question. The Huiyin team is different from the Rockets team. It is more like a cult organization. The pursuit of Groudon, the god of the earth, is the core of this organization. It should not be so important to the territory, unless the former Rockets took something important from them. Thinking of the key point, Xing turned his head and looked at the space equipment next to the bodies of all Rocket members present. But unexpectedly, Xing saw a Rattata sticking out of the hole and restraining itself those space equipment. Seeing this scene, Xing couldn't help laughing. A high-level Rattata, which has not evolved, is still blue. It's so interesting. Seeing all this, the handsome middle-aged man couldn't help but his face changed slightly, which happened to fall into the eyes of Xing, who turned his head, and the atmosphere in the field instantly became a little strange. I really thought this was a turf war. It's really interesting. Is that Rattata yours? Xing looked at the leader of the Huiyin team, clasped his hands and smiled, but his eyes were focused on the opponent's waist above 5 Pokeballs. Master Tachi Crobat Mytiana, Hot Monkey, plus exactly 5. Who would have thought that the leader of the dignified Huiyin team, an elite trainer, would actually train a Rattata. Haha. Really interesting. As Xing spit out the words word by word, the handsome face of the leader of the Huoyin team gradually showed boiling, killing intent, and a member of the Huoyin team who was far away from the two was looking at the handsome man in surprise. Seeing this scene, Xing could no longer restrain his smile. His scarlet eyes looked at the handsome middle-aged man, full of jokes. At this moment, Xing looked like a devil playing with people's hearts in the eyes of the handsome middle-aged man. "Crobat, do it," the handsome middle-aged man said in a deep voice, and Crobat's figure flashed immediately. But unexpectedly, it was the Fire Rock team member who died, not anyone else or Pokemon. When the Huoyin team member completely lost his vitality, the handsome middle-aged man turned his head to look at Xing. His face was extremely ugly. His eyes were full of killing intent, but then he gave an unexpected order. "Master Itachi, Crobat, Fire Monkey Mytina, come back." Although puzzled, the four Pokemon still took a sudden blow and then immediately left the battlefield and returned to the handsome middle-aged side, vigilant about everything around 587. The handsome middle-aged man seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. Looking at Xing, he said with difficulty, "I can share that resource with you, as long as you and I work together to get rid of everyone here and prevent the news from leaking out." As the other party spoke, although Xing was still calm on the surface, he couldn't help but began to think deeply in his heart. What kind of resources can make the opponent play such a cruel hand and even betray the Huoyin team? However, the resources that are extremely precious for an elite trainer are also precious enough for me. With a flash of thought, Xing quickly commanded, "Everyone, keep fighting, don't be fatal." Hearing the first half of Xing's sentence, the handsome middle-aged man's face was quite ugly, but when he heard the last four words, the handsome middle-aged man smiled and directed the four partners around him. "Fight. You don't need to die, hand." Obviously, although they have given up killing each other, the two still hope to weaken each other as much as possible, and it is best for the other party to be completely disabled. Nodding their heads, all the Pokemon fought together again. Although it seemed to other members of the organization that the attack was still fierce, the two knew that the other party did not make a fatal attack and did not carry out a fatal attack. Time passed slowly. The night became darker. Xing frowned, and on the system's light curtain, white spots of light gradually appeared on the outskirts of the forest. "My lord, it's time for us to retreat. The people of the Alliance have already noticed the situation here." At this time, Bixias, a member who had defected to Xing before, came to Xing's side while clutching his abdominal wound and said with blood spilling from his mouth, "Where are those three people?" Xing asked indifferently as he caressed the dagger at his waist with his left hand. The Rocketeer were basically killed and injured, and only a few survived. Hearing Xing's words, Bixias had indescribable joy on his face even though his body was covered with scars. It was obvious that the situation met his expectations. "There is only one person left, but please retreat, my lord, and we will settle the matter later." Although he hoped that Xing would make a move, Bixia's IQ is not low, and he is still showing his loyalty at this time. With a faint smile on his face, Xing swung a dagger with his backhand and stuck it in Bixia's chest. Then with a light touch, he pushed the confused and desperate Bizonxi to the ground. With the white light flickering in the middle of the eyes, Xing turned around and looked at the handsome middle-aged man on the opposite side and said lightly, "Time is running out. Let's clean it up before the Alliance people come." Taking a deep look at Xing, the handsome middle-aged man didn't expect Xing to be so ruthless at such a young age. He nodded, and the handsome middle-aged man commanded the Pokemon in front of him. "Mytina protects me, and the rest of the Pokemon clean up the battlefield. Still on guard against me, really vigilant enough." Shaking his head, Xing also ordered, "All Pokemon, all go out and clear the people present." Soon, all the Pokemon figures in the battlefield of the two flashed and ran the battlefield around the forest, but they all staggered golden songs into a battle for support. Seeing that there was not a single Pokemon around Xing, the handsome middle-aged eyes gradually boiled with murderous intent and Maitayana was also ready to attack, just waiting for the command to attack. But when the handsome middle-aged man saw Xing's indifferent scarlet eyes, the murderous intent that boiled all over his body quickly cooled down as if being poured by ice water, and Maitayana also slowly retreated to the handsome middle-aged man, wary of possible appearances around him. Accident. Seeing this scene, Xing felt a little helpless in his heart. Sure enough, there are no simple characters who can get into the elite trainer, and the opponent did not take the bait at all. In Xing's plan, Maitayana was captured by Captivate, and he could use teleport to solve the opponent in one fell swoop, but facing an evil Maitayana, his ghost power is not easy to use. In fact, most of the trainers will cultivate a special Pokémon to protect their own safety in addition to the training team, and the evil Pokémon is the best choice, mainly to defend against the two hard-to-defend special types of Ghost Map and Superpower type. The handsome middle-aged man stared at Xing intently. After the confrontation in the first half of the night, although the person in front of him was so young, he was already a cunning guy like a fox in his eyes. It might be just a trap to not have Pokémon around him now. After a while, all the Pokémon returned to their sides covered in blood, and Rattata appeared in front of them. At this moment, the handsome middle-aged man turned his head to look at Xing and smiled. "Come with me." In an instant, the status of the two of them was reversed, and they took off two Pokeballs without a trace and threw them on the ground. Xing walked directly in front. Following Rattata, the figures of the two gradually disappeared into the dark forest, leaving only this piece of fragmented land showing what just happened. Just after the two of them walked away completely, a figure with a dagger stuck in his chest slowly stood up. His head was blooming on his chest and healed his wound with white's brilliance. Bixias pulled out the dagger in pain, stepped forward to pick up the two Pokeballs on the ground according to the information left in his mind, and stumbled into the darkness with injuries all over his body. Not long after, dozens of people rushed here. Some of them were wearing the clothes of investigators with anxious faces, some of them were police officers with serious faces, and some of them were trainers with indifferent faces and different postures. Although gathered together, the three groups of people were vaguely mutually exclusive, forming three small groups. When they saw the scene of corpses strewn across the forest, the expressions of the three groups were completely different. It is necessary to clean up the forces in various places. What do the upper echelons of the Alliance think and actually allow these organizations to hide deep in the Alliance? Team Fire Rock and Team Rocket have been fighting in Rustboro City since before, and a member of Team Fire Rock that Ms. Kenan encountered before was probably also killed by Team Rocket. The top management of the Alliance is really... The people below were whispering, but one of the investigators frowned and walked to a middle-aged man with a firm face and whispered, "Master Duyen, do you want to send some trainers back to Rustboro City now?" The man was Duyen, the owner of the Rustboro gym that Xing had fought with before. Hearing the words of the inspector beside him, Duyen frowned unconsciously. "Stay here and continue to check the situation." Most of these trainers are civilian trainers, and they did not join the Alliance to take up positions, but walk freely. It can be said that in the eyes of the Alliance, this kind of trainer and the Rockets are fighting against each other. There is almost only one identity difference between the members. In order to earn resources and continue to climb the trainer road, these civilian trainers have even more dirty things in their hands than some members of the Dark Organization. Although Duyen is the owner of the Alliance Gymnasium, he was also a commoner trainer before. Because of his outstanding talent and strength, his wife is also the well-known Xing master in the breeder family. It was due to many factors that he won the position of the owner of the Rustboro gym. Although he was upset, Qian Zhaohao was facing Duyen, who was quasi-elite. The investigators still retreated respectfully and commanded everyone present, while Duyen stepped forward to inspect the battlefield. "Why are there so many dig traces?" Duyen frowned just after Solation's inspection. As a rock trainer, he can naturally have a glimpse of foresight for dig skills. In an instant, one after another in the forest let him fall into doubts. In the dark forest, Bixias stumbled and knelt down in front of the big tree, lightly pressed the two Pokeballs on his hand. Amidst the white light, Bixius slowly fainted. Two Pokemon appeared in the darkness and immediately used secret power towards the big tree in front of them. Under the control of wonderful energy, an entrance appeared on the big tree in front of them. With a faint light in his eyes, Bish's figure floated up and was carried into the tree hole by two Vulpix. With the last step, the tree hole was directly closed. Not in a hurry to do anything else. The gleam in the eyes of the two Vulpix continued to grow stronger, and the Pokeballs hidden by Bixius flew out one by one and were collected by the little flames in their tails. Little Icerus raised his little paws and rummaged through the hair on his head. Soon, little Icerus' eyes lit up, and he took out a small glass bottle, which contained a drop of water in the colorful colors of a rainbow like normal. After biting off the cork, little Icerus poured water into Bish's wound, and then sat down next to little Huomiao, letting his sister do his messy hair. In the colorful light, all the wounds on Bixia's body began to heal quickly, and as the injuries healed, Bixius also quickly opened his eyes, took out a dagger from his waist, and carefully observed the surroundings. It wasn't until he saw two Vulpix that Bixius slowly relaxed and groped his body. Sure enough, all the Pokeballs were gone, and the Pokeball in his hand was simply a joke to Pokemon. For Pokemon, the dagger is a toy, and even a young Pokemon like a common creature can hang it up and hit like a toy. Time was running out, and Xing had no time to set up a super bomb on Bixius, so he had to control the amount of ghost power used to 697 to ensure that Bixius could recover from the serious injury of smelling salts, and later fainted again because of the lack of ghost power. Two Vulpix can remove all the armed forces that threaten Bixius at this time, plus the life due specially set up by Adino for everyone. It should be able to cure Bixius. Nodding, the two Vulpix did not continue to pay attention to him. Their eyes lit up with superpower light, and a strange formation gradually took shape in the secret space. Has the super energy coordinates been placed yet? A short smile appeared on Xing's face in the darkness on the other side, and then the hidden worry in his eyes completely dissipated, and his scarlet eyes looked at Bixius, who was leading the way ahead, full of ice. The principle of using teleport is to lock on a position in advance to move, but once the distance exceeds the sensing range of the psychic, it will be invalid. Therefore, a powerful psychic specially developed super coordinates to deal with this situation. Xing, this technique was also used when Caesar was rescued on Trial Island. Suddenly, the two stopped and stood at the entrance of a dark cave. The handsome middle-aged man turned, his head, looked at Xing and smiled, but the smile was full of malice. "Master Rocket, I wonder if you dare to go in?" Glancing at each other coldly, Xing stepped into the cave, while the handsome middle-aged man walked side by side with Dongxing. The light curtain in front of Xing unfolded in an instant, and everything in the cave appeared in front of his eyes. The power of the ghost flowed quickly on his body, and his left hand gently stroked the many Pokeballs around his waist. Just for a moment, Xing's pupils constricted, the power of darkness boiled instantly, and the figure leaped away quickly, appearing in a deeper cave. The handsome middle-aged man immediately turned around and ran out of the cave, standing at the entrance of the cave frowning and listening to the situation in the cave. In his prediction, Xing should be instantly killed by the Pokemon in the cave. Even though Xing showed an unexpected speed just now, he shouldn't be able to persist until now. There is still the sound of fighting inside from time to time. Bang, bang, bang. The fists intersected, and the violent wind blew the dust in the cave. But at this moment, the two closed their eyes tightly and engaged in a frenzied confrontation. Beside the two, Pokemon were lying on the ground, moving with difficulty, trying to come over to help Xing, but they couldn't get up at all. Xing frowned, constantly sensing super energy coordinates, and at the same time looking for opportunities to press the Pokeball on his waist, but unfortunately, the magnetic field in this place was too disordered, and his ghost power was weakened to unable to perceive the extent of super energy coordinates. And the opponent's attack was too fierce. Xing was tired of defense and didn't have the slightest time to press the Pokeball. The power of darkness began to be released, and Xing wanted to perceive the opponent's appearance, but was disturbed by a terrifying energy and couldn't see clearly. As the two continued to confront each other, scars began to appear on Xing's body, and blood overflowed. "Damn guy, are you kidding me?" Feeling that the opponent crushed him in all directions, but he was not in a hurry, as if he was planning to play himself to death little by little. Xing's killing intent reached its peak in an instant. The power of you no longer had the slightest reservation, and burst out. Xing suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the other party, and there were 2 full moons hanging in those scarlet eyes. "You are." This glance seemed to see something that could not be seen directly. Normal. Xing's face was full of disbelief, and even the movement of his figure slowed down for a moment. And because of Xing's mistake, the terrifying punch that was about to hit him on the door stopped at this moment. The strong wind blew Xing's hair, and the figure looked at Xing calmly but proudly. The high-raised, dual-wing beat, a body as black as a night, and Xing's normal scarlet eyes quietly stared at the boy in front of him. The ideal dragon, Zekrom. Unable to restrain his emotions, Xing said the name slowly. Looking at Xing, Zekrom nodded lightly, without saying a word. His figure turned into nothingness and disappeared into the cave, and behind him, the Gengar had already lost its vitality. In the scan of the system, that was an elite. "Why do you want to help me?" Although puzzled, Xing did not stop, threw a Pokeball and took the Gengar in, walked to his Pokemon and took all the children back, and then hid his body. The Gorilla Red's eyes were fixed on the entrance. And the handsome middle-aged man at the door heard that the fighting in the cave had stopped. He stepped on the ground 3 times. A Rattata came out immediately and stuffed a space bracelet into the handsome middle-aged man's hand. After looking at the dozens of space equipment in the space bracelet, the handsome middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction, then walked directly into the cave and shouted towards the extremely dark cave, "Master Gengar, this subordinate has brought the equipment you need. Things." Hearing the handsome middle-aged man's words, Xing's killing intent grew rapidly. But all his Pokemon had lost their fighting power in the hands of Zekrom before, and there was no way to face this guy, surrounded by many Pokemon. Take out a Pokeball to cancel its release effect, press the button, and a Pokemon exuding terrifying power appears in the cave, but it has lost its vitality and only has a powerful body. Seeing the figure of Gengar, the handsome middle-aged man walked forward with a smile on his face, and the Pokemon beside him also followed closely, watching Gengar ahead vigilantly. Xing in the corner had his eyes closed, and his breathing gradually stopped, while Gengar, who was facing away from the handsome middle-aged man, did not have the usual sly smile, with 2 full moons hanging in his eyes, overflowing with a slow, killing intent. Because of the existence of this Gengar in the cave, it is impossible for other Pokemon to survive in it, which is one of the reasons why Xing dared to transfer his consciousness into Gengar's body. "Master Gengar, I brought the things you need. I don't know if it's okay." Passing the space bracelet to Gengar, who is being controlled by Xing at this time, the handsome middle-aged man asked Xing with a flattering smile road. Although he really wanted to kill the handsome middle-aged man directly, Xing couldn't do that. He used only the high-level ghost power to forcibly control the elite-level Gengar's body. His consciousness may be directly assimilated. Ignoring the handsome middle-aged man, Xing quickly read Gengar's memory. His brows gradually wrinkled. This Gengar is not such a simple guy. At birth, he was captured and raised by a big family, but later he was abandoned because of lack of talent. In the family's goo-raising plan, he survived to the end by virtue of his ruthlessness and was retrained. Kill that family. After returning to nature, I found a gathering place of ghost-type Pokemon and obtained a lot of resources through invading the territories of other Pokemon again and again, but was imprisoned by a great existence when breaking through Elite. In the long time afterwards, the handsome middle-aged man broke in by mistake. Gengar planned to kill him, but suddenly he had a special plan and started cooperation with him. The other party collected some things for him, and he wanted to kill him, get rid of the opponent who was brought here. Those elite players from Fire Rock and Rockets were brought here by the handsome middle-aged man and killed by Gengar. That's why the two organizations in Rustboro City are so weak. When Xing came here today, Gengar planned to make a move as usual, but to Gengar's surprise, the moment Xing entered here, he was directly wiped out by a great force. Suddenly, Xing read a terrifying figure in his memory. That figure was like a god, passed through endless time and space, glanced back at Xing from his memory, then turned his head indifferently and walked away, leaving him in shocked Xing among them. Didn't get a glimpse of the whole picture of that god. Xing just felt the stalwart and irresistible feeling of that existence from Gengar's memory. Master Gengar? At this time, the handsome middle-aged man still shouted from a place far away from Gengar, his face full of doubts. Opening his eyes and looking at the handsome middle-aged man, Xing manipulated Gengar's body to reveal the signature sinister smile of the Gengar clan, beckoned to him, then turned and walked deep into the cave. Seeing this scene, the handsome middle-aged man smiled and sent the Pokémon to guard the entrance of the cave. For him, if Gengar wanted to kill him, he would not have to spend any effort. It is impossible for him to compete with an elite-level Gengar. The figure was drifting towards the depths of the cave, but Xing's consciousness began to suffer. Are you reaching the limit? Although in pain, Xing's eyes became more and more smelling salts. Going deeper into the cave, Xing's figure stopped beside a sparkling clear spring. His sinister smile gradually disappeared, turning into boundless indifference. Until the handsome middle-aged man arrived, Xing glanced at him indifferently, and then his consciousness was directly withdrawn from Gengar's body. Under the puzzled eyes of the handsome middle-aged man, Gengar in front of him lost his life in an instant. In the cave in the hidden corner of the room, a teenager suddenly opened his eyes and began to breathe heavily. Taking out a Pokeball from his waist and destroying it directly, the handsome middle-aged man can't be suspicious. If the other party escapes, the risks he does are meaningless. Without too much rest, Xing stood up, pulled out a dagger from his waist, and walked deep into the cave, while the handsome middle-aged man inside was approaching Gengar's body with a puzzled expression, not realizing that he was about to what happened meant something to him. The power of seclusion has long been exhausted. At this moment, Xing's face is pale, breathing is difficult, and there is a surging killing intent in his eyes. If it weren't for Zekrom, he would have died in the hands of Gengar. After all, who would have thought of an elite trainer can actually hook up with an elite Pokemon? In the Pokemon world, even your parents' Pokemon, if you don't have the corresponding command ability and trainer level, don't expect them to listen to your command. It's still not cautious enough. Sighing, the dagger in Xing's hand was gripped more and more tightly. His fingers gradually lost their blood color due to pressure, while the handsome middle-aged man inside was constantly approaching Gengar for testing. Seeking flowers. 10 minutes later, beside the clear spring water, the handsome middle-aged man was holding a Pokeball and was smiling very happily. It contained the corpse of an elite-level Gengar. If exchanged for resources, it would be enough for one or two of his Pokemon to climb the quasi-elite up. It was Gengar's Pokeball that Xing damaged before, and the handsome middle-aged man at this time was able to collect it into the Pokeball. Just when the man was extremely happy, a dagger shining in the light of the spring pierced his heart. Before the man could react, he seemed to feel unsafe. The dagger was pulled out instantly and into the other side of his chest. Clutching his crazily bleeding chest, the man turned his head to look at the man, and what caught his eyes was Xing, who should have died long ago in his eyes. No. Before he finished speaking, the dagger under the blessing of Yoji, it directly shattered his skull, pierced into his brain, and stirred wildly. Zero. Let go of the dagger and let the body fall down, slowly squatting down to pick up the Pokeball and the space bracelet on the ground. Xing staggered towards the spring water, suffocating for a long time before the damage to the body is not small. If it is not left in advance, a few wisps of ghost power protected his body, and he has passed out now. Without the slightest hesitation, Xing stepped directly into the spring water, fully submerged his body, and at the same time pressed the Pokeball on his waist. The white light and the light of the clear spring complemented each other, illuminating the small and dark space. Xing's complexion gradually returned to ruddy in the spring water. His breathing gradually became calm and steady, and the Pokemon around him also gradually recovered their mobility. Although Zekrom was beaten before and lost their combat effectiveness, Zekrom was obviously held back and did not seriously injure them, but just made them lose their combat effectiveness just right, so as to test Xing's combat effectiveness. After soaking, most of the Pokemon tapped the Pokeball on Xing's waist to return to the Pokeball independently, and tapped the other Pokeball at the same time. After all, the spring water was too small to accommodate all of Xing's Pokemon. As time passed, Xing felt a powerful energy rushing towards him in the spring water and frowned slightly. Xing, who had just experienced life and death, was extremely cautious at this moment. Item: Fountain of Purify, activating. Remark: Item: Fountain of Purify, activating. Remark 1. The Purifying Spring of the Hoenn region, 3 Holy Beasts Suicune. All major regions have the existence of the 3 Holy Beasts, not unique to the Kanto region, which has the effects of purifying pollution and healing injuries. Remark 2. The Fountain of Purify that is being activated may have a purify effect on special things such as the mind and soul. Insufficient information to be added. In the previous life, Suicune only had the special effect of purifying water, but in this world, it is obviously not so simple. Suicune's purifying ability is also reflected in many aspects, and the ranking is much higher than that in the previous life animation. Seeing that there was no problem with the system's display, Xing breathed a sigh of relief, allowing that energy to enter and flow in his body. Somewhat beyond Xing's expectation, this energy is extremely pure, constantly filling 343 into his nether power. While expanding his nether power, it is also purifying the purity of his nether world. Smiling lightly, Xing slowly closed his eyes, and the power of darkness on his body actively absorbed the energy coming from all around and began to flow rapidly. Slowly, Xing released the light of moon white, becoming stronger and stronger. Until a certain moment, the light of the moon white stopped the pace of brightening. Maintaining Cal, which can illuminate this small space without being dazzling, exuding a gentle and peaceful atmosphere, just like the real moon normal, shining gently everything in the world. Xing in the light gradually opened his eyes, he broke through, and now he is an elite psychic, silently reaching the realm that other psychics may not be able to reach in a lifetime. Not caring about his own power of you, Xing looked at the phantom in front of him instead and smiled softly. "Thank you, Master Sun." The elegant blue figure with long purple hair and a white ribbon floating beside him nodded slightly, looking at Xing with tenderness in his eyes, and sent a water blue stone to Xing. And when Xing took it, Suicune the figure turned into invisible and dissipated. Before the final battle comes, the gods who made the choice cannot appear in the world. Zekrom has already violated the rules, but in the end it has helped Xing and him. In return, it is normal for him to help Xing of. Suicune encountered someone's battle while walking and was forced to hand over a ray of north wind source to turn into this purify fountain, which was used to cultivate that Gengar. And now he finally got it back. And Xing, who stood behind the 3 dragons of Tao, would not easily offend even that one. But he helped himself, a Pokemon who had no backing. In Legendary, the 3 sacred beasts are the messengers of Ho-Oh, but it is too much to have 3 sacred beasts in each region. So in the guess of an unknown Professor Oak, the 3 sacred beasts are each region the incarnation of nature that exists in every city. It is also mentioned in the information of Xing's previous life that Suicune is the incarnation of a north wind. NTI has the power to manipulate volcano, and Raikou comes with thunder and lightning. So this conjecture is reasonable. It's just that in the Kanto region, Ho-Oh directly transfers the 3 natural powers that have not yet been incarnated to the 3 Pokemon, so that there will be a Ho-Oh guard who obeys his instruct, and the three holy beasts in the other regions not a subordinate of Ho-Oh, but a force of nature incarnate. This conjecture is still derived from the three gods' pillars. In the Pokemon world, there are three gods' pillars dedicated to guarding the world tree, but part of the three gods' pillars were created by Regigigas, so the professor who did not want to be named Oak would make such a bold guess. Of course, conjectures are just conjectures after all. The facts are still unknown and need to be explored. Seeing Suikun's figure disappear, Xing shook his head and looked at the stone in his hand. Item: Stone of the North Wind. Remarks: the gift from Suikun, the condensate of the power of the North Wind, can play the role of purify water source, pollution, soul, etc. Looking at the introduction on the system, Xing's eyes gradually lit up. Although it is not as good as the North Wind origin and legendary, it can be regarded as a solution to a big problem in Pokemon cultivation for him. Recently, the cultivation of Whirlipede has gradually reached a bottleneck. With the poisonous mud I got from Genimang before and the stone in my hand, maybe I can start to cultivate the Whirlipede poison system. Not limited to this, the effect of Purify Mind can be used for Magikarp, Trico, Dano, Gyarados who is always rage, Trico who is difficult to control the killing instinct, and Hydreigon who has a violent personality can all be cultivated with this stone. A Pokemon with power but without a strong mind is not worthy of the word strong. Only Pokemon who can freely control their own power without being affected by power can be called a real next day. Putting away the stones, before the energy in the spring was completely dissipated, Xing hurriedly arranged for his children to soak in one by one. After all, the source of the north wind in this spring has been taken away, and this spring persists. It won't be long. Closing his eyes and feeling the magnetic field of the entire cave, Xing found that it seemed to have completely returned to normal and directly activated the power of the ghost, and outlined a wonderful pattern made of moon-white light in front of him. And in a secret space, two Vulpix who were staring closely at the person in front of them noticed that the pattern beside them shimmered. Their eyes lit up, and they stood up directly, and the two Vulpix disappeared while the white light was shining. Only the bewildered Bisaz was left in the space. In the cave, two Vulpix jumped out of the light diagram in front of Xing's eyes, landed in his arms, and licked his face lightly. They can roughly guess the danger tonight, and they can't compare with it. Before that, it was small in Snow Mountain and Trial Island. Gently stroking the little heads of the two children in her arms, Xing slowly put the two little ones into the clear spring. Little Huomiao didn't use it at first, but as a 5.0 Pokemon with the fire element, she can't even take a bath. It is to use Scald. But when she felt the energy that purifies the soul in the clear spring, Xiao Huomiao's eyes lit up. You must know that her psychic is not as good as her sister Iceris, but she is very unwilling. Hurriedly entering the water, obediently to absorb the psychic in it, the two Vulpix gradually lit up with super light, and Xing did not spare resources at this time. Directly opened the system's scanning function to the limit and continuously scanned the situation of the two Vulpix. When the system showed that the super energy fluctuations of the two Vulpix began to weaken, the ghost power on Xing surged out and surrounded the two Vulpix. Moon white light, blue light, red light, and clear spring light complement each other, illuminating this space. In the dazzling light, the bodies of the two Vulpix slowly flew out of the clear spring and began to float around Xing, while Xing's eyes were closed tightly, and the power of you was constantly merging with the psychic of the two Vulpix. Soon, the three opened their eyes at the same time, and the powerful power surprised the other Pokemon. The two little Vulpix bodies fell into Xing's arms, and the super energy fluctuations on their bodies were quite chaotic, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. While combing the psychic of the two little guys with the power of you, while looking at the scan data of the system, Xing couldn't help laughing. Pokemon, Vulpix. Level 15. Attribute, Fire Department, Superpower. Qualification Evaluation, Purple. Pokemon, Alola Vulpix. Level 17. Attribute, Ice, Superpower. Qualification Evaluation, Deep Purple. In the system scan, the two little Vulpix became two Pokemon that were about to break through the mid-level, and Psychic's talent and level had reached the level recognized by the system as a super Pokemon. It can be said that these two Vulpix are almost unique in the Pokemon world. The other Vulpix may have Psychic, but they will definitely not reach the level of super Pokemon. The two Vulpix are special Pokemon cultivated under the action of Articuno, Suicune, and Nether Power. Even if other people have this kind of resources, it is impossible to get 3 copies. It is impossible to use it on Vulpix, and it will definitely find a quasi-god Pokemon for training. Looking at the qualifications of the two Vulpix on the system, the smile on Xing's face is quite bright. As long as you get a Firestone purified from the Holy Flame on the Evergrande Conference and add the God's Eye Stone, the two Vulpix will definitely be able to complete quests to advance to gold. Putting down the two Vulpix that Psychic had stabilized, Xing began to help the Pokemon in the clear spring to sort out. The red pattern on Whirlipede's body is no longer so bright, but has become deep. Xing thinks that the system doesn't know what to do. On the one hand, Whirlipede's bug-type energy is constantly rising, and even his stature has grown again. Xing, dumbfounded, looked away at the other Pokemon. Money wasted, so let's waste it. At least Whirlipede's foundation can be better. Ditto is purely swimming in it. There is nothing to see, while Scyther and Vibrava are constantly changing temperament because the soul is undergoing transformation at that time. It looks like we can start cultivating Scyther and Vibrava after today. After all, the two Pokemon have reached a certain level before following Xing, and their fighting habits and hearts cannot be completely the same as Xing. Nodding in satisfaction, Xing turned to look at the other Pokemon again. You must know that the detailed scanning function of the system consumes a lot of resources every second, so you must use it quickly. Flash Magikarp and Trico also received great benefits. Magikarp's eyes became more agile, while Trico's aura gradually changed from the previous stiff and uncontrollable to elegant and unpredictable. Dano's Pokemon egg is floating with the current, and the little guy inside is also cheering, while Houndoom is showing an uncomfortable expression while soaking nonstop. Houndoom is a Pokemon with 2 lines of Hellfire. It can be said that it is restrained by this clear spring, but Pokemon of Evil line can be said to be the Pokemon that is most likely to be confused by power among all types. The benefits of this clear spring are self-evident. Even if Houndoom didn't want to soak Xing and would hold him in it. The stronger the Houndoom, the more secure Oriki Suzu will be, and the higher the security of leading the bounty group. The little housekeeper, Audino, is really taking a bath, walking around all the time, handing out life dew from time to time to supplement everyone's physical strength, with a happy smile on her face. For her, to Xing charm and being able to take care of everyone are the 2 happiest things. It's just that the way Xing looked at her became more and more strange. In the system scan, Audino's life do seem to produce a special effect. This is the power of Purify. Finally, after seeing Whirlipede eat the water droplets, Xing understood that the weakening speed of the poisonous energy accelerated, and Audino could add the Purify effect to Life Dew. If this is a magical world, Xing doubts whether Audino has taken the script of the protagonist, can master and learn the power of all departments, and can also simulate the power of gods. Shaking his head with a strange expression, Xing sat cross-legged on the ground, rubbing the center of his brows wearily. Everything tonight really made him extremely tired, and the exhaustion of his brain, body, and energy had reached the limit. Taking a long breath of relief, Xing began to look at the space bracelet and Pokeball that he had taken from the handsome middle-aged man who had not been named until his death. The Pokeball was still containing Gengar's body. After confirming that there was no problem, Xing directly locked the Pokeball and threw it into the space bracelet, and began to check other things in the space bracelet. Time passed slowly, and Xing piled up space equipment one after another: rings, backpacks, bracelets, and even earrings and necklaces, all of which were space equipment. However, there has been no harvest. According to what Xing saw in Gengar's memory, the things should be here. Only then did Fengxiang take out a middle backpack again to check. There was a red jade bead and a Pokemon egg in his hand. Looking at these two things, Xing laughed. System scan. The next moment, the system's light curtain unfolded and rows of data emerged. Item: Zhu Red or Bootleg. Remarks: a country 627 that once worshipped Groudon once forged a pirated version of the Zhu Red orb, which absorbed many Pokemon flames, has a huge fire energy, and has the effect of improving aptitude. And the moment Xing saw the remark, he knew why this orb was a pirated copy. People in this world really don't know much about gods. Although Groudon is covered in red, but as the god of the earth, he only has the ground type, not the fire type, and he can't fly, and he can't fly. Of course, jokes aside, as a divine beast, flying is very simple. But as the god of the earth, walking on land is more in line with his status, and it also has a blessing for combat power. Although this orb is a pirated version, it does not affect Xing's joyful mood. The resources for cultivating Little Iceris can be obtained from the Chris family, but the resources for Little Ember have not yet been obtained, and now it has been resolved. However, Xing forgot that Groudon has a primal reversion posture, and his attribute happens to have a fire attribute. And because of the Articuno ice pool on Shuatian Mountain, Xiao Huomiao's aptitude is slightly less than that of Xiao Iceris. With the help of this orb, it must be able to catch up with the improvement of aptitude. First, raise the qualification of Little Flame to the same level as Little Iceris, and then get the flame to be purified into an evolutionary stone at the Evergrande Conference to ensure that Little Flame can set foot on the gold qualification. Although it is a pirated version, there is no problem in cultivating Little Flame to elite, right? Talking to himself, Xing couldn't help but feel a little distressed. The two little Vulpix are no longer the two common little guys before. If they want to truly convert their potential into strength, they must invest a lot of resources. Xing did not intend to use this orb to purify the firestone used for the evolution of Little Flame. After all, although it has absorbed the flames of many Pokemon, most of them are some common Pokemon. The most powerful of them are the flames of two Pokemon, the flame of a Volcarona, known as the incarnation of the sun, and the flame of a powerful Arcanine, which cannot be compared with the fire of the gods of Moltres among the three god birds. For fire-type Pokemon, flame is a very special weapon, and it is extremely important to master the special flame. Xing's original idea was to use the flame evolution of Moltres so that Little Flames could try to learn that flame as a weapon. But now that he has this orb, Xing can learn from it how to integrate and develop flames, and develop a special flame unique to Little Flame. After all, the wisdom of the ancients should not be underestimated. During the system scan, the Volcarona and the orb received the sun fire inherited from the elders of the clan, while the Arcanine has a powerful dragon bloodline, and created a dragon flame with the help of the trainer. Both flames are very instructive. Putting away the orb, Xing began to check the Pokemon egg. When he saw the scanning result of the system, he couldn't help but fell into shock. Quasi-God Pokemon. Duolong Messia? The knowledge read from Gengar's memory before is that Gengar ordered the handsome middle-aged man to find him a Pokemon, the only quasi-God Pokemon in the Ghost family that is still a Pokemon egg, so that he can transfer all his consciousness into the Pokemon egg of this Pokemon, so as to realize the plan of the Golden Cicada to escape from the shell and escape from imprison. As for the handsome middle-aged man, he can get a quasi-God Pokemon egg destined to set foot on the elite level, as well as the remains of an elite-level Pokemon, and in his eyes, it is the genuine Vermilion Orb. Why should he be in the fire? The Rock team struggled to go up, but the problem is that he was defeated by the Rockets in a large-scale battle before, and the space equipment was also lost. He managed to lure the opponent here to kill him, but he didn't get what he wanted. Without the slightest scruple, he wanted to kill all the people from the two organizations. More than a dozen assassinations were directly launched to provoke the war. In the constant battles, the conflict between the two organizations gradually escalated. Alliance was happy that the two organizations would kill each other, so they just sent investigators and asked Trainer to maintain stability. The same is true for the battle between Kenan and Fire Rock Team that Xing encountered in the city before. Tonight, the handsome middle-aged man broke his face and fought in the forest, which was beyond the Alliance's expectations. He didn't expect that it was just a personal battle before, but it suddenly turned into a large-scale fight in one night. During the long thinking, clues gradually connected in Xing's mind, and everything gradually became clear. Only some details were still unclear. Shaking his head, Xing dispelled the redundant thoughts, looked at the Pokemon egg in his hand and smiled. His ghost power, as a variant of Psychic, has an extraordinary effect on cultivating Supertype and Ghost-type Pokemon, from which the too small it can be seen that Vulpix has developed a superpower system. Now that I got my first Ghost-type Pokemon, I don't know what effect it will have, and I'm not in a hurry to input the power of ghosts. Xing called up the system panel. Display the information of Book of Ghosts. Book of Ghosts is the book written by Xing's mother that Agatha gave to Xing on the ship. What he is best at is cultivating Ghost-type Pokemon. Looking at the cultivation information of Pokemon, Xing showed a joyful smile on his face and went straight to the cultivation method of the quasi-elite level. Even the places and methods of obtaining some rare resources are recorded. The most important point is that here is the way to improve Gengar's qualifications. To improve your qualifications, Xing has no way to improve your qualifications so far except for the system incubation function, the evolution stone of divine power, pirated orbs, and super awakening. And the difficulty of these methods, in addition to pirated orbs, let alone normal trainers, even Steven, Dew, Cynthia, the children of big families, future champions, are impossible to use. Whether it is hatching or the evolution stone of the gods, you need to use the system. Only the power of the ghost has this special effect in super awakening. It is estimated that Xing is the only one in the entire Pokemon world. And it also needs Pokemon itself to have a strong enough super talent. Just like Houndoom, a Pokemon with extremely powerful evil energy, Xing has been developing him for a year without sleep, and it is difficult to awaken Psychic. Get super-powered Pokemon. Good. In the early morning of the next day, several red lights shot out from the cave. The exhausted Pokemon who guarded the cave all night were unable to dodge and were directly put into the Pokeball. A figure slowly walked out of the darkness and picked up several Pokemon on the ground. Ball chuckled and directly locked Pokeball, and then put into the space bracelet. Bathed in the gentle sunshine, Xing slowly stretched his waist. The sunshine under the near-death was quite beautiful to him. After a while in the sun, Xing's eyes shimmered, as if he was sensing what. Soon he took steps towards 10 directions. Half an hour later, Xing stood in front of a big tree, gently pressed the Pokeball on his waist, and, amidst 2 flashes of white light, Vulpix appeared in front of the big tree, with mysterious energy surging from his body. A huge passage appeared on the big tree. Looking at the tree hole, Xing didn't move at all. A minute later, a figure came out tentatively, making an extremely cautious defensive posture. It was by Zhao Maheo, Xiaxi, who had taken refuge in Xing before. When he saw Xing, Xiaxi immediately put away, putting the dagger in his hand, kneeling on the ground respectfully. "My lord, I don't know those 3. Dead." Glancing at Bixias indifferently, Xing gathered the power of darkness in his hands and gradually built a dawn ball with wonderful tracks and patterns in it. No nonsense. Xing directly pressed the dawn ball on the ground. On the forehead of Bixias, he planted a super bomb in his trembling body. The moment Xing's hand fell, Bixias almost thought that Xing was planning to kill him. After all, he saw the opponent's 2 Vulpix and Ugili, and had already guessed that the opponent might have another identity. In order to cover his identity, Xing is likely to kill the killer. Withdrawing his hand and looking at Bixias, who was covered in cold sweat because of astonish, Xing threw down a communicator and a few Pokeballs and said lightly, "Do what you should do, and then you will. Arrangements for you." Picking up the Pokeball and the communicator on the ground, Bixias knelt down, then stood up and left the place quickly. After all, Qi Xing's previous actions really frightened him, especially the moment the dagger was inserted into his heart last night. For a moment, Bixias really thought he was going to die. Looking at the back of Bixias, Qi Xing nodded. He really couldn't think of the use of this guy. It's better to arrange his natural development, and he will always come to a step where he can play a role. A dark chess game fell in the team. I have myself among the Alliance, Oriki Suzu among the Bounty Hunters, and Bisaz among the Rockets. Slowly develop, and one day no one can do anything to me. Just as Qi Xing was thinking, a reminder came from the communicator. The sound interrupted his thoughts. Good job. Sender. R. Frowning, Qi Xing put away the communicator. The only one who can use R as a name is undoubtedly Giovanni, who has obviously obtained information here. But unexpectedly, Giovanni is very interested in his own opinion. Whether he used a base as an assessment task or paid attention to this matter personally, Qi Xing felt that something was wrong. 810. What kind of person is Giovanni in this world? Walking in the forest, Qi Xing frowned and thought about it. Giovanni's character has several versions in his previous life, although people in this world cannot be exactly the same as the template, but there are still some references. After thinking for a while, Qi Xing still couldn't come to a conclusion, shook his head and put his thoughts behind him. His body shape kept changing, and finally when he passed a big tree, a man with ice blue hair, a stern face, and blue eyes, the handsome eyes rarely appear in the forest minister. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes, and his figure flickered. Qi Xing, who was pretending to be an alliance, disappeared directly into the forest. In a remote alley in Rustboro City, Qi Xing's figure emerged. After tidying up his clothes, Qi Xing turned and walked out of the alley, wearing a disguise and walking in broad daylight. I heard that Team Fire Rock and Team Rocket fought in the forest yesterday. I heard from a master trainer that the scene was quite bloody. Except for a few Pokemon, everyone died. It seems that 2 people were caught alive. I heard that they are the leaders of the base of the 2 organizations. Listening to the discussion on the street, Qi Xing's face was calm, but he was still relieved. One of the leaders of the 2 bases is dead, and the other is right in front of you. Alliance's move is just to calm people's hearts. After all, they only run away after fighting Alliance in the past. If this kind of thing is said, where does Alliance's dignity lie? There is no shortage of talented and ambitious people in Alliance, but most of them are suppressed by the children of those big families and cannot get real rights, while those who occupy high positions are thinking about how to maintain their family status every day. Ridiculous bureaucracy. With a disdainful sneer, Qi Xing quickened his pace and rushed towards the Rustboro gym. Now that Rustboro City is under martial law, his best choice now is to stay in the Rustboro gym with Master Xing and learn knowledge while preventing Alliance's questioning. Not long after, Qi Xing's figure appeared in a library, followed by a Jenny holding Growlithe, holding books from the bookshelf. Master Xing was conducting a research project these 2 days, so he laid down a book for Qi Xing. Jenny Ming is temporarily in charge of systemic basic matters. This library is the library of Master Xing. Last Resort has books that Master Xing has obtained from all over the world, various precious historical materials, Pokemon research, and other valuable materials. Xiaobai, that book, and that book. Slow down, sister. I already have enough books. Well, fine. Reluctantly putting a thick stack of books in his hand on the ground, Qi Xing moved his tingling wrist. Although the power of Yoji is strong, it cannot be said to be used anytime and anywhere, and it will affect normal exercise. Lifting the mirror frame, Jenny Ming put Growlithe down, picked up half of the books, wobbled softly, and said to Qi Xing, "Xiaobai, I'll help you." As she spoke, the books in Jenny's hands were still in a mess, shaking. Normal seems to collapse at any moment. Couldn't help rubbing Jenny Ming's little head. Qi Xing took most of the books and walked to the desk beside him. Last night, he was nervous and fighting wits with others, but now that such a cute little guy like Jenny Ming is beside him, let him relax a lot. Sitting next to the desk, Jenny also opened a stool and sat on it, opened a book, looked at Qi Xing solemnly, and said, "Xiaobai, I'll give you a makeup lesson next." With black-rimmed glasses and a white robe, it's really then feel like a teacher. Nodding his head, Xing began to learn systematic knowledge with Ming through question and answer. I said before that Xing has no problem with the amount of knowledge, but Xing's way of learning and thinking it is equivalent to Yuluzi. After all, there is a huge gap between the previous life and the education system of this world. Time passed slowly. The sun slanted in from the Cetopolis window, shining warmly on the books and the two people in the house. Fine floating dust drifted in the sun. Everything is like new and real. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Jenny dreamed lying on the table and sleeping very sweetly. The little Grolive lay in Xing's arms and hugged Jan. After all, this little guy was only half a month old. The energy in his body may have already fallen asleep. Little Grolive is still young. She only knows that it feels very comfortable in Xing's arms, but she doesn't know that it is the effect of the ghost force. And Xing smiled and flipped through the books in his hands. This kind of warm and peaceful life is really comfortable. Most of the books here are very precious, and more records in the system database will be very beneficial to his future development. It can not only enrich his own knowledge, but also help develop a training plan for Pokemon. Finally, little Grolive slapped a long yawn, turned around and got up and licked Xing's chin, then lay down and fell into a deep sleep. After all, he was a Pokemon baby who preferred rest, as did the two Vulpix and Audino back then. Flipping through the books, Xing's face was sometimes puzzled and sometimes suddenly realized. While solving one problem after another, new problems appeared one after another. When he saw a certain page, Xing's eyes became serious. The molters that bring spring, the conference torch conjecture. After whispering the name, Xing fell into doubt. Among the legendaries of the major regions, except for the special molters of the Galar region, wherever molters appear, spring will enter the spring before other regions, even in Snow City, which is shrouded in ice and snow. Combined with the previous speculation about the 3 sacred beasts, the 3 sacred birds may also be the incarnation of natural energy, and molters is the divine beast that symbolizes the spring sun. Presented by a certain Professor Oak who asked not to be named. Flipping through the book, Xing's face gradually became strange. Why did he feel that Moltres was so similar to the 3-legged golden crow in the legendary of the previous life, both of which are gods in charge of the spring of new life and flames? They are all birds. The similarity is too high. Perhaps the Pokemon world is in a sense a different space-time counterpart of that world. Arceus is the god of creation. The major stone slabs are actually the jade discs of good fortune, and the super gods and beasts are those saints. Shaking his head to dispel Zhong Er's thoughts in his mind, Yixing took out his notebook to record and think. If the unnamed Professor Oak is correct, the flame at the Evergrande Conference should not have the same effect as he envisioned. In Xing's thinking, based on limited data, the role of the torch should be both lethal and durable, with equal emphasis on adhesion. This is also his road plan for the future of the small flame. But if you follow the conjecture in the book, you may get the effect of increasing ability similar to Ice Stone, and the high probability is Sunshine ability. Writing each handwriting in the notebook, Xing's emphasis on knowledge has deepened a lot. If there is no knowledge in this area, even if you get the Een Holy Fire to purify the Evolutionary Stone, the little flame at that time will already be on the wrong path, and it will take too much time to cultivate. The importance of knowledge. At this moment, Xing once again felt the gap between ordinary trainers and those with backgrounds. Even if he got Quasi-God, there is not enough knowledge. It is only a waste of the Quasi-God's talent on the wrong path. Putting the notebook aside, Xing began to select books about legendary from a large pile of books and began to read carefully, especially focusing on the mythical beasts like the 3 god birds. The more he read, the more confused Xing became, and he asked questions one after another. Out. Southland, the birthplace of spring in legendary. Snow Country, the last stop of spring in legendary. The legendary of Moltres is much more legendary than the other 2 divine birds, especially these two wonderful kingdoms that have no history or traces except legendary. There is a legendary among the folks that tells the story of the Fire Crow and the two kingdoms. According to legend, Moltres was born in the Southern Kingdom and was brought up by the king. Go to the snow country and use the last strength of life to bring a piece of spring sunshine to the country that is shrouded in heavy snow all the year round. It's a very wonderful legendary, but all the researchers in the entire Pokemon world think it's just a story. How could Moltres die? That's a beast whose life can't come to an end, and there are no traces of those two countries except legendary. Closing the last book in his hand, Xing picked up the water glass and took a big sip, then leaned tiredly on the chair behind him. Unknowingly, he put a lot of energy into these legendaries, obviously so absurd and uninhibited, but he has a wonderful sense of reality. This world is truly amazing. Sighing, Xing gently hugged Growlithe and quietly walked out of the room. The setting sun has come outside, and soaring in the sky has become a gold canvas, rendering the red sunset glow. After quietly admiring the sunset for a while, Xing walked towards the gymnasium in the front yard. After reading for a day, he is really hungry now. Psychic people also need to eat, and June Shamming also needs to eat. For dinner. On the other side, a pretty girl was thinking with her arms folded while heading to the restaurant. Why does the new junior brother who is fighting with Dad always feel so familiar? Strange. The girl was exactly Kenan, who passed by Xing when she returned to the gym that day. Watching Xing's battle video, the girl's intuition played a role, and she had a wonderful sense of familiarity with Xing's disguise by ruashing. It's just that last night Xing received the task information from Giovanni and left in time, otherwise I don't know what will happen, but now the two are about to meet each other again, and Kenan is about to meet the star. Zero, asking for flowers. In the front yard of the gymnasium, Xing was in a stalemate with Aunt Dot's eye. What you ordered? Can you get that Macamp to bring me food? Cannot. Then can you keep your hands from shaking? Cannot. I Tim. Looking at all the vegetarian dishes on the dinner plate, Xing felt the deep malice from the world at this moment. Why does the aunt who serves food in the cafeteria in any world shake her hands? Is this a secret? It's fine if you shake your hands, but forcibly shaking your 4 meat dishes into 4 vegetarian dishes is really a leader in the world of handshaking. Taking the plate with a head full of black lines, Xing reluctantly took out a strip, braised pork, sweet and sour pork ribs, sushi. Listening to Xing's words, the aunt frowned and asked, "You give Jenny a dream called taxi." Zero. Seeing Xing nodding, Aunt directly handed the half-packed lunchbox to Macamp, took out the lunchbox with the Growlithe pattern from a safe behind her, and started cooking. With Xing's strange expression on his face, he slowly slapped a box of meat and handed it to Xing, and at the same time said vigilantly, "Don't steal it. This is for Xiaoming." Taking the lunchbox with a head full of black lines, Xing didn't want to stay in this strange place for another second, turned around and left the restaurant directly, passing by the pensive Kenan on the way. After passing by Xing, Kenan was still immersed in his thoughts and walked towards the restaurant. Just when Kenan gradually frowned, a voice interrupted her thinking. "Xiao Wan, you are here." Turning his head to look at the cafeteria aunt who was waving, Kenan temporarily put down his thoughts and walked over, looked at her, and asked, "Aunt Moo, did you cook for a man with blue and white hair just now?" "Blue-white? Oh, you should be talking about that young man. He looks like White's hair. He cooks for Xiaoming." "What's wrong?" While taking out a lunchbox with a nose-pass pattern on it, the aunt said, "He's my new brother. Has he come back yet?" Kenan's eyes lit up when he heard what the aunt said, because he went to the Pokemon Academy in the morning and only came back now, but he didn't expect that Xing had already come to the gym. In the library, Jenny Ming was happily eating braised pork. She glanced at Xing's lunchbox and asked, "Xiao Bai, don't you like meat?" The big eyes were full of doubts, and she looked quite cute. It's just that Xing choked a little at the question. "Eat obediently, don't talk." Rubbing Jenny Ming's little head viciously, Xing bit the potato in his mouth and couldn't help but feel a little helpless. But to be honest, the potato tastes good, the taste is crisp, Quite tasty, the gravy is full, and it doesn't seem to be worse than meat. Without speaking again, Jenny Ming obediently ate the food in the lunchbox, showing a happy expression. Looking at Jenny Ming in front of her, Xing couldn't help but burst out laughing. In this world, there is darkness and evil, but there is also light and beauty, and it is because of this that it is so real, isn't it? Always let him come over from the confusion of smelling salts. Dragon of ideals, Zekrom, did you show up to tell me something? Chewing the delicacy in his mouth, Xing became a little confused. The figure of Zekrom seemed to appear in front of his eyes, and the eyes staring deeply at him seemed to be telling something. Bang, bang. Suddenly, a knock sounded on the door, interrupting Xing's thinking. Withdrawing his thoughts of falling into a wonderful place, Xing said lightly, "Please come in." A petite figure pushed open the door and cast its gaze on Xing, sizing him up nonstop with an obvious sense of probing. The girl is Kenan, and she is still too immature at this time. If a trainer with a violent personality is scrutinized by her like this, I am afraid that she will do it immediately. There is a famous saying in the Pokemon world, when the eyes meet, there is a battle. This statement is well known to everyone, and many rookie trainers also like this statement, but in the eyes of those trainers who have experienced it for a long time, this statement has another interpretation. Because of the danger and uncertainty of field travel, too much eye contact and exploration with other trainers will be regarded as taunts, which may lead to direct war between the two sides. Xiaoan, you are here. Senior sister, is this the new junior brother? Jenny's dreamy eyes lit up. She ran over to hold Kenan's hand, pointed at Xing, and wanted to say something, but was asked by Kenan first. And when she heard Kenan's familiar voice, Xing, who was puzzled, suddenly remembered where it was met each other. Kenan, ship girl, future Rustboro gym master. The three figures gradually merged into one, and Xing's impression of the girl became completely clear. But at this moment, Xing couldn't help but feel a little headache. If he had known that he would not need a false identity on the ship, it would be nothing if he wasn't discovered. Just find a reason to explain it. Anyway, when traveling abroad, it is very common to use false identities to protect your own safety. With a flash of thought, Xing stood up and walked over to Kenan, stretching out his hand and said, "You are teacher's daughter Kenan, right? I am teacher's new disciple. Hello." Putting away the doubts in his heart, Kenan smiled and held Xing's hand. Although he was still immature, the demeanor of the future museum owner had gradually emerged. As soon as the two touched each other, Kenan temporarily put away his doubts and said softly, "Hello, senior brother. You can just call me junior sister." Although his behavior seems to be polite, Kenan at this time is only a 13 or 14-year-old girl, much younger than Xing at this time, and still a bit immature in many aspects. After the two finished asking, Jenny Ming immediately pulled Du Wan aside and whispered something. Looking at the two girls who were chatting and casting strange glances from time to time, Xing was a little helpless and concentrated on eating after sitting down. As the sky was getting darker, the two girls chatted more and more happily, while Xing had already finished his meal and was completely immersed in a book, reading and learning the knowledge in it intoxicatingly. In the folk legendary, the ghost Pokemon is a Pokemon transformed from the soul of a human being after death. But this statement is only half correct according to research, because the strength of the human soul is too far behind that of Pokemon, so it cannot be transformed at all. Become ghost Pokemon. However, some psychic people can transform into ghost-type Pokemon because of their strong mental power, but they will lose all the memories belonging to humans. But most of the ghost-type Pokemon are transformed from the soul of the Pokemon after death. Of course, there are also Pokemon born from eggs born by parents. Posted by Professor Oak at Baytown. Constantly flipping through the pages, Xing gradually became suspicious. The spirit world mentioned in the book had also appeared in games and anime in the previous life, but the space is too small and there is no detailed information at all. What kind of world is there? Perhaps this is one of the reasons why ghost-type Pokemon eggs are so rare. Most ghost-type Pokemon are almost transformed. The Pokemon egg of Dormitia in my hand can be called the most difficult Pokemon egg among quasi-gods. Up. Woof woof. At this time, little Growlithe also woke up and instinctively walked towards Xing with small feet, softly saying charm. Seeing this scene, Kenan looked at Jenny Meng in surprise. Senior sister Growlithe likes senior brother so much? Although the Growlithe in this world is very similar to a puppy, except for her own trainer, she rarely gets close to others. Even Kenan, the owner's good friend, Growlithe is not close, so she is so surprised at this time. Oh, Xiaobai has a special attraction. In an instant, Kenan's mood became complicated. The young man on the ship attracted her with his special attractiveness. It was not love or liking, but it was the first time in her life that the young girl met her. A person of the opposite S*X has a good impression, which is why it is so impressive. 5.8. Without waiting for Kenan to think deeply, Jenny Meng said again, but it seems that it only has an effect on Growlithe, and Grimer can't feel it. Taking a complicated look at Jenny's dream, Kenan said that he was tired and didn't want to talk. This senior sister always talks half-spoken. What a tinking in the world. At this moment, Xing still doesn't know what happened just now, and he is smoothing Growlithe's hair while reading the book in his hand. He wants to find information about the spirit world. After all, according to the comparison, the spirit world is the hell of this world. Maybe he can find the souls of his 2 family members in it. Although the probability is almost unbelievably low, it is worth a try. It is always a way to save those 2 in my family. Design a small plot for the subsequent expansion of the spirit world copy and the cultivation of ghost-type Pokemon. The sky was getting darker. Kenan had already left. Jenny dreamed lying on the sofa beside her, hugging little Growlithe, and fell asleep, while Xing was frowning and kept flipping through the books, page after page, book after book, a book that had been kept for hours. Time passed slowly, and Xing still didn't stop until the moon reached the highest point in the night sky, and Xing put down the last book in his hand. Covering his dizzy forehead, the power of ghosts slowly circulated to get rid of the feeling of drowsiness. He searched all the books about the spiritual world in the library, but there was no way to go to the spiritual world. There are many Pokemon that can travel to the spirit world, such as Dusknoir, Chandelure, etc., but humans have no way to set foot on the gate they use. If human beings walk into that door, they will only usher in death. This is a conclusion based on the corpses of countless dead trainers. Countless trainers used to walk in, but the corpse 02 would be thrown out the next moment, without any scars, and the corpse was intact. However, after Alliance's research, all the trainers' life energy has been drained, which is similar to Xing's previous life's underworld setting, and only ghost-type Pokemon, which are similar to souls, can set foot. If this is the case, I might be able to assist the power of the ghost and the power of Gengar. Suddenly, Xing's eyes lit up, and he took out a Pokeball in his hand. With the power of Assist Dusknoir, I can transfer my consciousness into this elite-level Gengar. There's a powerful force to ensure my safety, and the power of Assist Dusknoir can step into the spirit world. As long as my ghost power is steadily increasing, ensuring that my consciousness will not be assimilated by Gengar's power, and then finding a way to protect my body from suffocation, maybe I could try to enter the spirit world. After writing the last stroke in the notebook, Xing closed the notebook with satisfaction. The physical body can't set foot in the spirit world, so just borrow this Gengar's body. You only need to solve some details, and you should be able to enter the spirit world. No matter what the result is, this is a direction to try after all. Finally found a way. Xing rubbed the Pokeball in his hand. A smile appeared on Xing's face. Feeling calmed down gradually, Xing took out 2 space bracelets, one black and one white, rubbed them lightly for a while, then put Gengar's Pokeball in it carefully, and then put the 2 bracelets away, carefully stand up. Although he really wants to catch a Dusknoir and step into the spirit world right now, but he is not alone anymore. For the sake of his own Pokemon, he can't take risks so easily. In addition to this Gengar's body, I still need to continue looking for some ghost-type Pokemon to cultivate, so that I will be safe after stepping into the spirit world. Do along, frostless, and find another Gengar. Taking out his notebook to create a new plan, Xing put away the smile on his face and wrote very seriously. Just the moment he wrote, Xing thought of someone, and he hesitated. Agatha Elite, can you trust me? Although Agatha is only an elite at the level of the Kanto region, any Elite Four or any other region has enough strength to be the champion, not to mention the most powerful Agatha among them. Between the changes in his face, Xing rejected the plan to find Agatha. He couldn't take any risks. Setting foot in the spirit world is a very dangerous thing, and there shouldn't be too many risks. Shaking his head and writing down the crazy plans in the eyes of other trainers, Xing's mind became more and more smelling salts. It was not until an hour later that he slowly put down the pen in his hand, got up, and walked out of the house slowly. At this moment, a certain figure on the moon seems to have noticed something and happily blended a touch of magical power into the moonlight, throwing it into the ground. Looking at the incomparably bright moon in the sky, Xing's eyes gradually turned back to scarlet at this moment, exuding shocking madness and depression, which looked strange and inexplicable. The knuckles holding the note kept exerting force, as if the notes melted into the normal meat. The Yoji power on his body seemed to be aware of Xing's weird contest condition at this moment, and spontaneously began to circulate, and an invisible breeze also began to swim in Xing's body. Under the action of the two forces, Xing's hands gradually relaxed, and his eyes were covered by blue to restore calm and tranquility. What? Withdrawing his gaze from staring at the moon, Xing solemnly looked at the extremely deep fingerprints on the note in his hand. His mind almost lost control just now, but it seems that his mental power has greatly increased. He only needs to be exercised. The power of 667 will grow again. Withdrawing his thoughts for a while, Xing turned and walked into the house, while a certain figure on the moon quietly looked towards the earth, as if seeing something, patted his small chest with bat wings, and let out a long sigh of relief, like a well-intentioned child who did something wrong. After looking at the earth for a while, the figure turned around and started playing on the moon like a child who is lonely but not lonely, and he can play very happily by himself. Back in the house, I helped Giovanni tuck the corner of the quilt, picked up a tissue, and wiped the drool left by little Growlithe. Xing turned around and walked back to the bookshelf to continue taking out books. He didn't have much time in Rustboro City, so he had to do it as soon as possible. All books must be recorded. As the night deepened, the young man continued to swim in the ocean of knowledge without stopping at all. In the early morning of the next day, Xing was still reading books, while the three little guys were sleeping ugly, lying on Xing's body in all directions. Rubbing her eyes, Jenny got up slowly. Giovanni slept quite well, and her clothes were neat and tidy, but they were slightly wrinkled after being pressed for too long. Sitting dazedly next to Xing, Giovanni hugged Ditto Transform's little Eevee directly, buried her face in the dazed little Eevee's belly, and kept rubbing it, making ******************************************************************************************************************************************่*****่***่::::::h Jenny dreamed to hand back the little Eevee with my defiled expression back into Xing's arms, and ran out of the room with her hands on her hips to bask in the sun. Pointing at Eevee's loveless little face, Xing smiled helplessly as he looked at Giovanni outside the house. The two little Vulpix smiled and patted Eevee with their small paws to express comfort. After all three of them were ravaged by Jenny's dream, but Ditto Transform's little Eevee was the cutest, so he was also the worst. Ignoring the two Vulpix who were gloating, little Eevee rolled his eyes and turned around to nestle in Xing's arms. Picking up the two little Vulpix and rubbing their cheeks, Xing started to give them a new hairstyle, trying to fully reflect the cuteness of the two little Vulpix. Tired, but my own children, of course, have to be loved. After flirting with each other, the two little guys lightly touched the Pokeball on Xing's waist with their small noses. A few white lights flashed, and several Pokemon appeared in the room. Shaking his head helplessly, Xing took out Dano's Pokemon egg and handed it to the two little guys. "Take good care of my sister." As he said that, a force of ghost flowed from Xing's hand to the Pokemon egg. You two, watch out for my sisters. If my sister does something bad, come back and tell me. Xing glanced at the two little Vulpix with cute expressions and told Dano through the power of the ghost, and the little guy inside immediately nodded obediently. Hurrying to take the Pokemon egg, the two little Vulpix ran out immediately, playing and roughing in the yard, while Audino and Trico quietly stood beside Xing and accompanied him silently. After watching Xing for a while, Audino patted his head, climbed onto the stool next to him, and patted Xing's shoulder with his small hand. Okay, wait a minute. After rubbing Audino's little head, Xing turned around and handed the bag to Audino. The next moment, Xing felt a pair of soft little hands on his shoulders, which was quite comfortable. Looking at Xing, who looked relaxed under Audino's massage, Trico became thoughtful. After thinking for a while, Trico walked up to Audino and yelled twice. He was stunned for a moment, and Audino jumped off the stool to give up his seat. Nodding his head, Trico jumped up under Audino's envious eyes and jumped onto the stool, placing his little hand on Xing's shoulder. Feeling Trico's hand, Xing nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Crackling. A crisp sound of broken bones resounded throughout the room, and Xing immediately left bead-sized beads of sweat on his forehead, and the power of the ghost was running crazily to eliminate the pain and healed the broken bones. Looking at Xing in panic, Trico was at a loss. Although Audino was also a little panicked, he immediately reacted and handed out a life dew containing rich life energy stars to Xing's mouth. Audino clasped his palms together, and water droplets appeared in the air, gradually condensing into a water ring surrounding Xing. Watching this scene, anxiously, Trico's body lit up with a faint green light and slowly condensed into 2 seeds. Stunned for a moment, Trico directly stuffed one seed into Xing's mouth and put the other seed into himself body. Soon, streams of life energy rushed from Trico's body to the seed, and then turned out to Xing's mouth. Under the several streams of energy, Xing's injury quickly recovered, while Audino and Trico looked at him worriedly. Rubbing the heads of the two little guys who looked at him worriedly, Xing was not angry. Trico's original intention is very good, but she is a bit scary with her dragon blood, and in her previous life, Trico fought against the mighty power of nature and Pokemon, so she has no awareness of the fragility of human beings. But it was a blessing in disguise. Leech Seed, the skill that the Trico family can only acquire through inheritance, was actually able to learn under such circumstances. It is quite lucky. The skills of Leech Seed and Absorb are quite similar. They both absorb life energy from rival to supplement their own physical strength. But Leech Seed can last for a long time, Absorb is one time, but they are all grass-type skills, and it is quite reasonable to learn Trico. If you learn Mega Drain after evolution and design a set of skills yourself, Sceptile's battery life may rank first among all Xing's Pokemon. With super endurance, great strength brought by dragon blood, and terrifying speed brought by light armor ability, Trico was born to be a swordsman. Putting away the power of darkness, Xing cast his eyes on Trico and said seriously, "Are you ready? And you will start exercising later." Hearing Xing's words, Trico nodded earnestly. During this time, after Xing's breeder, her foundation has been solid again. Among Xing's Pokemon, Trico, who has just joined the team, may quickly surpass other Pokemon. He has a calm personality, disdains to hide arrogance, and is cold-blooded and cruel when dealing with enemies. And among all the Pokemon in Xing, Trico now has the highest probability of breaking through to Elite, because breaking through to Elite is not a simple level improvement. It needs to break the racial restrictions or complete some difficult things. Trico's path has already been prepared, and as long as she defeats her father, she can definitely break through to Elite. The 5 quasi-executives who broke through to the Elite level on Trial Island were so vulnerable to Agatha because they were just forced to break through with the power of Assist Lugia, and they couldn't control that powerful power. After rubbing Trico and Audino's heads, Xing stepped out of the room without looking at the sun in the sky. The experience of last night made him a little sensitive to the stars in the sky. The two little Vulpix were playing in the yard, and the two Vulpix were following the two Vulpix with lazy steps, and the perfunctory EV called twice from time to time. Xiao Bai, open your mouth. When Xing was in a daze, a crisp voice sounded, and Xing opened his mouth instinctively, and a crystal-like object was stuffed into his mouth. And before he could spit it out, a sound came from the tip of his tongue. It feels sour and sweet. It is a sugar. With the sugar in his mouth, Xing raised his eyes to look at Meng. Under the sun, the girl's eyebrows and eyes were curved, and there was a cute smile on the corner of her mouth, and her cheeks on both sides were puffed up. It was obvious that the girl ate too at the same time. Sugar. Poke Meng's puffed cheek, seeing the girl's cute appearance, and feeling the sweet and sour taste of the slowly melting candy in her mouth. Xing couldn't help laughing. After rubbing Meng's head, Xing walked into the garden and picked up a few little guys. The arms were quite crowded, and the little guys kept struggling. The last two Vulpix jumped onto the shoulders, and Eevee was lazily lying in Xing's arms holding Dano's Pokemon egg. Quietly enjoying the peace of the moment, Xing stood up and pressed the Pokeball on his waist. The red light automatically locked on the little ones, and the Pokemon also let the red light retract themselves. Xing prepares them all as luxury balls, and the living environment inside is quite good. Only those special Pokeballs that have a price, but no market, can be better than luxury balls. Ditto maintains the little EV's contest condition and continues to nest in Xing's arms. Xing's ghost power will be restrained 933 when facing evil Pokemon. At that time, she is needed to protect Xing, so other Pokemon she will come out in turn, but she always guards by Xing's side. Jenny dreamed to get close to Xing, looked at Eevee and said, Xiao Bai, the owner Duyan is looking for you. Nodding his head, Xing handed Eevee to the expectant Meng, turned around and walked up the corridor to the gymnasium in front of the courtyard. Along the way, I met many gym apprentices who greeted me. Some of them were quite respectful apprentices who had seen the battle between Meteor and Duyan. On a train, Bixias looked at the communicator in his hand with a puzzled expression and changed his plan after returning to Team Rocket. What is the purpose of collecting information about the spirit world? In a common warehouse in Cerulean City, the security guard at the gate is holding a communicator to check the information on it, collecting spiritual world information. Xing sent the demand to Caesar and Bices last night after drawing up the initial plan. Big forces like the Rockets have information about the spirit world, and Caesar may also get a lot of information from the folks. Material. After careful consideration, Xing decided to exclude Oriki Suzu Ak from this plan. Oriki Suzu Ak is not stupid. If she speculates about her identity in the future, the doctor may control her. In front of an unremarkable door, Xing's face was quite solemn. A strong sense of crisis oppressed him tightly, as if there was some scourge behind the door normal. Taking a deep breath, the power of the ghost in his body quickly in a hurry, Xing pushed open the door in front of him. Under the strong pressure, he pushed open the door in front of him, but all the pressure disappeared at the first step into the house. Only a middle-aged man with a firm face was sitting at the desk, holding a copy of Frowning through the information. It seems that because he looked up and saw Xing, Duyan stretched his brows into a smile, restrained his strong sense of oppression, looked at Xing and said, Sit down, I have something to tell you. The power of Yu Ji stopped, and Xing secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At least Du Yan's momentum just now was not aimed at him. Otherwise, he should consider how to escape if a quasi-elite makes a move. Pulling out a stool and sitting down, Xing looked at Du Yan and asked, Master, what can I do for you? Hearing Xing's words, Du Yan sighed helplessly and handed the information in his hand to Xing, with uncontrollable anger and exhaustion in his voice. After receiving the information and starting to read, Xing gradually frowned. This matter was related to last night when he led the Rockets to fight the Huoyin team. Although the two organization bases were almost wiped out, the Alliance questioned Du Yan. as the only quasi-elite trainer in Rustboro City. And as the head of the Alliance Gymnasium, why did the two organizations become popular in Rustboro City and even started a war in the city, directly launching a fight? The report put most of the responsibility on Du Yin, obviously targeting Du Yin. Of course, if it was just to accuse Du Yin, he wouldn't care, but it's obviously not that simple. After reading the last page, Xing understood why Du Yin had such an ugly face. Gym exam. Obviously a little surprised. Those bastards, if I hadn't shot and killed several elite trainers from the two organizations, Rustboro City would have been infiltrated over the years, and now that they're all wiped out, I think of accountability. Hearing Du Yan's words, Xing once again understood why the deployment here is so weak. A quasi-elite level peak pavilion master guards the place, and the elite level trainer can only hide himself like an underground mouse. After all, quasi-elite level masters have more important tasks than infiltrating a place. Without interrupting Du Yan's words, Xing said helplessly, "Do you want me to handle the gym exam?" There are many assessment items in the Alliance exam, such as the strength level of the gym master, the overall level of the gym apprentices, the distribution rate of badge, and more than a dozen items. Other projects are quite easy for Du Yan, but the level of apprentices in gymnasiums is simply unbearable. Even Kenan, who is the only one with a good standard, can reach the threshold of an intermediate trainer at this age under the dual training of Xing, and Pokemon Academy, not to mention the group of apprentices in the gym. Gym apprentices are actually the mainstay of the future commoner trainers. They are not qualified to receive the Usangia, but they are people with ambitions. So they will go to the gymnasium to participate in the assessment, and after passing, they will become apprentices in the gymnasium, and they will get some knowledge imparted. If the master of the gymnasium takes a fancy to an apprentice, he may provide him with an Earl Dervish Pokemon. But Du Yan's standards are very high, and the assessment is also very strict, so there are not many apprentices in the gymnasium. Even if there are most of them, they run away after less than half of the persistence. The apprentice assessment requires 3 people. Checking the rules, Xing said slowly, "Master, let's not mention the 3 apprentices for the time being. I don't have a rock-type Pokemon project that stipulates that apprentices participating in the assessment must use the corresponding attribute elite. Xing Alliance Identity Registration Pokemon only has 2 Vulpix and a Dino, plus a Trico, let alone a rock type. Not even a ground type. What a ghost to participate in. I've thought about it a long time ago. Take a look at this kid." Hearing Xing's words, the ugly look on Du Yan's face disappeared immediately, and he took out a red and white ball and handed it to Xing with a smile. Looking at Du Yan, who changed his face in an instant, Xing was a little speechless. Is there no normal person in this gymnasium? From the owner of the gymnasium to the Annie in the cafeteria, are they all so good at playing? Did not take the Pokeball, Xing said helplessly. The owner, teacher should tell you that I plan to form a snowstorm team in the future, and cultivating rock-type Pokemon is not in my plan. To be honest, Xing is very interested in the Pokeball handed out by a quasi-elite level gymnasium owner, but the number of Pokemon he has is already scary enough. Normal rookie trainer will only train 6 main Pokemon, and will only start to train the 2nd or 3rd echelon after reaching a certain level. For example, he now has nearly 2 teams of Pokemon. If it weren't for the resources provided by Caesar, Oriki Suzu's bounty group, and the Chris family, he would have gone bankrupt long ago. Afterwards, he still needs to consider the cultivation of ghost-type Pokemon. He really doesn't have the energy to cultivate a rock-type Pokemon that is of little use to him. Not in a hurry, Du Yan continued. I didn't tell you to train. Don't you have Ditto? With your trainer talent song, just need to train for a while. In addition, without interfering with your travel, I and your Xing teacher can coach you remotely, and it is easy to have a high-level rock-type Pokemon. Hearing Du Yan pointed out the existence of Ditto, Xing smiled helplessly. Sure enough, he couldn't hide the truth from these powerful people who have experienced life and death. The whole house. Yuki. The white light dissipated, and a little guy appeared in front of Xing, which instantly made Xing fall into surprise. The small horn on the head, the fierce eyes, the red belly, the gray-green armor, the rock and ground-type quasi-god, Larvitar. Glancing at Duyan, who was clearly smiling, Xing rolled his eyes. Isn't that funny? If he knew that he was the quasi-god Larvitar, he would want it even if the team configuration was right. With the future evolved Flygon and Sizer, it is not wrong to form a small sandstorm team with an ultra-low configuration to give the hunter status. This kid is Kenan's Pokemon, one of my old buddy's kids. Hearing the last two words in a louder voice, Xing raised his eyebrows and looked at Duyan and said with a smile, I will be in charge of disabling those Alliance trash in the gymnasium assessment 3 months later. Hearing Xing's fierce words, Duyan nodded in satisfaction. It's a pity that those guys don't move, otherwise they can come and go. It's not that Duyan can't beat him, but he can't blatantly offend Alliance's direct descendants. After all, he is just a civilian trainer who has come to the present by virtue of talent and opportunity. However, if Duyan breaks through to the elite level, let alone being held accountable, it would be good if the people who are targeting him don't praise and fawn on him at this time. Elite of the core system. How many siblings does this child have? While using the system to detect Larvitar's body data, Xing asked Duyan, and at the same time took out a gold energy cube and handed it to Larvitar. The effect was obvious, and Larvitar added 20 favors to Chi Crossing. That is the energy cube prepared by Xing for his little dragons, and the price of one is above 100,000. According to Duyan's identity as a rock trainer, Larvitar's father should be a Pokemon of the Rhyperior type, and the family tree is estimated to have a dragon Pokemon. So Larvitar has inherited part of the dragon's blood, but it is not pure. But this is actually a good thing. Duyan is definitely good at rock and ground breeders. If this Larvitar's dragon blood is pure, it will waste its talent. Now it is a good thing. This child has only one younger sister. It's a pity that the dragon's blood is too pure. I can't give you excellent coaching. Your teacher is also not good at dragon research and breeder. Hearing Xing's inquiry, Duyan's voice was a little helpless. After all, the cultivation of dragons is indeed not within their scope of expertise. However, Xing is very satisfied. After 3 months, after finishing the gang of examiners, he will have enough 6 dragons, and maybe he can become a dragon envoy. And the lineup may be more pure than a certain dragon elite, persecuting a certain dodo again. As for the cultivation of dragons, Xing feels that he still has a little right to speak. The black-haired boy on the trial island held various materials in the Book of Dragon Control, the multi-dragons in Book of Ghosts, Cerulean Gyarados in the Book of. Although except for the 3rd book Cerulean, which is complete, the other 2 books are extremely incomplete, but with Xing's talent, he can completely supplement the follow-up training plan by himself. 0 for flowers. Go to the black market and have a look when you have time. There are also some basic training sheets that can be exchanged in the Alliance and the Rockets. There is a long way to go. Thinking of the long road ahead, Xing is not tired, but rather looking forward to it. After all, if it is really that easy to reach the end, then life will be too boring. It's like playing a game. It might be fun to play, but when the game ends, there's only emptiness and boredom, without the joy and sense of accomplishment of fighting for it and succeeding. Although Xing is also a cheating player, this does not prevent him from saying this shamelessly. Yuki, return to you. After eating 2 energy cubes, Larvitar felt full all of a sudden. Holding the remaining energy cube in his little hand, he hesitated for a moment, then handed it to Xing reluctantly. Looking at the little guy in front of him, Xing smiled lightly, pushed the energy cube back, and then rubbed the good boy's head. Happily putting this energy cube into the gap next to his belly, Larvitar took the initiative to walk up to Xing and beg for a hug. The quasi-god Larvitar, who is extremely sensitive to energy. Pretending not to see Larvitar, who was begging for a hug, Xing turned his attention to Duyan. After all, although the average Pokemon World residents have strong physical fitness, but facing a Larvitar weighing nearly 200 catties, I'm sorry, he is not Ash. But in the face of Larvitar's charm, Xing had no choice but to sit back and barely hug Larvitar onto the stool. Fortunately, the stool is of high quality and can support a Larvitar weighing more than 200 kilograms. After all, in a world where black technology such as Pokeball can be invented, it is no more than Xiao Chuang to be a camp with a load of more than 200 households. Larvitar was quite obedient, leaning in Xing's arms, took out the energy cube, and looked at it carefully. A small cube, like a crystal-clear crystal, reveals a touch of gold, and there are small, wonderful patterns inside. If you take it out and say it is a work of art, some people will believe it. Although the dragon blood is not as much as his own sister, but there is still some after all, so Larvitar is very fond of these shiny things. After looking at them for a while, he carefully put them away again and slowly fell asleep in Xing's arms. Concerned about the sleeping Larvitar, the conversation between Xing and Du Yen lowered. Master, you don't want Ditto to transform into Larvitar, do you? Our travel risk will increase a lot. A rookie trainer going out with a quasi-god will only bring disaster, being targeted by hunters, members of evil organizations, and some ruthless trainers. I'm a fledgling rookie trainer. Would you consider turning Ditto into your other Pokemon, such as Rhyperior, Agron, or something? You guys can catch it. There are not so many idiots. Seeing you as a rookie trainer who dares to take quasi-gods out. Smart people will stay away. If there are idiots who are eyeing you, they will be the unlucky ones. Du Yen rolled his eyes, expressing contempt for Lu Xing's shamelessness. Looking at the stingy Gym 830 owner in front of him, Xing became a little speechless. He was not even happy to let Ditto change into a few Pokemon and wanted to fight the assessment battle himself. While drinking tea, Du Yen said lightly, "Don't look at me like that. It would be great if I can give you Larvitar's breeder method. I want to learn other things. Let's talk about it after you beat up those trash." If it's just a simple transform, Ditto can't show the strength of Pokemon. It must go through the training method and the breeder method. The combat power reflected in the previous Gyarados posture is just as powerful as Xing used the training method in the Book of Cerulean. The Sizer transformed by Ditto when fighting against the leader of the Fire Rock team in the forest also has a corresponding combat history after combining the knowledge acquired from Agatha on the ship with the training method acquired during the exchange of major events. Shaking his head, Xing also picked up the teacup on the table and drank it. It's good to change into Larvitar. If there are ugly garbage coming his door, he will play a cameo as a scavenger and kill the group of guys, and earn some money by the way. Extra money. I sipped the tea quietly for a while, and found that I still couldn't drink it. Then, Xing put down the teacup and asked, "Have you found out the forces targeting the gymnasium?" There are tens of hundreds of gymnasiums in the Hoenn region, and Du Yan's strength can at least rank in the top 3. If it weren't for someone's calculations, Xing didn't believe that Alliance would offend such a talented trainer. In such a huge world, it is impossible for the number of gymnasiums to be so simple. It's just that each region will select the most excellent and representative 8 gymnasiums, and Rookie Trainer will mostly choose these 8 gymnasiums as targets. If you can collect the 8 badges from these 8 gymnasiums, whether you join the Alliance, take refuge in the family, or start your own business, you will be valued to a certain extent, just like Xing's education in those prestigious universities in his previous life. You should have heard that the Rock Guild is strong enough to apply for the establishment of a gymnasium, but they have their eyes on my painstaking efforts for more than 10 years and want to occupy the magpie's nest. Speaking of this organization targeting him, Du Yan's voice was full of disdain, as if he was just talking about a group of normal rats. Frowning slightly, Xing has heard of this organization, formerly known as the Rock Club, which is a gathering place for fans of Rock-type Pokemon. But then the Rock Club ushered in a new leader and made drastic reforms. In just a few years, it changed its style and system and became a guild organization. Xing has a far-reaching origin than that, and is related to his investor Chris family. Its leader is a quasi-elite level peak powerhouse. He once fought with the Chris family who has not yet been promoted and was only a quasi-elite, Riddy elite, but the defeat was quite miserable. He was hit hard by a psychological barrier, and he was unable to break through Elite for a long time. With a sneer on his face, Duyin said disdainfully, "That guy just stared at me because Riddy was dead, and I beat Riddy once, and he wanted to break the mental barrier for me. Break through Elite? Take a gym, by the way." Surprised, he glanced at Duyin, who had a sneer and a hint of complacency in front of him. Xing really didn't expect that the other party had defeated Riddy in the first place. Judging from the information he collected, Riddy's steel talent might only be a little worse than Steven's. It's not easy for Duyin to beat the opponent once. But soon, Duyin's face became a little gloomy, and his voice was a little disappointed. It's a pity for that guy, Riddy, to try to set foot in the spirit world in vain, and that's not what he did to die. Hearing Duyin's words, Xing froze and asked puzzledly, "Didn't Riddy Elite die at the hands of the divine beast when he set foot in the spirit world?" According to the information released by Alliance, Riddy Elite is a 0. Because of doubts, Xing's voice raised a little. Larvitar opened his eyes in a daze and looked at the excited Xing. He gently shook his little hand to express his comfort. Feeling the movement of Larvitar in his arms, Xing gradually calmed down. "Get in the mood." Glancing at Xing with your still-too-young eyes, Duyin continued, "It's all there. The specifics are more complex. Riddy did challenge Song Xiang, and he did lose in the end, but Song Xiang didn't kill him. I don't know what happened at the time. Riddy directly let his Aegis Slash open the door of the spirit world. Riddy went in, and the back door was closed, immediately gone. There are only 1 or 2 of his Pokemon left, but they can't protect the Chris family." As if admiring Riddy, Duyin's tone was full of regret. Although his face returned to calm, Xing grasped the key words in it and kept thinking. The door was closed directly, and Riddy Elite's body was not thrown out. Whether Riddy Elite is dead is still unknown. The Chris family may have some information. Do the Pokemon left by Riddy Elite know anything? At this moment, Xing was quite surprised. He didn't expect his investors to be related to the spirit world, but he didn't know if Riddy was alive or dead. Do the Chris family and Riddy's Pokemon know anything? Suddenly, Duyin interrupted Xing's thinking and asked, "I'm so curious. What's the relationship between you and Riddy?" 5.7 just accepted a first-stage investment from the Chris family. So, I learned more about this family. Riddy Elite's experience is still very legendary. Xing replied to dispel the messy thoughts. The Chris family is pretty good, except for those messy things, and there's an urgent need for a talented trainer as a card. You may consider accepting their investment in the next few stages. There is no harm, just more rivals. Nodding thoughtfully, Xing had another thing on his mind. Where are the other investors now? In an instant, dozens of trainers from all over the world suddenly felt a terrifying chill that shot straight to the sky, and their hearts were beating crazily as if they were being held by some terrifying monster. It's a pity that it would be great if all the invested trainers could be gathered together. Xing's deep eyes were full of murderous intent and malice, but then slowly dispersed. After thinking about it for a while, Xing decided to give up this method. After all, he is not an executioner, and most of the investors are distributed all over the world. It may take several years to find each one. That time is enough for his ghost power climb the elite. By that time, it would be enough to directly control the Chris family with his strength, so why bother? Shaking his head regretfully, Xing took out the communicator and sent a message, then looked at Duyin in front of him and asked, "Master, Kenan and I could be apprentices. But how to deal with the third apprentice? With all due respect, the level of apprentices in the gymnasium is really not good. They will be abused if they go." Cough. Choked by Xing's words, Duyin's face was a little embarrassed. After all, this is indeed his fault. The requirements of 02 were too strict before, so there were not many apprentices in the gymnasium. Can't get it out. There are 3 places for apprenticeship assessment. The daughter is trained by his wife, and usually works in the Pokemon Academy, and Xing is a newly recruited disciple of the breeder family. The third one always asks him to come out. Duyin's face is quite serious at the moment. Does he really want to cultivate a disciple who can take on great responsibilities. But when he thinks about those apprentices in the gymnasium, Duyin is full of dissatisfaction. He is not talented enough, but he has all kinds of spring and autumn dreams all day long. He can't even do hard work on the ground. Start the journey with your approval. All the apprentices of Duyan's Trump Carbangira have 2 children. One of them was taken in by Miss Kenan. So all the apprentices are eyeing the other Larvitar, so they always try to get Larvitar's dream. But as a proud dragon, coupled with the majesty of a quasi-god, that Larvitar will directly attack any gym apprentice who dares to come within 5 meters of her, either die or defeat her. There is no third possibility. There were some good apprentices in the gymnasium before, but they were all smart kids. They didn't want to get Larvitar's approval. They directly chose the Pokemon provided by Duyin, became trainers, and started traveling. It's a pity that the number of such trainers does not exceed 10, and the achievements are not high, and the failure rate of participating in the assessment is a bit high. The Rock Guild is coming fiercely. The level of the participants is the limit of apprentices. They should be at the advanced trainer level. The apprentices only have 1 Pokemon, and only 1 is needed for the assessment. This is why Duyin will focus on Xing for the sake. The fat water does not flow into the field of outsiders. Instead of handing over Larvitar to outsiders, it is better to hand it over to Xing. He worships the kind of disciple whose teacher is like a normal parent. From the moment he apprentices, he is equivalent to their child. Okay, you don't have to worry about this. Hurry up and ask Ditto to record this kid. Looking at the smile on Xing's face, Duyin said angrily. Cheerfully took out the communicator and sent a message to Jenny Ming. Xing continued to discuss the matter with Duyin. While Larvitar had already fallen asleep again, his little head was bit by bit. Xing held it up gently Larvitar's jaw to make the little one sleep as comfortably as possible. Time passed slowly, and suddenly, Jenny Ming walked in holding the loveless little Eevee. Xiaobai, Mrs. Mistress, I'm coming. Duyan's face darkened, and he looked at Jenny Ming and complained dissatisfiedly. Xiao Ming, as I said, just call me the owner of the museum. Don't call her teacher. Scratching her head, Jenny Ming showed a cute smile. Obviously she was playing dumb, but it was very useful for the strange Uncle Duyin. She just complained dissatisfiedly, then turned to look at Xing and nodded. Ditto, transform this kid. The little Eevee who heard the order looked up at Xing suspiciously, then turned to look at Duyin and Jenny Ming, obviously wondering why they didn't need to hide. Nodding his head, Xing glanced at the surprised Jenny Ming and smiled softly. Although Jenny Ming is an intermediate breeder, Ditto is a shiny Pokemon after all. He may not be able to use his physical strength perfectly, but he is absolutely impeccable in terms of posture and appearance. Seeing Xing's affirmative expression, Eevee jumped out of Jenny's dream without hesitation. Shrouded in the Cetopolis colored light, Eevee's figure kept changing until the moment it landed on the ground. A perfect Larvitar appeared in the sight of the 3. The flawless and seamless transform. This is the conclusion given by Jenny Ming, an intermediate breeder, and Duyin, a trainer, Bangira. After observing Larvitar of Ditto transform, the 2 were amazed and appreciative. This Ditto is so perfect. Smiling lightly, Xing nodded to Ditto indiscriminately. He didn't let the child return to his original posture, but directly transformed. Flash's ability cannot be exposed, at least not now. Ditto's Flash ability is crucial for his perfect switch between teams with different identities in the future. The Flash ability, Unlimited Transform, not only has a record quantity far exceeding that of other families, but also can record all the details of the transform object, so as to achieve a perfect transform. At this time, Larvitar in Xing's arms gradually woke up and was stunned when he saw Ditto in front of him. Larvitar, hey, why is there an extra me? Boom! Jumping off the stool and making a small hole, Larvitar ran to Ditto and happily held Ditto's little hand. Except for herself and her sister, she had never seen any other Larvitar. Because of his lazy personality, Ditto let Larvitar drag him around in the 740, calling out perfunctorily from time to time. Of course, Although he was lazy on weekdays, he often bargained and didn't want to exercise. But when it was time to exercise, Ditto did not slacken in the slightest. She belongs to the kind of excellent Pokemon who can freely switch contest conditions, play when it is time to play, and study when it is time to study. Finally, Ditto was so tired that he changed his body shape again and directly turned into a little EV and jumped into Xing's arms. After patting his little paws, he lay down with a happy face. The arms of Trainer are the most comfortable, especially with Eevee's body. Larvitar looked at the little Eevee in shock, then looked at his own belly, closed his eyes, and began to exert force, as if he wanted to transform into Eevee like Ditto. The cute appearance made the three people in the room laugh stand up. Soon, Jenny Ming couldn't bear to be deceived by Larvitar, and squatted next to Larvitar, gently stroking the little guy's head and explaining in a low voice, while Xing began to communicate with Du Yin about Larvitar's exercise methods, and then began to talk to Ditto, a new form of exercise. After a while, Larvitar suddenly realized that he looked at Eevee with a small face full of envy and some Krishna, obviously wanting Ditto's special ability. On the streets of Rustboro, Xing and Kenan walked side by side. Except for the little Eevee on the shoulder, they did not let out other children. Junior sister, why did you suddenly invite me to the academy? Taking out an energy cube and feeding it to Eevee, Xing turned to look at Kenan and asked inexplicably. As a traveler, sending Trainer to Pokemon Academy is most likely to attract hostility and conflicts, and he really can't understand Kenan's thinking. I went to the battle in the forest the night before yesterday, that scene. As if thinking of something horrible, Kenan's face became a little ugly, and at the same time he lowered his head and covered his mouth, as if feeling a little nauseous. Recalling the scene of the battle the night before, Xing could probably understand Kenan's reaction. That scene was indeed not a good memory for an academic like Kenan. After patting his chest a few times, Kenan looked at Xing and said reluctantly, I want to ask you to go to a fight, brother. You don't need to show mercy as long as there are no casualties. Although Kenan is not very old, but because he reached the level of intermediate trainer early, he has already left the category of student and became a junior teacher, substituting for a low-level class. What's interesting is that those students are a little older than Kenan, basically the same as Xing, and they are old enough to travel. Hearing these words, Xing probably understood what Kenan was thinking, and it was not difficult to tell a group of flowers living in the greenhouse what the ups and downs outside were. It's not a problem. Brother will help you take care of it. Flicking a pokeball on his waist, Xing put on a playful smile on his face. Playing games with a bunch of children is very interesting, isn't it? 10 minutes later, at the gate of a luxurious building, Xing looked at the Pokemon Academy in front of him. It is not so much an academy, but rather a mega city, with all kinds of facilities inside and a dedicated villa area, even much more advanced than Rustboro City. Many trainers walk around the academy with Pokemon. This is a city that combines ultra-modern and natural scenery. Walking in the academy, feeling the warm sunshine, soft and comfortable atmosphere here, Xing understands why most of the academics are trainers with a soft temper. From time to time, Xing can still see a few Usangia from Hoenn region passing by, but not to mention the qualification of purple, it is good to have a light blue, and most of them are relatively loose. The level is not bad. Most of them are in the middle level, but there are not many high-level Pokemon, but Normal's academic trainers directly enter the bottom of the Alliance to work after reaching the high level, so the scene in front of them is normal. That's why the Elite Four champions of the major regions are almost divided by the travel trainers. Solation detected a few Pokemon, and Xing put away the system. After all, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat, so it is better to save resources as much as possible. Pressed the Pokeball on his waist, and the white light flashed away. Trico's figure appeared beside Xing, looking at the scene in front of him curiously, but soon Trico looked back at Xing beside him, full of doubts. The temperament of these Pokemon in front of her is much different from the Pokemon she usually sees. You must know that even Mudkip and Torchic in the Professor Birch laboratory have that kind of temperament that is relatively barbaric. The Pokemon here feel, it seems, kind of suave. After the power of the dark directly told Trico the information of the Pokemon Academy, the little guy quickly understood that after all, the Dragon Clan also has the kind of routines of going out to experience and learning within the clan. Kenan walked quickly in front of the two, leading them towards an extremely modern building, and took the elevator to the second floor. Please be as vicious as possible. Before walking out of the elevator, Kenan pursed his lips and said these words to Xing after some hesitation, which surprised Xing with some appreciation. This is the future Rustboro gym master. Smiling, Xing looked at Trico and said softly, I won't direct, you can do it yourself. Hearing Xing's words, Trico folded his hands on his chest. His eyes were gradually bloodshot and turned scarlet, and at the same time, a bloodthirsty aura continued to overflow from his body. But Trico always maintained a trace of clarity, firmly controlling the hunting instinct of the body. The benefits of the previous Purify fountain to Trico are not small. Originally, Xing expected that the hunter's instinct that Trico could control after evolution could be controlled at this time. Although it can't reach the level of commanding with arms, there is still no problem in improving combat power. Soon, the two walked into a huge room, which was a field. Opposite Xing and Trico was a proud brown-haired boy. Standing in front of him was a Magmar, also a pair of a look of pride. The teenagers and girls around were having a lively discussion. What kind of person is the traveling trainer invited by Kenan teacher? 0. Asking for flowers. Oh, it's just a wild way. I haven't even learned systematic knowledge. You're just a reckless man. Don't say that. Maybe there is something special about her. Frowning lightly, Xing realized that he still overestimated these academics. It's okay if they are not strong enough, even if their IQ is not enough. How can a trainer who can survive the dangerous trip be weak? Standing in front of the brown-haired boy, Trico stepped forward and entered the battlefield. Seeing Trico, the brown-haired boy and Magmar sneered. Ye losey is ye losey. Take the grass department and fire department. Who do you think you are? Magmar also kept yelling at Trico, and his already unattractive face became more and more awkward. The voice turned cold in an instant, and Xing planned to teach these naive guys a good lesson. Trico, don't hold back, and treat the other party's trainer well, by the way. Hearing Xing's words, Trico spat out the branch at the corner of his mouth. His body muscles tensed up, his eyes no longer fierce, but became indifferent and devoid of any emotion. Standing opposite the boy, Xing ordered instead of the referee, not wanting to talk nonsense. The battle begins, Trico. Play freely. Xing smiled disdainfully at Xing's behavior. Just as the brown-haired boy was about to give an order, Trico's figure disappeared directly on the field, leaving only after images. The duck-billed fire dragon couldn't keep up with Trico's speed at all. Green's figure kept passing by Torchic's side, and after just a few fights, his body was covered with cuts and bruises, and horrible bloodstains appeared on the body of the duck-billed fire dragon. Soon, Trico's figure stopped, and he glanced at him with killing intent on his face. His tail lit up with a dazzling green light, and he approached the duck-billed fire dragon step by step. Looking at Trico, who kept approaching him, the duck-billed fire dragon showed fear in his eyes. He could feel a strong killing intent every time the opponent attacked him just now, and he seemed to be ready to kill normal in the next 10 minutes. Shaking wildly, the Charmander couldn't move at all until Trico came up to him and flicked his tail fiercely. Bang! A loud sound came, and the duck-billed fire dragon was directly blasted out by Trico's attack, passing by the shocked brown-haired boy and crashing into the wall behind him. Without stopping, Trico kept approaching the brown-haired boy under the terrified eyes of everyone. His eyes gradually became fierce, and a terrifying killing intent was released. Even Kenan looked at Xing worriedly, and, at the same time, pressed his waist on the Pokeball. She was afraid that Trico was really out of control. It wasn't until seeing Xing's cold and disdainful smile that Kenan relaxed, put down the Pokeball in his hand, and looked disappointedly at the boys and girls who were a little older than her. And looking at the boys and girls on the opposite side, Xing was relieved besides being full of malice. After all, there are still some idiots in this world. If everyone is Professor Birch, Agatha, Duyin, Huiyan team for an old fox like a handsome middle-aged man, the world is really outrageous. At this time, Trico had already walked in front of the brown-haired boy, looking at the immature trainer maliciously, his tail lit up with green light again. Suddenly splash across the boy's neck, and a bloodstain emerged. The young man fell to the ground with a face full of horror, clutching the bloodstain on his neck, and kept backing on the ground. His trousers were soaked without knowing when, and he looked extremely funny. The rest of the boys and girls were not much better. Dozens of people crowded into a small corner, constantly drilling in and pushing others out at the same time, putting away all killing intent, repressing the instinct of dragon predators again, and glanced at the brown-haired boy in front of him with disdain. Trico turned and walked to Xing's side, and the two turned and left this place without saying a word. There are also real strong players in the academic school, such as the natural enemy of the dodo, the Lorelei whom Xing met at the Viridian base before, the future ice elite of the Kanto region, and the biggest enemy of the dodo on Victory Road. But these boys and girls in front of them don't even have the qualifications to let Xing take a look. It's not terrible if they don't have talent and haven't seen the world. What's terrible is that they don't have a sense of off of the world. Self-righteously look down on all traveling trainers. You must know that even the current Hoenn Region Champion Elite Four is a traveling trainer. Especially Long Tian Wang UNG. That is the most dangerous ocean faction among the traveling faction. The trainer who experienced in the sea in the Pokemon world is second only to soaring in the sky and fear. The aviation equipment in the Pokemon world is not developed because soaring in the sky is the territory of Rayquaza, and humans dare not touch it. The ocean is protected by the sea god Lugia, and Kyogre has been in a deep sleep for a long time, so that human beings can develop shipping, but no one dares to go to other sea areas except for those safe routes. Even Xing had to assist the scanning function of his system when navigating in the ocean, and it took a huge amount of resources to succeed. Disappointedly glanced at the boys and girls in front of him, Kenan turned around and followed Xing, a group of poor fellows, and his own seniors. The girls naturally knew what was important. Glancing at Kenan, who was extremely disappointed, Xing sighed helplessly. After all, he was a family member he recognized, and he couldn't let the girl go down so low, and comforted him softly. Don't be disappointed. A bunch of trash is not worth your upset. After the words fell, Kenan immediately raised his head and looked at Xing angrily. He had been their teacher for a whole year, and they were rubbish, so what is he as a teacher? It's just that the girl looked up and saw a teasing smile. Dazed for a moment, realizing that he had been tricked, Kenan rolled his eyes, looking quite playful and cute, but the disappointment in his heart gradually dissipated. Feeling the relaxed mood, Kenan smiled. This brother's not bad. He is good at coaxing Stephanie. He must be a scumbag. Seeing Kenan relax, Xing smiled. The method of diverting attention is quite useful in this world. But soon Kenan looked at Xing with extremely strange eyes. Does this brother have a split personality? Just now he was like a devil in the battlefield, but now he is so gentle, it is really strange. In fact, Xing can also feel his own strange contest condition. To put it bluntly, it is a double standard, but it is a little extreme. After realizing this, Xing didn't take it seriously. Even the heart was on the side. So how could it be possible to meet the same standards for those close to him and outsiders? After walking for a while, Trico didn't like the atmosphere here, so she took the initiative to return to the Pokeball. She would also rest and relax, but it was too loose for her to like. After tapping Trico's Pokeball lightly and feeling the shaking, Xing looked up at Kenan beside him and asked, "Any plans for the future? After today, it is naturally impossible for Kenan to continue teaching this group of guys. As a senior, he naturally has to care about his junior sister's thoughts." Pursing his pink lips, Kenan showed a pensive expression, obviously thinking about the future path, when suddenly the girl looked at the boy beside him with an enlightened expression. Seen by Kenan's shining eyes, Xing felt his scalp tingle and said quickly, "Junior sister, you can continue to be a teacher and go hand in some 7 or 8-year-old children. They're in the stage of shaping the 3 views. If you go to teach, junior sister, you will definitely be able to cultivate a group of excellent academic trainers." Xing's words are not aimless. In the anime, Kenan also serves as the teacher of the Pokemon Academy after inheriting the position of the museum owner. However, most of the teachers teach children who are born at the age of 7 or 8. Xing also combined this information to give suggestion. Slightly dazed, Kenan said, "That makes sense, but it's a pity. I wanted to travel with you, brother, but I still want to be a teacher more." Hearing what Kenan said, Xing was a little speechless. Traveling with him, the current Kenan is still too immature. It is difficult to adapt to the travel style, and his identity is easily exposed. Of course, Xing has no intention of keeping his identity a secret. As long as he breaks through to Elite, he will be free to roam the world. Why does the Alliance know that evil organizations like the Rockets are infiltrating the cities of the major regions, but they're slow to do so because they cannot afford the price of fighting? The destructive force brought about by the battle between elites is too great. It can easily destroy a city. Therefore, elite status in this world is like Xing's previous nuclear weapon normal, and it is also an ultra-small, freely movable version. The host, Duyin, Xing teacher, and Kenan are all from civilian trainer backgrounds, and they may appear to hate the dark organization to the outside world, but in fact, the 3 have similar feelings towards the Tian Alliance and the Rockets. Although Jenny Meng looks soft and cute, if she is really an idiot, how could she be the vice president of the Breeder Family Guild? It's just that when facing her own people, she doesn't bother to think about those complicated things. So, she reveals her nature. Jenny Meng, who grew up in the Jenny family, naturally understands the filth between Alliance and those dark forces. On the contrary, she sees it more clearly than some Alliance executives. But for the safety of all of them, it's better to hide their identities. The 3 go hand in hand, and at the same time occupy high positions in the Alliance, the Hunters Guild, and the Rockets. In the huge Pokemon world, who else can get me? "Brother, let's go. Mom is looking for you too." Interrupting Xing's train of thought, Kenan led the way ahead, and the girl's nature began to be released, bouncing and bouncing as she walked, and her long hair began to shake, bathed in the gentle sunlight, exuding a soft halo. An hour later, in a laboratory equipped with various advanced instruments, a young man in a white robe was following a Huxia, an American woman, to conduct observation and record reports. A girl was sleeping soundly on the desk beside her. Looking at the Electabuzz, which was constantly bursting with terrifying electricity, Xing frowned slightly, and his eyes exuded strong interest. To be honest, he really has a lot of interest in electric Pokemon. After all, Little Flame intends to use the power of Moltres to evolve, and Little Icarus uses the power of Articuno to evolve. Among the 3 gods, there's only one Zapdos. 3 months later, after getting Larvitar from the owner of Duyin, if a small sandstorm team with an ultra-low configuration is really formed, the electric Pokemon can also join as a joint attacker to restrain the water Pokemon. Of course, this is just an idea and does not mean that Xing really wants to form a sandstorm team, just like he may not necessarily form a standard snowstorm team. Pokemon, Electabuzz. Qualification evaluation, light blue. Frowning slightly, Xing turned off the system panel. This Electabuzz trainer is a bit of a waste of his talent. The second stage of evolution only has shallow blue qualifications, and its potential has not really been developed. Even if you use the extremely high-quality Electorizer to evolve into Electivire, your aptitude is probably only 0.73 to blue, and the probability of climbing to Quasi-Elite is still not high. What's more, Electorizer has not been developed so far. The same is true for the Magmarizer used for the evolution of the duck-billed Charmander. The Rhyperior, the owner of Duyin, also returned to the ethnic group to accept the trial and evolve through a special method. After all, there are wild Crobats in this world, and many wild Pokemon that need special methods to evolve, which is enough to prove that these Pokémon have more than one evolution method. The voltage of the Electabuzz is about. Cultivation plan. It is recommended to take the Tianlei energy cube, strengthen the conductor on the forehead, and the hair on the body needs. It has good strength and can take into account the position of a melee player, but it is not suitable as a nuclear weapon. After writing each word, Xing tapped on the recording board in his hand. This Electabuzz qualifications are not bad, and the training in other aspects is simply unsightly. It has good strength itself, but it has not been responded to. Cultivation. Rotom. After recording the last piece of information, Xing wrote down a few Electra Pokemon that he conceived, all of which are relatively good Pokemon, and Xing also has some interesting ideas to implement. If it doesn't work, you can consider subjugating and, say, Zapdos directly. After all, a certain one-ball trainer almost subdues Zapdos directly, isn't it? It's ridiculous. Dispelling the stupid thoughts in his mind, Xing began to carefully check the records in his hand and a breeder plan, and at the same time began to think about these electric-type Pokemon that are suitable for him. Do I really need to tame one? Tearing off this page and putting it away, Xing handed the recorded information and the design breeder plan to Xing teacher. After taking Xing's recording board, teacher Xing looked at it very seriously. Soon, Xing looked at Xing with satisfaction. The disciple in front of him really did not disappoint her, and his talent was so good. Your plan is very good. If it is implemented normally, this child's talent can still be developed. In the future, there may be hope for promotion to the elite level. If there are some more opportunities, he may be able to climb the quasi-elite. His trainer intends to make him the core, and my plan is not considered successful. Hearing Xing Yi's words, Xing frowned and shook his head. He did not design a breeder plan that could make Electabuzz the core. Handing the record board back to Xing, Xing turned around and looked at Electabuzz, who was exercising the current control, shook his head and said softly, "An excellent breeder family. What should be considered is to use the Pokemon's own talent to get close to them hearts, knowing what they really need." Walking to Xing and looking at the hard-working Electabuzz, Xing said in a deep voice, "His trainer loves him very much, so I hope he can become the core and accompany him to go on all the way. Otherwise, he can train other Pokemon." The breeder plan to become the core naturally has to take into account other Pokemon in the team. The trainer has several other Pokemon with much higher aptitude than Electabuzz, including a lightning Pokemon with a shallow purple aptitude. Xing was not angry when he heard that Xing had completely different ideas from his own, but looked at Xing with relief. You already have your own path. What you lack is knowledge and practice. The beloved son of the parents has a far-reaching plan. Xing teacher does not hope that her disciples will only follow their own paths, but she hopes that they will have their own future. Gently nodding, Xing looked deeply at Electabuzz. He was a little touched. He did not have these problems with his own Pokemon. Because of the existence of a system, he can directly select Pokemon with excellent aptitude as his family. But others can't. When many trainers reach a certain level, they will face the choice of old partners who can no longer advance and new Pokemon with powerful aptitude. Some people will choose new Pokemon to grow in order to move forward, but some people will stop for their own Pokemon. This world is a real world after all, and this choice will be placed in front of a trainer at some point. He has never experienced their painful choices, so he is naturally not qualified to evaluate these two behaviors. But he can't help but think about what would happen if he faced such a choice. This is why the Quasi-God is so popular. The Quasi-God is destined to be able to climb the peak and have a long life to accompany trainer throughout his life, bringing trainer powerful power and long companionship. Looking at the record board in his hand, Xing said calmly, "I will design the best plan and let them go on. It's not because of the Holy Mother, nor is it because of the flood of sympathy, but just to get rid of the confusion in his heart. Xing needs to think about it. Go to the side and sit on the stool to open the virtual space." In an instant, the system panel was unfolded in front of him. A large amount of resources were consumed rapidly, and Xing's consciousness directly entered a pure white mysterious space. Flow rate adjustment 1:1000. The resources in reality are passing by rapidly, and various extremely precious resources appeared in front of Xing in the virtual space. And at the same time, the simulated body of the Electabuzz also appeared in front of him. In reality, Xing glanced at Xing, who seemed to be lost in thought with his back turned to him, then turned around helplessly and continued to sort out the materials in his hand and the breeder plan, turned on an extremely advanced computer, and opened a special software to start inputting data. More than an hour later, Xing opened his eyes, revealing deep exhaustion in his eyes. He worked continuously in the virtual space for more than 1,000 hours, with only a short rest in between. Although his body was fine, his spirit was almost at its limit. Gently kneading between the eyebrows, Xing wrote down line after line on the recording board, almost developing the ability of Electabuzz to the limit. But in terms of qualifications, Xing really has nothing to do unless the other party can get a system or get god-level resources. The other party's family background should not be bad. After all, it is impossible to have a light purple lay Pokemon and find Xing teacher to design a breeder plan for it. It's just that this Electabuzz has such poor qualifications for some reason and has not been effectively cultivated. Maybe it's a child of a big family who was left behind when he was a child and was found later, or maybe this Electabuzz is the trainer's life-saving Pokemon. Such things are not uncommon in the Pokemon world. Many Pokemon are close to humans, and many Earl Dervish Pokemon a trainer have been rescued by them, or have saved them. If it is really the salvation of life, Xing understands why this trainer is so unswervingly choosing to continue training Electabuzz. After drawing the last full stop, Xing began to check this new breeder note. Although it is not perfect, but combined with the rest of the trainer's information, this should be the limit of the other's breeder. Standing up and walking towards teacher Xing, who was talking to Electabuzz, Xing handed out the recording board in his hand. "Teacher, please take a look at the new breeder scheme I designed." Taking over Xing's record board, Xing didn't pay too much attention at the beginning. After all, although Xing is extremely talented, he is only at the level of a junior breeder after all, and it is difficult to design a truly excellent breeder plan. But as the pages were turned, Xing Yi's eyes gradually became serious, full of surprise. Walking to the computer and opening a file, Xing smiled at Xing and said, "Come and have a look at this thing." Without hesitation, Xing walked over and sat down, checking the records on the computer. It was a body record of Electabuzz. The level of detail was almost only a little worse than that of the system, followed by a breeder plan. Xing was gradually surprised when he saw the breeder plan. The plan inside was similar to the one he designed. There is almost no difference, except for some special techniques and resource usage. It seems that Xing teacher has already prepared this breeder plan. How can a senior breeder, who is only one step away from a master, not be able to solve such a problem? Just when Xing was surprised, Xing teacher's voice suddenly rang in his ears. "I still underestimated your talent. If your knowledge is enough, you may be able to directly assess the intermediate breeders. The level of the breeders is not only the amount of knowledge, but also whether the breeders can use that knowledge flexibly and obtain their own wisdom from it. The knowledge of the breeder family is more like a math problem. There are various formulas which can be memorized as long as you put your heart into it." Talent did not respond to Xing teacher's words. Xing understood that he was able to design an excellent breeder plan so quickly only after the assist system was established. To become a real intermediate breeder, he still needs continuous learning. Seeing that the disciple who is not arrogant and arrogant nodded in satisfaction, Master Xing continued, "The reward for asking me to do it is the selection qualification of an electric-type Pokemon. The Pokemon among the 3 electric system holy places in the Hoenn region. I personally want Xiaowan to choose a Pokemon as a means of resisting the water system Pokemon. But since Xing has designed this excellent breeder plan, do you want to go?" Looking at the breeder plan in front of him, Xing fell into contemplation. The 3 holy lands of the electric system are the regions with the most abundant energy of the 3 electric systems in the Hoenn region. Therefore, a large number of highly qualified electric-type Pokemon were attracted to that place, where they thrived and were strictly protected by the Alliance. Only some people have the share to go in and choose Pokemon, and some trainers who have made contributions can also get the opportunity to enter. There is no doubt that this is the share given by the trainer to himself or his family. Shaking his head and rejecting Xing teacher's kindness, Xing doesn't need this opportunity. For others, it may be a rare opportunity to obtain high-quality Pokemon, but for him, it is enough to turn on the scanning function of the system. Furthermore, the winners of the Evergrande Conference also have many rewards, one of which is the opportunity to select Pokemon in each attribute Holy Land without occupying the resources that originally belonged to the Junior Sisters. His goal is the Holy Land of Ghost, where there must be the truly high-quality Ghost-type Pokemon he needs, and in the Book of Ghosts, many resources can only be obtained from there. Patting Xing on the shoulder, Xing teacher didn't force it. She is a tolerant person and won't interfere with the students' choices. They have their own paths. At this time, Kenan also came over from smelling salts, tidied up his clothes, and walked over. Looking at the breeder plan on the computer, he was surprised. As a child of Master Breeder, he also serves as a teacher of the college, even if he is not from the breeder family. There's a deep understanding of this. Kenan can naturally understand how excellent the breeder plan in front of him is, which can make a Pokemon with a shallow blue aptitude climb up to quasi-elite and become the core of tactics at the same time. Only intermediate breeders can design such a plan, and only advanced breeders can achieve the minimum resource consumption during exercise and breeder. It's amazing. Glancing at Master Xing in admiration, Kenan turned his attention to the computer again, but didn't see the smiles of Xing and Xing teacher. She didn't know that Xing had designed a breeder plan that was no less than her mother's. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Xing and Yan were sitting in a private room of a restaurant in the Pokemon Academy with Kenan. Kenan had a good night's sleep in the laboratory, but he didn't. He even worked continuously for more than 1,000 hours. Now really quite tired. 0 for flowers, 0. Supporting his forehead with one hand, Xing wrote something in the notebook in his hand while typing Yan. Thinking can keep him a little clear, and the power of darkness is also circulating slowly. It has to be said that this slightly confused contest condition pretty relaxing. On the other side, Kenan was holding the menu and ordering food towards Ma Camp next to him. The speed was so fast that Ma Camp couldn't help worrying about whether the other party could finish the food. In fact, it is not so troublesome for humans to communicate with Pokemon, because Pokemon cannot learn human language, but they can learn to write characters. It's like many people can't learn spoken English, but they are very good at writing. It's just that trainer and Pokemon get along long enough to understand each other's mind, so there's no need to learn to write. Meowth of the Idiot Trio, who is the real protagonist, is an exception. After all, even superpower Pokemon communicate through assist telepathy. A Meowth who can learn human language is probably the intellectual ceiling in the common Pokemon world of Pokemon. After Ma Camp wrote a whole piece of paper, Kenan finally stopped. Although the girl is not old, she is a veritable little rich woman. In addition to the salary of teaching on weekdays, the girl will also take on some alliance tasks. Use it to laser focus yourself. It can be said that people like Kenan are the truly representative trainers in the academic school. They have systematic knowledge, but they will not let go of the real battle and live in their own comfort zone, but continue to experience hardships and become stronger. Itself, as time passed, one dish after another was served on the dining table. There may be as many as a dozen dishes, and it is not just 2 people eating. Kenan took off the Pokeball and pressed them one by one, while Xing tapped the Pokeball on his waist lightly. Pokeball. Just a small detail is enough to reflect the gap between the 2 factions. The academic faction will habitually take off the Pokeball and throw the Pokeball according to the standard posture taught by the Academy. And because of the danger that may appear at any time, the traveling group will directly click the Pokeball on the waist to release the Pokemon. There are even some extreme trainers who will directly dismantle the Pokeball's blocking device in order to protect themselves. When Pokemon senses that the trainer is in danger, it will directly break through the Pokeball to protect the trainer in reality. Xing is one of these trainers, and his Pokemon can freely enter and exit the Pokeball and fulfill wishes. Several white rays of light overflowed in the private room, forming a sea of light, and several Pokemon also appeared in the room. 2 Vulpix, Audino, Trico, Little EV, Nosepass, Graveler, Lyron, Larvitar. Xing's Alliance Identity Team and Kenan's Pokemon appeared in the room together. The reactions of the two teams were different. Xing's Pokemon were all wary when they saw the Pokemon they had never seen before, even Audino. Same, and Kenan's Pokemon is curious with a touch of defensiveness. Larvitar saw that Xing's eyes lit up, and he ran over with small steps. The 2 Vulpix eyes were alert and just about to attack, but they were appeased by Ditto, who transformed into Eevee beside him. I don't know when Ditto became the big sister of the 2 little ones is headed. Although they stopped attacking, the 2 little guys were already staring at Larvitar vigilantly. They were not as ladylike as they looked on the surface of 497. Even Xing couldn't stand the madness of the 2 little guys. Audino discovered Xing's hidden tiredness, looked at Xing worriedly, and handed out a green life dew in his soft pink hand, which contained rich grass energy. After receiving the water drop swallow, which was constantly flowing but would not break and disperse, Xing's fatigue eased a lot, and he gently stroked his little housekeeper's head. Kenan also appeased his own Pokemon, and everyone started to eat. Xing went out halfway and called Macam to order a large amount of food again. The little ones had eaten delicious food, and the other children also can't be biased. Although he ordered a lot of dishes, Macamp was not too surprised this time. He had already guessed that the other party was a trainer, and maybe he wanted to order something for Snorlax, so such a terrifying amount of food is quite normal. Xing, remember it? Macamp nodded. He took out a Pokemon bank card and handed it to Macamp, who turned around and went to the toilet to wash his face smelling salts. Boom! Sorry, are you okay? When he opened the door and walked into the toilet, Xing was tackled by a girl who just came out, and then he heard the other party's apology. Just when he was about to speak, Xing saw the apologetic face of the other party. He froze for a moment and said, "It's okay. Let's go." Hearing Xing's words, the other party gave a salute and then walked out of the toilet, while Xing looked at the other party's back with great interest, with strong interest in his eyes. Is this person here now interesting? The girl Gold's long hair is constantly swaying. Black's robe wraps her tall figure, and she wears a strange decoration in her ear, the future champion of Kanto Region, Cynthia. At this time, she should be in the process of traveling to various regions for laser focus. After thinking for a while, Xing turned and walked in a bathroom. The other party's travel at this time has nothing to do with him. At this time, Cynthia should be in the process of breaking through the quasi-elite. At this time, except for the dodo who can fight against it, Steven and others may not be able to confront Cynthia head-on. After thinking about it, Xing walked into the boys' bathroom. At this time, he was still quite different from these future champions, and he needed to keep chasing after him. On the top of the future, I am destined to stand at the top. Burying his face in the hands of Tokoski, Xing's heart gradually calmed down. After a while, Xing returned to the private room, but what he saw was a girl who was struggling with a chicken leg. Xiao Bai, it's muddy. The girl is exactly Ginny Ming, who appeared in the private room for some reason, holding the loveless little Eevee in her arms. Sitting next to Ginny Ming, picked up a tissue and wiped the corner of the girl's mouth. Xing reluctantly picked up a glass of water and said, "Eat something before talking. Be careful not to choke." Well, okay. After obediently asking Xing to wipe the corners of her mouth, Ginny Ming concentrated on eating. Seeing the two people's harmonious and natural movements, Kenan's expression on the side became inexplicable, and there was still a strange feeling in his heart. Trying hard to swallow the food in her mouth, she took a big sip from the water glass in Xing's hand, and Ginny Ming let out a long sigh of relief. "Xiaobai, really? Don't call me when you come out to eat delicious food. If not, Xiaowan called me. I didn't even know you were here." Xiao Xiao complained, and saw that Sham Ming started to eat again. Kenan noticed Qi Xing's suspicious gaze and explained, "Senior Sister's laboratory is also set up in the Pokemon Academy." I asked, "And Senior Sister is also here," so I called over. "Yeah." Hearing what Kenan said, Jenny Ming nodded again and again, her two cheeks puffed up, still moving like a little hamster. He pinched Jenny Ming's little face viciously. Just as Qi Xing was about to speak, his eyes suddenly stared at EV. The little guy had already reacted, and his body jumped out to become Scyther. The slender sickle was like Green's shooting star. Swing 0. But a small white dirt was attached to the side of Scyther's scythe at some point, and Ditto didn't drive the dirt away. At the same time, a powerful beam of energy pierced through the wall and hit the private room, but it was directly scattered by Ditto, who reacted early, and in the other room were 3 robed the guy with the hood, protecting Kenan and Jenny Ming behind him. Qi Xing had an undisguised killing intent in his eyes. The attack just now didn't go towards anyone in the private room, but towards everyone's Pokemon. It's interesting, Rustboro Gymnasium actually has a talent like you besides those trash. The leader looked at Qi Xing and said with a sneer, while Agron beside him looked at everyone fiercely. Patting Agron's arm beside him, the leader turned around and led the 2 of them away, while Agron glanced at everyone with disdain, then turned and walked away. His eyes were extremely cold. Qi Xing looked directly at the 2 Vulpix where there was no trace nod. The 2 little guys retreated silently behind all the Pokemon, looking at the figures of the 3 in Agron, with faint blue and red lights in their eyes, marking success. The psychic's enemy, Normal, doesn't last long. The owner of this restaurant ran out a long time ago, looking at the scene in front of him with an ugly face. The loss is small, but if a trainer dares to do something here today, there will be no customers who dare to come in the future. How will his 1.2 restaurant continue to operate in the future? The boss saw Kenan and recognized her as the owner's daughter. His eyes lit up, and he just wanted to go up, but he saw Qi Xing's cold and murderous eyes, and he was scared and retreated to Machamp's side. Glancing at the boss indifferently, Qi Xing threw out an anonymous bank card and left the place with Kenan and Jenny Ming. Jenny Ming was protected by a Grimer that was close to a quasi-elite level, but Kenan's safety could not be guaranteed. Ensure. At the same time, Ditto walked up to Jenny Ming and stretched out a sickle. A small white clod slowly moved into the pocket of Jenny Dream's robe, and Ditto transformed into EV again, falling into Jenny Dream's embrace. Looked at her. The Agron's destruction and death just now have been obviously stockpiled for a long time, and its destructive power can even be compared with that of the elite Pokemon. If it weren't for Jenny Ming's Grimer to protect her, she might be seriously injured. In the Rustboro gym, Du Yin and Qi Xing sat opposite each other, their eyes extremely cold. The Rock Guild is here. They're very smart. They didn't attack Junior Sister Kenan, but wanted to abolish our Pokemon. I see. If they die in Rustboro City, can you afford to live there, Master? Even if they die in the gym, no one dares to fart. Looking at each other and smiling, the 2 picked up the teacups on the table and drank at the same time. Soon, Qi Xing said, "I'll start to travel again tomorrow, and the Rock Guild will definitely take action, their leader. He won't be so stupid. If he does it himself, I don't mind straddling half of Hoenn and destroying half of his Rock Guild. By then, he won't even be qualified to participate in the gymnasium assessment." Putting the cup on the table, Qi Xing stood up, cupped his hands, turned, and left the room. He wanted to say goodbye to Jenny Ming, Xing teacher, and Kenan. As the sky was getting darker, Qi Xing walked in the corridor with a calm expression on his face. As an elite psychic, it is very easy to kill people unless they do it themselves. In the library, for people were sitting on sofa 02. Xing looked at Qi Xing helplessly. He originally wanted to teach Qi Xing for a week, but he didn't expect that the plan could not keep up with the changes. Qi Xing would start traveling so soon. Seeing teacher Xing's expression, Qi Xing said in a low voice, "Sorry, teacher, but as long as I am traveling, the target of the Rock Guild will be me. Everyone in the gymnasium will also be in the safe zone." Relieved and helpless at the same time, Xing took out a space backpack and handed it to Qi Xing, sighing, "Study hard, Communicate with me and Xiao Meng regularly. We will test you. Xing, Jenny Meng, who was sitting next to Qi Xing, was no longer as cute as usual, but looked at Qi Xing quite seriously and said, Xiao Bai, don't show mercy. Send those guys to see Giratina. I will let the family help you solve the follow-up problems of. After receiving the space backpack and rubbing Jenny Meng's little head again, Qi Xing laughed. Unexpectedly, there was an extra Jenny family as a backer. Kenan wrinkled her face. She understood that Qi Xing was using herself as a living target, but she had no choice. Traveling with Qi Xing would only be a drag. Before she breaks through the advanced trainer, there is no way to help her Qi Xing. Looking at the people who were worried about him, Qi Xing was a little speechless. He still has the fighting power of a high-level trainer, and he is also an elite psychic. Without wasting any more time, Qi Xing looked at the bright moon hanging above the soaring in the sky outside the window, stood up and smiled, pinched Jenny Meng's cute little face again, and then walked out of the library with bright eyes from the imperceptible white light of the moon. How to put it is also the power of ghosts. Night is the home field of ghost. In the forest outside Rustboro City, 3 young men in yellow robes were gathering in front of a bunch of Courtneys and talking, each followed by a Pokemon, Agron, Golem, and a Lycanroc in day form. I should have borrowed a Pokemon that knows secret power. The girl with a good figure couldn't help complaining while roasting by the fire. Another boy who obviously liked girls hesitated for a moment, looked at the handsome and beautiful leader who was indistinguishable from male and female, and said, "Why don't we live in Rustboro City?" The action of throwing firewood in his hand stopped, and the leader raised his head to look at the two with a chill in his eyes. He stared at the two of them coldly, until the two could not bear the gaze and lowered their heads. The leader said lightly, "Why did the president send us 3 rookies here? Why did the president only give 1 Pokemon? Why I will choose to live in the forest? Don't you two useless think about it?" Said word by word. The voice of the leader gradually brought disdain and rage. Just when the two fell into silence, and the leader fell into rage, a playful laugh came from the surrounding darkness. Because there are too many dissidents in the Rock Guild. He doesn't care if 3 high-level Pokemon die because of just 3 rookies. Because you live in the city, you probably don't know when you will die. The first moment they heard the voice, the 3 stood up immediately, hid behind their Pokemon, and looked at the dark forest around them with great vigilance, trying to find the person who made the voice. It didn't make much sense. A figure slowly stepped out from the darkness, Black's formal attire, White's hair, scarlet eyes full of malice, looking at the 3 of them jokingly. It was Qi who had resumed the Rocket's attitude Xing. As Qi Xing kept getting closer to the 3 of them, a pair of extremely scarlet eyes opened in the darkness. The handsome middle-aged man took away a lot of space equipment during the previous battle between Team Rocket and Team Fire Rock, including some pokeballs of some members. After all, Qi Xing cannot be the only person with multiple identities. It's a pity that the handsome middle-aged Pokemon can't be tamed. After all, with Qi Xing's strength, he still can't defeat the elite-level Pokemon head-on. Most of the Pokemon that were killed by the handsome middle-aged man before have been replaced with resources, and now they are full of Qi Xing. Xing's small treasury. After seeing Agatha's ghost army on Trial Island, Qi Xing understood how terrifying the strength of an established team is, and now he can do a small experiment. Among them are some Pokemon that make Qi Xing a little cautious, but unfortunately most of them have lost the potential for evolution and can only be used as Qi Xing's future resource channels or handed over to Ariki Suzu, Caesar, and Bisaz when they form forces. Member use. After all, Qi Xing can't afford to support such a huge batch of Pokemon at present. Just raising a few Pokemon of his own is almost bankrupt, let alone cultivating these Pokemon. Looking at the dozens of pairs of orangutan red eyes behind Qi Xing, among which there are 4 Maenids whose aura is far stronger than other Pokemon, the 3 of them fell into panic. 943, the 3 Pokemon in front of them were also in panic. They were Pokemon forcibly spawned by resources, and they didn't have the courage to face this situation. So, these 3 guys are just trying to paralyze the bait sent by the owner of the pavilion. Seeing the performance of the 3 Pokémon in front of him, Xing felt a little bored and waved his hand to make the Pokémon behind him retreat. Some Pokémon seemed to be unable to restrain their killing intent and wanted to rush out, but under the cold eyes of the 4 Pokémon, Xing stepped back immediately. Xing divided the Pokémon into 4 groups, led by Vibrava, Whirlipede, Scyther, and Sizer from Ditto Transform. They all fought over one by one, and there were some Pokémon who were sent to see Giratina in the middle. Walking up to the 3 of them and yawning boredly, Xing said flatly, "Take back the Pokémon. I'll kill you. Choose yourself." Hearing Xing's words, the 2 boys and girls looked hesitant, but the leader took out the Pokeball without saying a word and directly guarded Agron, making Xing smile. Even if there are 3 baits, it takes a smart person to lead 2 idiots. Seeing the leader take back the Pokémon, the remaining 2 looked at each other, took out the Pokeball with difficulty, and slipped their hands in the middle and almost dropped the Pokeball to the ground. Even so, they still looked hesitant. The leader directly grabbed the 2 Pokeballs and pressed them. A red light flashed and retrieved the 2 Pokémon. Then he gritted his teeth and threw the Pokeball to Xing. Without waiting for Xing to take it, Vibrava quickly flew out to pick up the 2 Pokeballs. After careful inspection, he confirmed that the Pokeballs had not removed the blocking device, then handed the Pokeballs to Xing, then gave the 3 of them a warning look and slowly retreated into the dark forest behind, shrinking the 3 Pokeballs and playing with them. Xing looked at the 3 with a chuckle and said, "Tell me about your plan." Finding that Xing didn't seem to have the intention of killing, the teenager and girl breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, 2 sharp daggers pierced their hearts, and it was the leader. "Why?" The boy, who still had a little energy left, asked puzzledly, and at the same time stretched out his hand as if trying to grab the leader. "Normal. You are too stupid to keep a secret." Taking a step back slightly, the leader looked at the boy and said indifferently, "In the dark forest, 2 fresh lives passed away slowly, full of bewilderment and unwillingness." After confirming that the 2 were dead, the leader turned and knelt down, looked down at ground, and said in a low voice, "My subordinate is by Song, the son of the former president of Rock Guild." Frowning lightly, Xing roughly understood that such a decisive and talented trainer would be treated as an outcast and sent as bait to such a dangerous place as Rustboro City, once an emperor and a courtier, let alone a former prince. But the other party's name is quite interesting: Free Gift. These 2 idiots don't know that we are abandoned children, and trying to kill Miss Kenan is the mission issued by the president. I don't want to die at the hands of the enraged Du Yin, who tampered with the plan and attacked Pokemon instead. At the same time, I hope to attract Master Du Yin, but I didn't expect you to come. After the last sentence, Xing smiled. The other party obviously hoped to join Du Yin, but he didn't expect it to be him. After all, Rustboro Gymnasium really didn't have any available people, and he only joined recently. The information must be it has not been passed to the Rock Guild yet. But even if he is gone, with Jenny dreaming, Kenan will have nothing. He's a smart man. Look up. A super bomb slowly condensed from his fingertips, exuding a hazy moon-white light, and Xing looked up at the leader and said. The moment he raised his head, Xing's slender fingers touched the opponent's forehead, and the white light group, containing countless wonderful patterns, immediately entered the opponent's soul space, planting a new super bomb. But the next moment, Xing frowned, and a new piece of information came from the super bomb, and there was a method similar to the super bomb in by Song's mind. It's just that it's only high level, and even high-level super Pokemon can break it, let alone remind the star that he is an elite psychic at this time. The Go system restrains the superpower system, and similarly, the Go's power produced by Xing's superpower variant naturally restrains common psychic. But the question is, if this restriction is broken, will the president of the Rock Guild be aware of it? After pondering for a while, Xing put his finger on Baisong's forehead again, and the power of the ghost was continuously output, and he began to build a new posture of the super bomb. Soon, the posture of the light group began to change, and gradually became a square shape. Small box. The box moved slowly, until it was close to the restriction. It suddenly rose up and put it into his body, and immediately closed the gap, floating quietly above the sea of spirits of the white pine. Feeling the square box exuding powerful energy in his mind, Baisong's eyes were extremely serious. He thought that Du Yan would be attracted, and with the lives of 2 people as votes, he was able to sneak into the Rustboro gym. It was a psychic who came. I'm afraid my real plan has already been seen. Whether I can live on or not, Baisong's eyes gradually turned fierce, and his right hand slowly groped towards something around his waist, but was caught by Yu White, who suddenly shook in his mind. The box was taken aback. Glancing at Baisong, who kept making small movements with a half-smile, Xing said slowly, "That's a good plan. Even I was deceived by you just now." Sweat oozes, and the eyes gradually become desperate. Remember, after sacrificing 2 companions, you managed to gain the trust of the host Du Yan. You betrayed the president, and you are favored by the owner Du Yan. You will participate in the apprentice assessment in the gymnasium assessment 3 months later. Without killing Baisong, Xing said gently, like a kind brother normal. After listening to Xing's words and realizing his intention, Baisong raised his head abruptly, and what he saw was Xing's playful scarlet eyes full of malice. At this moment, a terrifying chill rushed straight into Baisong's body-brain. This person in front of him dares to plot against the president of the Rock Guild, a quasi-elite level figure. Looking at Baisong with frightened eyes and tight lips, Xing smiled and said, "The president of the Rock Guild should be named by. What do you think?" Hearing Xing's words, Baisong's eyes of fear gradually rose. Cheers to the people. After thinking for a while, Xing continued, "After sacrificing 2 members and sneaking into the gym, I got an accurate message that by Ruashing, a member of the Rustboro gym, has already started traveling. He is one of the apprentices who will be assessed in the gym 3 months later. Understand?" The subordinate understands, and, at the same time, after inquiring, I learned that Miss Kenan has lived in seclusion in an unknown place and has no chance to use her mobile phone. Hearing Xing's words, Baisong suppressed his fear, lowered his head and tried to remain calm, and responded to Xing's words make supplements. Looking at Baisong in front of him and nodding in satisfaction, Xing turned around and walked towards the forest. While walking, he threw the 3 Pokeballs in his hand at the same time, so that Baisong could have some fighting power, so that he would not have to wait for this chess piece to walk out of the forest and hang up directly when it works. Without raising his head, Baisong waited until the sound of footsteps in his ears disappeared completely, then slowly raised his head, and after confirming that the boy who looked like a devil had disappeared, he sat down on the ground suddenly. Panting continuously, the fear in his eyes was undisguised, burst out. Trembling, he picked up the 3 Pokeballs on the ground, and Baisong fled away from the forest, while the owner of a pair of orangutan red eyes in the darkness nodded with satisfaction, took out the communicator, and sent a message. The play needs to be a full set, and the owner of Du Yan should notify in advance. Not only can it effectively prevent the Panshur Guild from continuing to attack Kenan, but can also play tricks on the so-called president of the Panshur Guild in 3 months. Thinking of this, a playful smile appeared on Xing's face again. Turning around and walking slowly in the forest, Xing slowly merged with the surrounding darkness. Only those extremely scarlet eyes could not be concealed at all. Behind him, there are dozens of pairs of figures exuding a bloodthirsty aura, exuding the covet of prey on their bodies. But when they saw the figure in front of them, their faces were full of awe and fear. As Xing's father once said to his mother on the Dashua Mountain, even if he joins the Rockets, only Xing's enemies will suffer. On the second day, in the Rustboro Gymnasium, Baisong stood on the battlefield opposite Du Yan, commanding Agron to fight very seriously. Although this Agron was only a Pokemon spawned with resources, Baisong's trainer talent pretty good, the fighting is impressive. As the battle was going on, Du Yan's eyes were full of admiration, but it wasn't for Baisong. His level was not enough. What Ian really appreciated was Xing. After all, according to Baisong's explanation, if he was Du Yan last night if you go out in person, you may be deceived. Baisong told the real situation in a random manner, except that he slightly modified the paragraph about Qi Xing's psychic, changing it to Qi Xing has an elite-level psychic Pokemon, and everything else is true. But this is enough to surprise Du Yan. It is understandable for him to know that he has an elite-level psychic Pokemon, but it is really surprising enough to master the skill of Super Bomb. The Super Bomb that Qi Xing learned was obtained from the Golden Calm Mind method, which is the 0-2 mega skill designed by no more than one elite-level power user in the Pokemon world. It was not designed by Sabrina herself, but by their family designed by one of the elite ancestors of. Qi Xing not only solved the big pit for him, but also helped him find a third apprentice who could participate in the assessment of the gymnasium. After all, according to the other party's plan, it is indeed a loop, not to mention Du Yan. Even Qi Xing was almost deceived by the other party last night. It will also fall into the trap. Boom! Soon, Agron fell to the ground with a painful expression on his face. Although he was not unconscious, he obviously had no ability to stand up. Baisong glanced at Du Yan with a calm face, gritted his teeth, and pressed his hand on another Pokeball superior. He must show his own value, and he must not lose his use value. Thinking of Qi Xing's demon-like smile and eyes in the dark forest last night, Baisong felt a chill go straight to the sky, and the hand pressing on the Pokeball couldn't help shaking under the great fear. Frowning and looking at Baisong, whose contest condition was unstable, Du Yan said directly, "It's okay. Starting today, you will train, and you will participate in the gymnasium assessment in 3 months." After all, Du Yan directly put away the Onix in the field, which was the one that fought against Qi Xing back then. But today's Onix looked puzzled. The last fight was a week ago. Onix thought it would be a tough fight today, and he was facing a heavyweight player like Agron, but rival was weaker than he expected. A red light flashed. Du Yan turned and left the battlefield, while Baisong tremblingly pressed the Pokeball to take back Agron. After 3 months, as long as he can get the president, he should be able to survive. After all, it's not a big deal for Du Yan to be the head of the Rustboro gym from Commoner Trainer. Picking up the Pokeball and following Du Yan's figure, Baisong's mood gradually calmed down. At this moment, he understood why the president would never forget Riddy Elite. It was a demon, just like Qi Xing. They can climb to a higher position by themselves. But when he thought of Qi Xing, Baisong's hands began to tremble again, and he couldn't even hold the Pokeball firmly. In the forest, Qi Xing, who was dressed as an alliance, was basking in the sun, slapping Yan with a bored face. Blue's eyes were full of boredom. After fighting wits and courage for a long time, he suddenly calmed down his mind and rested. Boring. Qi Xing didn't expect that, but he had just been lurking in the alliance for a month, and the first week of coming to Rustboro City would be so exciting. Examine the breeder family, learn from Xing teacher, lead the 2 organizations to fight, step on the gate of hell, get information on Molters and the spirit world, and fight against the president of the Rock Guild in the air, fighting wits and courage. In just 8 or 9 days, Qi Xing was stunned to experience all kinds of dangers that other trainers may not encounter once in their lifetime. But nothing happened, and he still took advantage of it. This is the crown is at the light capital ring of the main army corner. Shamelessly lamenting his ingenuity, Qi Xing took out a communicator, which showed the caller, the owner of Du Yan. Frowning lightly, Qi Xing clicked to answer the call. The big and resolute face of the owner, Du Yan, appeared on the screen, and he said with a big smile, "Boy, you did a good job this time. This Baisong has a good talent. You can do it in 3 months. Trick that guy well." As if feeling bored, Du Yan stopped and said seriously, "Protect yourself. The Rock Guild will not continue to send people to me, but your danger will increase a lot. It's good. I just feel a little bored. Some toys would be nice." "Not afraid." Qi Xing laughed with great interest. Seeing Qi Xing's appearance, Du Yan also nodded in satisfaction. "Next I will teach you some Larvitar's breeder method. What about Agron and Rhyperior? You kid, don't you want to be so greedy? White Pine. You don't have these 2 Pokemon either. White Pine. White Pine." Seeing Qi Xing with a plain face, Du Yan gritted his teeth and said helplessly, "I'll just teach you." Hearing Du Yan's compromise, Qi Xing showed a smile on his face, and said with a smile, "Thank you, Mr. Hallmaster." Looking at the cheeky Xing, Du Yin sighed helplessly. After all, he is his wife's disciple, and he is his half-child. Besides Xiaowan, who else would he give to him? 480. Walking in the forest, Xing was studying with Du Yin. The boredom on his face gradually dissipated, and instead he became interested. Question for contemplation. Although both worlds have advanced technology, but after all, the technology tree of the Pokemon world is not a bit crooked. Because of the existence of Pokemon, the two worlds are very different in terms of daily life and entertainment. Xing's thinking mode and various knowledge brought by his previous life still have some effects. Larvitar's sand hidden ability cannot be maintained. It will disappear after evolution. So, one of Larvitar's energy stores lies in Red's belly. The ground type will disappear after evolving into Banjara. So, it should. After receiving Du Yan's teaching, Xing's eyes gradually brightened, and his understanding of Pokemon, like Larvitar, continued to increase. Whenever he learned a new piece of knowledge, the knowledge of the breeder family in his mind would automatically pop up and start various changes form one breeder scheme after another. In the forest under the sun, the young man has a learned and studious temperament, and his eyes, shining brightly in the sun, reveal the light of wisdom that is yearning for. A week later, at noon, the sun was high above the soaring in the sky, and the earth was scorched extremely hot. Many Pokemon were lying obediently in their hiding places with tired faces. Walking on the small road, Xing looked at the system in front of him and frowned. He had been trying to design Larvitar's breeder scheme along the way, but after a week of hard work, he still couldn't compare with the breeder method that Du Yin gave him. It is that the potential of Larvitar cannot be realized, or the use of resources is too horrible to be perfect. This should be designed by teacher for Lao Du. Waving the breeder method he had just designed, Xing put away the system panel and thought about it. According to Lao Du, he and Xing teacher were traveling partners, and later also had feelings for both husband and wife, gave birth to Kenan. Beside Xing, Trico was pacing slowly, wearing a silver bracelet on his right hand with a pattern of green vines printed on it. That is the gravity bracelet that Xing specially made for Trico using the system. It does not have props attribute and cannot activate Trico's light ability, but it can play a role in exercising. Xing spent nearly 10,000 hours designing the drawings of the gravity bracelet in the virtual space, combining gravity skills with various scientific instruments and technical means far beyond this era. It can be said that the existence of the virtual space is enough for Xing to accomplish many achievements that ordinary people cannot achieve in a lifetime. The building function of the system also invested nearly 20 million resources to create this bracelet, but it can be used until Trico evolves into Sceptile, which is worth the money. He took out a gold red and a green energy cube and put them into Trico's mouth. Trico's contest condition recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The two energy cubes were named True Dragon Gem and Towering Giant Tree. The two energy cubes are like crystal clear crystals, each with a pattern of a small dragon and a big tree inside, exuding a faint light, rendering the two crystal clear energy cubes into different colors. Although the name is somewhat zhong-air, but the value of the formula alone is hundreds of millions, not to mention the level of price, but no market. It is all researched in the virtual space of the Xing Assist system. Not to mention the hundreds of billions worth of resources consumed. Those research instruments alone cannot be bought in this world. Fortunately, the virtual space of the system can be simulated with very few resources. The price of each pill is hundreds of thousands, and Trico has to take it once every 3 days, and eat Xing's special Pokemon food at other times, and the price is tens of thousands, which consumes resources compared to Alliance's 3-meal energy cube. It is the difference between cloud and mud. It's just that the intentions of the two are too different. Xing is for the small family and for their own children, while Alliance is for the righteousness and for the tens of thousands of Grimers in the world. There is no comparison. After regaining her spirit, Trico's speed accelerated again. With the nutrition of 2 energy cubes and the massage of Xing, she didn't need to worry about the damage to her body and could exercise freely. Seeing Trico Xing, who was exercising hard, he laughed and then took out a silver cylindrical metal body to start researching. This is the special metal coat exchanged from Steven at the beginning, but it is just an unfinished contest condition. Perhaps this is a very serious problem for others, but for Xing, as long as he is willing to invest resources, it is enough to get a special metal coat of perfect quality, but before that he needs to study carefully. I haven't seen Flash Beldum, so I can't speculate on the special ability of this metal coat based on its flash ability. Maybe we can get detailed information after it is perfected. The price of metal coat on the market today is mostly between 500,000 and 700,000, and they are basically of low-grade quality, not suitable for resource purification, so we need to think of ways. What Xing wants is not just the ultimate quality. What he wants is the perfect quality that only exists in Legendary, an evolutionary item that can rival the God's Ice Stone. While checking the data given by the system, Xing pondered. Scyther's aptitude is not high, but blue. The key to breaking through purple lies in this metal coat. If the calculation is successful, Scyther can not only become the same as Metagross, the special flash of the same color will usher in a huge leap in qualifications. Shaking his head, Xing put the metal coat away again, took out the communicator, and logged into the exclusive forum of Alliance Trainer, and began to search for information. But before logging in, Xing first sent a message to the 3 of Oriki Suzu, asking them to collect metal coat resources through Hunters, Black Market, and Team Rocket channels. The owner Duyin used to have a top-quality metal coat, but he used it on Steelix of his first-tier team. The Orbur Mine, the holy land of steel in the Hoenn region, has a large number of high-quality steel-type Pokémon in it. Combined with the research of Professor Oak, who did not want to be named, the metal coat carried by the Pokémon here should be high-quality metal coat, that's right. Seeing this information, Xing's eyes lit up, but then he began to think again. He is not qualified to go to this region, and it is impossible for Scyther to wait until after the Evergrande Conference to start training, which would be a waste of time. Xing can also obtain a large amount of metal coat from Steven, but how should he explain it? An ordinary commoner trainer needs a large amount of metal coat for no reason. Plus the Scyther that will appear in his team in the future, it is really useless. Law explained. Dispelling the miscellaneous thoughts, Xing continued to read other materials in the forum, and Xing got a lot of interesting information. Fighting Conference runner-up reward, an intermediate quality metal coat. Fishing Conference third place reward, an intermediate quality metal coat. There are still 3 high-quality metal coats in the Executioner's internal resource exchange system. Seeing the last message, Xing put away the smile on his face, and his eyes became calm. The message of the Executioner appeared in the forum again. Is it almost a sacrifice? Executioners are a special faction that is different from the Alliance investigators. They're mainly responsible for some dirty things that the investigators are not easy to do. It is similar to directly dealing with those who betrayed the Alliance and clearing the Black Qianzhao organization. The mission consists of a large number of civilian trainers who lack resources. After all, most of the investigators can only do the task of peace and arresting prisoners. They cannot directly kill rival. There are various rules and regulations, but these executioners do not have too many restrictions. The ruthless and cruel methods are more powerful than organizations like the Rockets, so they are hated by everyone, and the sacrifice rate is frighteningly high, but still can't stop many trainers from joining them. After all, compared with investigators and other professions that need to pass many tests, executioners can participate as long as they sign up, even if they use false identities, and they can quit at any time to restore their innocence. To put it bluntly, they're just a bunch of cannon fodder, so Alliance doesn't care where these executioners come from, what their identities are, whether they will leak the mission, or if they fail, they just sacrifice a batch of them and send a new batch of executioners to continue the mission. Alliance is also a hall with a dark side. Frowning and thinking for a long time, Xing decided to give up this task. Executioner normal usually takes 3 to 5 months to perform a task. His next goal is to collect another 7 badges, breeder's own Pokemon, and prepare 3. There will be no time for the gymnasium assessment in a month. Furthermore, with the Holy Land qualification obtained at that time, he can go to the territory of Magneto when he chooses the Holy Land of the electric system and harvest a wave of Metal Coat resources. Naturally, the Alliance also knows that some Pokemon will carry props, which can be regarded as Alliance gives an investment to a talented trainer, and Alliance doesn't care about the value of such a batch of props. Beep, beep, beep. 3 voices sounded one after another. It was obviously Zhimu Ling, Caesar, and Bisaz who had found some information. After checking the information sent by the 3, Xing nodded in satisfaction. The original idea of forming a force was indeed right. If I was the only one, I wouldn't be able to support these children at all. +2 #L #equals. Throughout the history of the Pokemon world, although the champion elites are mostly travelers, behind them without exception, there is a big force supporting various resources, including opportunities to obtain high-quality Pokemon, channels for obtaining top-quality resources, and breeder home contacts and more. Behind Steven is the Zvaki family. Behind the Dodo is the Yulong family. Behind Cynthia is the Temple, and even Xing can be said to have the investment of the Rockets behind him. After all, 073 is a special member of the Rockets who directly belongs to Giovanni. Looking at the messages sent by the 3, Xing began to carefully select, preferably the kind of acquisition location close to the Hoenn Mightiest 8 Avenue Hall, which allows him to take care of 2 things. Team Rocket's mission: the leader of the base of Oddstar City needs a Pokemon with secret power, and there are 4 high-level and 1 top-quality Metal Coat in the Hunter's Guild, and there are 3 other tasks. Big C is currently participating in the Rocket's internal promotion assessment and has no time for him. After quickly reading one piece of information, Xing had some plans. While continuing to read, he opened the system panel. Displays the resources needed to purify to perfect quality in calculations. Ding! Report to the host. The required resources are roughly 5 top-quality Metal Coats, or 15 high-quality Metal Coats. It is not recommended to use intermediate-quality Metal Coats, and the resource demand is too much. Lines of formulas were displayed on the system panel, and finally a crisp reminder sounded. Nodding his head slightly, what the system said is indeed correct. If 5 top-quality coins are replaced by 15 high-level ones, the wasted resources will be about 30 million, of which there is no calculation, of energy needed for system purification, let alone don't mention the use of low-quality Metal Coat for purification. Taking out the communicator and directly dialing Steven's communication number, Xing plans to buy a few top-quality Metal Coats from him first, and then collect resources from various places one after another. The best time for Caesar to appear is when the Evergrande Conference is held. Mr. Xiaobai, do you have any new stones? Steven's eyes lit up when he saw Xing. After all, Xing's stone was the most precious stone he had ever seen in his life. It was on Steven's favorite list in Xing can even be ranked in the top 5. Speechlessly glanced at Steven with shining eyes. Xing almost took back the prepared steel energy cube in his hand, took out a stone from the system, and threw it directly at Steven. Soothing his mood, Xing directly took out the prepared energy cube. The whole body showed a crystal feeling, but there were some impurities, and there were chaotic patterns in it, exuding silver light. This is an imperfect formula designed by Xing when he was researching Caesar's exclusive energy cube, but it has special effects. It can be called the ultimate formula. No city. Not everyone can conduct research for months and years in just a few hours like Xing, and has countless precious materials and various advanced instruments for experiments. Xing does not intend to hand over the formula to Steven. He believes in the character of the other party, but he does not believe in the character of the Zvaki family. He only intends to carry out long-term supply cooperation, and he will only do it when he reaches the quasi-elite level. Hand over the formula and start the cooperative mode of sharing in proportion. Just seeing that energy cube, Steven immediately became excited. He seemed to see some top-quality stone. Normal kept his eyes close to the screen, carefully observing that energy cube. After a while, Stephen regained his composure, looked at Xing and said, "Mr. Xiaobai, what's its name?" "I don't know, I just found its formula in the black market and made it." After testing, its function is to increase Orberga's strength and strengthen its fire resistance. Blushing and not panting, Xing flickered Stephen and continued, "I think you need it very much. You are a trainer who specializes in the first element, and you'll be lacking when facing the fire element." It doesn't take much to say the following. Stephen has already understood what Xing meant and began to think his family also has several top-quality formulas. At first, he thought that Xing was holding a perfect energy cube, so he was so excited but calmed down after discovering that it was just the best. However, improving Orberga's strength and fire resistance is also called extremely precious in several formulas in the Zvaki family. "No, I made it myself and tested it." After calming down, Stephen seemed to have grasped some important information, looked at Xing and asked, "Mr. Xiaobai, are you the breeder family?" Looking at Stephen, who was puzzled and asked with a slight smile, Xing said directly, "I just passed the assessment of the low-level breeders family half a month ago, and my teacher is Master Xing." Hearing Xing's words, Stephen looked at Xing with some surprise. The 15-year-old low-level breeder family is not uncommon, but at the same time, there is a teacher who is only one step away from the master, and he has excellent trainer talent. A rare talent in the entire alliance. Withdrawing all expressions, Stephen became extremely serious at this moment, looked at Xing and said, "Mr. Xiaobai, what do you need? The Zvaki family needs this formula." Instead of agreeing to Stephen's request, Xing started a new round of conversation with him. 3 hours later, Stephen nodded and looked at Xing with the information in his hand and said, "I will deliver the first metal coat to you and test the energy cube on the spot, and the next 2 metal coats will be handed over to you after the quality and function are confirmed." "Mr. Xiaobai, happy cooperation." "Happy cooperation." Nodding with a smile, Xing directly hung up the communication record. After confirming that the Zvaki family only had 3 top-quality metal coats in stock, he directly used the reason that he needed to carry out research experiments to buy them as well. Asked to come over, and Stephen was also very curious about what the research topic of a genius breeder family was. If the Zvaki family knew about this, they would probably go directly to collect a lot of top-quality metal coat and give it to Stephen, so that he could win over Xing, the future genius of the breeders and Master Xing. In the eyes of the first Hoenn family, a few top-quality metal coats are nothing compared to the friendship between the 2 future master breeders. Bang! Bang! Just as Xing was thinking, Trico slammed the gravity bracelet off his wrist, and the figure appeared beside Xing in a flash, and the tail, exuding energy, was thrown out. "Knock out the raiders." He looked up at the figure that was attacking him. It was Eradicate, which was normal. There were not a few Pokemon that were attacking him along the way. However, because trainers often walked on this road, there were only some common low-level Pokemon. Qualified Pokemon. Without much effort, Trico was just Solation's 1-hit pound skill. Eradicate ran away directly, and it was like a bolt of lightning from his heart. Keep a certain distance. The bracelet does not increase weight, but radiates a gravity field, so that a full range of exercise effects can be achieved. Checked Trico's body contest condition. Xing's ghost power slowly flowed out, enveloped Trico's body, and began to 353 to strengthen her body functions. Suddenly, a figure stood in front of Xing, looked at him full of fighting spirit, and said, "I finally found you. Let's have a battle." Slightly chubby body, orange hair, followed by a Marshtomp. It was Morrison who was brutally our ******* D by Xing and Trico outside Little Root Town. Have you evolved in a month? At the intermediate level, your aptitude has not decreased. Is there any chance? Looking at the data of Marshtomp displayed on the system, Xing was a little puzzled. You must know that although Usangia has grown rapidly, most of the breeders of Excellent are based on a relatively long cycle, just like his standard for Trico. In his plan, Maybe Trico will still be in the form of Grovyle when participating in the Evergrande Conference, and most of the trainers are also like this. After all, the conference is just a springboard for them to enter the Alliance, and after that, many trainers will start their real Alliance journey start. It is really not worth sacrificing the potential and future of an excellent Pokemon for this. The ranking of the Evergrande Conference is nothing more than a certificate of honor, which is useful for entering the Alliance or joining a powerful force. When it comes to ranking rewards, only the top 3 rewards can be called real precious resources. If Mudkip was trained by him, his current aptitude should have been promoted to shallow purple, instead of being stuck in deep blue and unable to break through. Boringly glanced at Mudkip in front of him, Trico didn't have the slightest interest. So what about evolution? What about a level higher than himself? It's just a little more effort to fight. At most it lasts a while. Putting away the system panel, Xing glanced at Trico, and the two made eye contact. Trico, do you want to fight? So boring. Xing, let's hit it. It's time to relieve boredom. Trico, so I did it myself? Seeing Xing nodding, Trico directly took off the bracelet and handed it over. When he walked to the opposite side of the two, his eyes suddenly changed, and his momentum began to solidify. Seeing this scene, Morrison and Marshtomp looked at each other. At the same time, it became extremely dignified. Marshtomp jumped up, and the fists formed by the two front feet after evolution emitted gray light and slammed towards Trico, but Trico dodged it leisurely and hit the ground with a fist. On the ground, a huge pothole suddenly appeared on the ground. A question mark appeared on Xing's face. He didn't remember that this Marshtomp had such a talent. Julie is not an ability, but a kind of talent that the 10 Mudkip clans firmly believe in. The former legendary champion, Mr. Fong, has a Swampert with outstanding talent for great strength, and once defeated countless powerful enemies for him. But this one should not have it. Seeing the gray light on Marshtomp's fist, Xing reacted. It should be the skill of Mega Punch, so this special effect similar to the talent of Giant Force will be produced. The venue was already dilapidated. Marshtomp stood resting in a big pit with a tired face, and Trico stood calmly on the flat ground next to the big pit. Glancing at Trico unwillingly, Marshtomp suddenly splashed at Trico under Morrison's command. This time, he didn't dodge, and Trico swung his tail directly with Green's light on it. Mega Punch is just a title, but it can indeed enhance the power of Pokemon, but it depends on the talent of Pokemon itself. Compared with Trico, who possesses pure dragon blood, Marshtomp's strength is still not enough. The two just stalemate for a moment, and Trico's tail directly shattered Marshtomp's attack and sent him flying. So, it's actually pretty good. I've gained some combat awareness, and my strength has improved a lot. It's not bad. Looking at the performance of Marshtomp and Morrison, Xing nodded. The two are not bad, and they will practice for a while. Time is estimated to be able to become a real trainer. Walking up and throwing Morrison a bottle of potion, Xing brushed past him and said lightly, "I'm making some progress. Keep working hard." The moment they heard Xing's encouragement, Morrison and Marshtomp's lost eyes changed. They looked at the backs of Xing and Trico complicatedly. There was both reluctance and gratitude in their eyes, until Xing's figure completely disappeared. After disappearing, the two looked at each other again, their eyes filled with firm courage. This scene overlapped wonderfully with the previous scene outside the Little Root Town Forest, but this time the people and Pokemon had completely different moods. Growing up in constant adventures, experiencing failures and tribulations, gradually growing into outstanding people and Pokemon, and establishing a deep bond, this is the path of most trainers. On the path, Xing's figure had long since disappeared. There was only a white-haired boy in black clothing with scarlet eyes walking on the path, followed by a gigantic Whirlipede. There are no satellites in this world, so he could just go to the nearby forest and open a secret space to switch identities. Coupled with the double protection of the system and the power of the ghost, no one can approach him at all. Holding a bottle of venom in his hand and shaking it constantly, Xing took out a syringe from his body again and dripped a drop of water into it. It was a drop of water from the Purify spring, with a weak calendar of the north wind. Under the action of the power of the north wind, the venom quickly turned into a transparent body of water, and it was not a problem to drink it in the system's test, but it was beneficial to one's health. God TM is in good health. Is it so difficult to prepare a venom? Suppressing the extremely strong desire to complain, Xing put away the water and syringe in his hand and started a new round of thinking, whether it is because it's too good to be perfect. After all, it is the power of the north wind from Suikun. Xing also entered the virtual space for research in 3.1. But it is not that simple to rely on manpower to fight against the gods. The power of the north wind is really unreasonable. It's not that Xing can't prepare enough terrifying toxins, but that while fighting against the power of the north wind, Xing also needs to consider Whirlipede's ability to withstand. Although the appearance looks extremely terrifying, Whirlipede at this time is only a high-level Pokemon after all. Toxic systems have not been effectively developed. The venom that can stand in a stalemate with the power of the north wind is Xing's pursuit, but Whirlipede can't bear this power. Evolved later. I remember a senior whose surname is not old seemed to say that we must use magic to defeat magic. Thinking of something extraordinary, Xing's eyes lit up, and he directly turned on the communicator and started searching. I found it. The Lake of Pollution, the lake near Baytown, used to be a very clear lake, until one day a drop of purple water fell from soaring in the sky, and the entire lake turned into an extremely toxic lake, very suitable for Pokemon of the poison type. According to the local residents, the sacred place of Suikun once appeared in the forest around the lake. But the strange thing is that the lake has not been purified. Although he was very happy to find what he needed just now, Xing's expression became thoughtful again the next moment. If this is the case, why didn't the Alliance designate it as a sanctuary? Which Pokemon does the poison that can make Suikun retreat come from? After thinking for a while, one Pokemon after another appeared in Xing's mind, among which there were many mythical beasts and phantom beasts, but they were quickly ruled out as they did not meet the standards. Pokemon like Suikun seem elegant and gentle, but in fact they're quite tough. As long as it is polluted, there is nothing they dare not touch. It is said that Suikun in the Kanto region once directly fought the hard steel with promise for a polluted forest, and later he was also seriously injured, and 02 Suikun was not rescued until Mr. Tianzong, the champion who was temporarily serving in Galar at that time, took action. So in Xing's eyes, this wave of going to Baytown is a necessary plan. Maybe Whirlipede's promotion to gold qualification depends on this wave. Even if he can't be promoted to gold, reaching Deep Purple is also very good. Opening the map and checking it carefully, Xing planned the route. Go to Mauville City first to get the 3 metal coats from Steven, and then play a wave of gyms. I don't know if the owner of the gym is Iron Shin now. After that, I will go to Baytown. Although the place is not designated as a holy place, there are also disadvantages. I am afraid that there are not a few trainers gathered there, but my goal is just to take some lake water. After completing the route planning, Xing walked straight forward, taking out a gray-purple energy cube from time to time and throwing it into Whirlipede's mouth. Every time he ate an energy cube, the red ring pattern on Whirlipede's body would shine brighter, and the body has also grown to an unnoticeable level. With continuous strengthening, Whirlipede's aura almost broke through the elite level several times, and White's evolutionary light lit up on his body, but they all retreated under the pressure. Gently stroking Whirlipede's big head to express comfort, Xing is also a little helpless. Bite again, and soon we could become a real elite class. Bug-type Pokemon is loved by the majority of civilian trainers because of its short evolutionary cycle, fast speed, and few training resources, but at the moment it has become an obstacle on the way forward for Xing and Whirlipede. As his own Earl Dervish Pokemon, Xing's expectations for Whirlipede are even higher than the 2 little Vulpix that have been breeder. Feeling Xing's hopeful mood, Whirlipede's big eyes bent, and he gently touched his own trainer with his tentacles, responding to Xing's feelings. Riding on the breeze, Xing and his children walked on this path to the next destination. 3 days later, Xing stood in the forest outside Mauville City, picked up the pokeball on the ground, and turned to walk into the city. Behind him was a trainer in a yellow robe who had lost his vitality. While walking, the Larvitar next to Xing transformed into an EV and lay on Xing's hat. "Steven, I'm here. Where are you?" While wandering around the city in isolation, surveying the terrain and making an escape route, he took out the communicator and dialed the large communication code. Seemingly impatient, Steven said directly, "I'm in the Mauville gym, and the owner of the Iron Spin gym has a top-quality metal coat. I'll see if I can trade it." Frowning slightly, Xing originally planned to try to trade for metal coat after learning that the Mauville gymnasium was Iron Spin. You must know that in the information learned in the previous life, there is a Magnezone in the first echelon of Iron Spin. As a quasi-elite Pokemon, its innate carrying items have a high probability of being the best. Without delay, Xing hurried to the Mauville gymnasium. If the transaction is successful this time, the distance from the perfect metal coat is only 1 top grade or 3 top grade. After a while, Xing stood at the entrance of the Mauville gymnasium, but just stopped when he was about to walk in, as if thinking of something strange. The corner of Xing's mouth twitched, and he pressed his waist directly the figure of Pokeball, and Scyther appeared beside him. Although it is not registered on the Alliance identity, it is not uncommon for Trainer to hide a few Pokemon as a means of preventing danger and changing his identity. And if there is a special Flash Sizer next to Xing in the future, it will be easier to explain. With the power of the ghost circulating on his body, Xing walked directly into the gymnasium gate with Scyther beside him. In just a moment, the ground collapsed directly, and Scyther's figure flashed, and he directly grabbed Xing and flew to the opposite floor. Today's Scyther can still fly, but it's a pity that after evolution, it lost the ability to fly because its body is too heavy, and the existence of wings is more for regulating body temperature. The moment he landed on the ground, Xing's face darkened again, and the ground collapsed again. Scyther directly grabbed him and flew to another ground. This time, it wasn't the ground that collapsed, but the ceiling directly smashed down. Too lazy to continue to consume, Xing looked directly at Scyther and commanded, "Focus energy, Fury Cutter." The moment she heard Xing's command, Scyther immediately closed her eyes. A sharp aura surged around her body, and the ceiling kept falling, but Xing's face was still waiting calmly. 540. Finally, when the two were about to be hit, Scyther swung out the sickle suddenly, and a gray light burst out, directly cutting the ceiling in half. The eyes are opened, and there is a powerful fighting spirit in them. Xing has always cultivated Scyther in an explosive manner. Scyther is not suitable for long-term combat. Although the body becomes metal, it will enhance attack and defense, but rapid combat will lead to a metal body. Overheat. In order to prevent physical damage, the battle must be resolved in the fastest possible time. Seeing this scene, Xing nodded and walked straight forward, while Scyther continued to destroy all kinds of traps along the way. The fat uncle who was in a certain monitoring room had a painful face, and the handsome boy beside him. I watched this scene with considerable interest. It's just that after watching Scyther for a while, I was a little surprised. This Scyther's qualifications are a bit mediocre. In his opinion, if Xing is such a talented breeder and trainer, if he chooses to train Scyther, he should choose to start with at least a purple Pokemon. Yes, after all, there is only one stage of evolution. Even if the quality of the metal coat is high enough, it will not improve much. According to the statistics of big data, the enhancement degree of the top quality metal coat is mostly in 1 or 2 small stages, such as upgrading from blue to light purple. But the improvement of aptitude is not such a simple matter, the more difficult it becomes. After a while, Xing and Scyther stood in front of a gate. The gymnasium behind them was full of ruins. It seemed that normal had just been destroyed by some horrible monster. Push the door open and walk in. There is no trap in this wave. What appeared in front of Xing was the iron spinner with black hair and a few strands. and Steven in a small black suit. Looking at the two people in front of him, Xing couldn't help sighing. When he saw them for the first time in his previous life, it was Tai Xian with white hair and Steven in overalls digging stones with a dusty face. Before Xing could speak, Tai Xian said first, "Young man, I already know why you are here. Let that kid fight a game. If you win, you will naturally get what you want." While speaking, Tai Xian the Master Spinner looked at the sharp-faced Scyther, and behind the iron spin-hole master, a magneton slowly floated out, and the system unfolded in an instant. Seeing magneton's data, Xing frowned slightly. Purple's aptitude, elite-level strength, and Scyther's strength may be a bit reluctant. Although his eyes were full of fighting intent, as the guardian ninja of the main house, Scyther just stood beside Xing calmly, waiting for trainer's command. Glancing at Scyther, who was full of fighting spirit, Xing smiled lightly, looked at Tai Xian, and said seriously, "Then fight, I will get what I want." Hearing Xing's words, Scyther couldn't restrain her joy and stood directly in front of Xing, making an attacking gesture. Scyther has been following Xing in all kinds of jungle battles. She didn't understand that alliance battles have various restrictions, and they need to be on the battlefield to fight. She thought that the battle would start now. Glancing at Scyther, Tai Xian didn't care. Maybe he didn't fight after subduing it. He directly pressed a device in his hand, and all kinds of wreckage destroyed behind Xing fell into the big pit in an instant below. Soon, a brand new battlefield rose slowly. Walking to the two sides of the battlefield, the two stood facing each other. The two Pokémon were also ready to attack each other directly at any time, and Steven was standing by the side with a smile as the referee. The gymnasium battle is about to begin. The challenger, Alliance by Ruoxing, was challenged by the gymnasium Tai Xian. The rule is 1v1. Now the battle begins. Following an order, the figures of the two Pokémon flickered directly. Scyther waved her wings lightly, and the figure moved rapidly, while Magneton moved quickly around the arc, leaving afterimages in the field, and directly completed in just a few tens of seconds dozens of collisions. Bang! After a collision, the two Pokémon figures retreated together. Under the command of Tai Xian, Magneton directly condensed a spark-wrapping yellow light group and hit Scyther, but was quickly dodged. Is it using electric current to stimulate cells to increase their own speed? Isn't it using electromagnetic force? Frowning, he tested the real source of Magneton's powerful speed. Xing didn't quite understand. Skill. At this time, Scyther has begun to breathe continuously, while Magneton is floating in the air quite freely. After all, there is a gap between Bug-type and Steel-type, and the endurance is not at the same level, let alone Magneton is at the elite level. Without hesitation, Scyther raised her two knives and rushed out quickly, while Magneton kept dodging, but he didn't notice rival strategy in the process. Seeing Scyther's every move full of strange beauty, Tai Xian's face changed. Magneton used Thunderwave. Although he didn't understand why, a yellow light flashed on Magneton's body, but the next second he was slashed away by Scyther, whose speed suddenly increased. As a bystander, Steven has a comprehensive view of the battle situation, and he understands everything with just a little thought. Mr. Xiaobai Scyther has the sword dance skill, and it can be accommodated in combat, but it does not directly increase the attack, but maintains the same level as the Magneton's close quarters, which don't explode until the moment of success. Although he successfully wounded Magneton and completed the sword dance move, Scyther's physical strength was exhausted after all. At this time, he was panting heavily and walked towards Magneton, who was lying in the pit with 3 faces of pain. The 2 knives reflected a sharp, cold light. Not lying down for too long, Magneton floated tremblingly, with one arc after another lingering around his body. He rushed towards Scyther, unreservedly venting his elite aura. Raising the icy dual knives, Scyther flapped her wings rapidly and shot out of her body. The aura of a high-level Pokémon bloomed to fight against Magneton. Bang! The figures of the two were intertwined, and they were in a constant stalemate. Xing and Taishin watched the battle in the field solemnly. In the current situation, neither of them could intervene, and they could only rely on the two Pokémon themselves. Finally, under Xing's delighted eyes, Scyther's aura began to rise, and she slowly walked towards the elite level. But in the end, it was still a little bit worse. Not because of failure, but because of victory. Magneton was cut into the air by Scyther, who had lost rival, fell to the ground in an instant, and her rising momentum stagnated. Although there was no breakthrough, Xing was not disappointed, but walked up with a smile on his face. His Pokémon only had two bug-type Pokémon, Scyther and Whirlipede. And at the same time, facing the moment of breaking through to the elite level, it is better to wait until they go to the polluted lake to evolve together, and then both break through to the elite level, which can be regarded as double happiness. It can be seen how fast the growth cycle of bug-type Pokémon is. Even though Xing keeps suppressing the progress of the two Pokémon and laying a solid foundation for them, Whirlipede and Scyther are still the closest to the elite level in Xing's Team 2 Pokémon. Blocking the sight of the two, he took out a blue-green energy cube and put it into Scyther's mouth, and at the same time injected a large amount of ghost power into Scyther, and Scyther nodded and actively touched the Pokeball on Xing's waist. Okay, into it. The energy cubes developed by Xing for his own Pokémon are so effective that Pokémon have very conspicuous features after taking them. For safety reasons, it is better to let Scyther return to the Pokeball. Steven and Taishin came over, with a hint of surprise on their faces. The performance of Xing and Scyther really surprised them. To bring a blue-qualified Scyther breeder to such a level, with a bug type that is not dominant, he actually leapfrogged and defeated a Magneton with purple qualifications. And Scyther's proficiency in skills and body control are also impressive. This is also the strength that Scyther gained through training day and night with a large amount of resources invested by Purify Spring and Xing. Looking at Xing with satisfaction, Taishin directly handed out a metal coat with a faint silver light and said appreciatively, "Grave accent. It belongs to you, and I believe you will be able to play its role perfectly." Smiling, Steven also handed over a metal coat and said, "This is what I promised you before, and the remaining two are with me, and I will give them to you after the test results." After taking the metal coat from the two of them, Xing directly put it away as a treasure. This is the most precious key on Scyther's future road. Whether it can jump into the purple qualification and open the road to elite depends on this wave is over. Seeing this scene, Taishin on the side led the two of them to a room, then turned around and left. The next thing was the transaction between the two of them, and he couldn't participate in it. "Young man, it belongs to you. I hope to see you in future elite battles." But before leaving, Taishin patted his forehead, showing a suddenly realized expression, turned around and took out a whole-body saffron, which was round in shape with two sides on both sides. The badge with a small handle was handed over, and he patted Xing on the shoulder to encourage him. Smiling, he took the badge and walked into the house. Xing first checked whether it was safe with the system. After confirming that there were no various detection equipment, Xing turned to look at Steven and found that he was also holding a device similar to a detector, apparently also checking that the room is safe. The two looked at each other, nodded together to confirm that there was no problem, and then sat on the sofa beside them. Taking out a box from the space bracelet and handing it to Steven, Xing said seriously, "This is a standard configuration of 470 boxes. The cost price is between 400,000 and 500,000, and there are 10 energy cubes in it." Steven, who took the energy cube and began to look at it carefully, was stunned when he heard Xing's words. According to the calculation, the cost of an energy cube is only 40,000 to 50,000. Not to mention the Zvaki family. Even the commoner trainers in common can afford it. The cost price of several top-quality formulas of the Zvaki family is mostly hundreds of thousands, which is 10 times that of Xing's formula. It seems that the difference is not big, but when the dosage is expanded to 10,000 pills and 100,000 when there are two pieces, the gap between them is too big to be ignored, not to mention the hugeness of the Zvaki family, which is destined to consume absolutely no less. Looking at Xing solemnly, Steven really wants to buy this recipe directly now. For the Zvoki family, the value of this recipe is almost comparable to that of the family core, the quasi-god Pokemon that only elite clansmen can get. Beldum compared. But Steven understands that Xing, who is a breeder's family, cannot fail to understand the value of this recipe. Will he really be willing to sell it? Looking at the dignified Steven Xing, he shook his head and said with a smile, "I will sell this recipe to your family, but not now." Hearing Xing's words, Steven heaved a sigh of relief, then looked at Xing and said seriously, "Mr. Xiaobai, the Zvoki family is willing to provide you with anything you need." Looking at Steven at this moment, Xing felt that even if he wanted a Beldum, maybe Steven would agree. In fact, not only Steven, but even the Zvoki family would be willing. One Beldum can only be exchanged for a powerful trainer. The benefits of Quasi-God. Although interested in Beldum, Xing didn't ask for it, and Oriki Suzu had already gone to the Sinnoh region, where there was a little guy he was really interested in. The two chatted for a while, and Steven took out the Pokeball and pressed it. Amidst the flashes of white light, a flash Meditang with a Baijin color all over its body and a small blue horn in the middle of its face appeared in the room, bursting out with elite aura. Seeing this, Medong Xing nodded. According to the data of the system, this flash Meditang is not too far away from Quasi-Elite, and there's a hint of gold in Deep Purple's aptitude. Maybe it can be directly promoted after evolution. Take out one component after another from the space bracelet and start assembling. Soon after, a huge and extremely advanced instrument appeared in front of the two of them. Metag floated on the platform in the middle of the instrument and put the surrounding equipment on it with ease. On the body. The next moment, the device started to run automatically, and Metang's body data was displayed on the device. Xing took the initiative to avoid it. Although the data displayed by the device was not as detailed as the system, it was better to avoid it after all. Carefully took out an energy cube and fed it to Medong, and Steven carefully watched the instruments, aside data, and the change of Medong. I saw Metag's body becoming more and more shiny, handsome and attractive, and his eyes became more and more clear and even unconsciously lit up with super light. Looking at the data on the instrument, Steven couldn't help laughing come out. The effect of this energy cube is much better than he imagined. In addition to the improvement of physical strength and the increase of fire resistance, it actually has a slight effect on Metang's psychic. Although it is not strong, as long as it is taken in a certain amount, it will still be enhanced a lot. As for how to take it, the breeders that the Zvoki family made friends with will naturally tailor-made for Steven's Metag and develop a series of plans around how this energy cube works with this energy cube. Finally, he took out the communicator and took a picture of the data and sent it to someone. Steven put away the Meditang and started to disassemble the instrument in front of him again. 10 minutes later, Steven sat beside Xing with a teacup and a relaxed expression in his hand. Handed out a space bracelet. "Mr. Xiaobai, here are the remaining 2 metal coats." Taking the space bracelet and inspecting the contents, Xing put it away with satisfaction, and also took out a space bracelet and handed it to Steven. "There are 10 boxes of energy cubes in it, and I will continue to provide you with them." It seems that Steven is at a disadvantage, but the price can't be calculated like this. You can't buy the ultimate metal coat, and you can't buy Xing's formula either. The two can be traded according to their own standards and needs. While taking the space bracelet, Steven looked at Xing and asked curiously, "I don't know, Mr. Xiaobai, what do you need so much metal coat for research?" "In exchange for the special metal coat, now I have a scyther. If Xing really develops materials that are beneficial to evolution, the Zvoki family is also very interested. After all, Scyther is also a steel-type Pokemon, and there are not a few members of the Zvoki family who cultivate this kind of Pokemon. I can't say yet. If the results of the research come out in the future, I'd be happy to trade with the Zvoki family." Xing naturally understood Steven's thoughts and directly said the most crucial sentence. "The research on Metal Coat is naturally fake. His real purpose is for the evolution of Scyther. But before getting the last piece of metal coat to evolve, Xing naturally wants to study the metal coat carefully to see if he can continue to strengthen such evolutionary props and try to improve Scyther's qualifications. After getting a satisfactory answer, Steven stood up and said goodbye to Xing. He is currently traveling, and today's harvest is really great. Watching Steven leave, rubbing the ice blue space bracelet on his wrist, Xing Blue's eyes are full of smiles. Steven is happy. Why not himself? In addition to the stated goals, the friendship of the first Hoenn family and a future champion was able to maximize the benefits of the Power Cube formula. On the streets of Mauville City, Xing is eating delicious food in a private room on the second floor of a restaurant. At this time, he is dressed as a hunter dragon, with black hair, black eyes, and a rather ordinary face, but for some reason exuding a shocking aura. Beside him, a brown-haired young man full of pimples was sitting upright, not daring to move at all. It was the young man who had planted the super bomb in the black market back then. Xing now has more than 10 hunters in the group. Under Xing's Yoji power, everyone is loyal. When going to Sinnoh, Xing only took 5 senior trainer subordinates, and the rest stayed on Hoenn to follow Xing's command. Swallowing a mouthful of beef, he found that the young man beside him was motionless. Xing asked flatly, "Why don't you eat it?" The voice was quite flat, just a common question. Subordinates dare not. Hearing Xing's voice, the boy almost fell off the stool directly, his voice trembling, replied. Glancing at the boy, Xing picked up a glass of ice water and walked to the window, quietly watching the crowd on the street. The whole private room fell into silence. The brown-haired boy kept dripping sweat on his forehead. After that day, every time I fall asleep, I have nightmares about being pierced in the abdomen, and I often feel out of breath in the neck. Now, suddenly, Xing opened his mouth, and the frightened brown-haired boy quickly stood up, frowned, and glanced at the subordinate in front of him. Xing suddenly understood why Xing left this guy behind. His psychological quality was really bad, so he brought him to Sinnoh, only it will add to the chaos. Shaking his head, Xing turned around and continued. Now notify the members staying behind in Hoenn. All of them will go to Baytown under disguise, explore information by themselves, and pay close attention to the polluted lake and the surrounding trainer. Yes. After responding respectfully, the brown-haired boy saw Xing waving, exited the private room with a happy face, and disappeared quickly. Not paying attention to the brown-haired boy, Xing took a sip of ice water, lightly crunched an ice cube, felt the coldness from the tip of his tongue, and looked down at the crowd on the street indifferently. Thinking, Pollution Lake, Baytown, the trainers gathered there, I hope you don't get in the way. Swallowing the shattered ice, Xing turned and left the private room, leaving only a water glass with a bank card on it. In the deep sewer, Xing dressed as a hunter walks under the watchful eyes of an unknown number of eyes. After an unknown amount of time, a magnificent city appears in front of Xing. Without stopping any longer, Xing went directly to the auction house of this black market, and in his hand was a yellow space bracelet, which contained more than a dozen Pokeballs, which were from the rock guild he had encountered since leaving Rustboro City, or get it from the trainer who shot him. 40 minutes later, a beautiful woman with a good face sat across from Xing and respectfully handed out a Pokemon bank card and a space bracelet. The resources you need are ready. I wonder if the guest interested in participating in the next auction. In the woman's judgment, Xing should belong to the advanced or elite trainer, and the next auction is just right for him to participate. Nodding his head, Xing followed the other party directly to a private room, sat on the sofa and waved. The woman at the side retreated respectfully. The auction had already started at this time, and the guests below were vying for one. The price of Pokemon eggs has reached 7 million and is still rising. Is it Sigilifa's Pokemon egg? It's a pity that the little guy inside has already taken shape. Even if it is bought, if its owner does not have psychic talent, it cannot be subdued. Just opened the system and scanned. Xing lost interest in this Pokemon egg. This Sigilifa's super talent is not as good as his own 2 Vulpix. Soon, Sigilifa's Pokemon egg was bought by a smiling old man for 16 million. But in the black market, no one is so stupid as to reveal his true colors. Press the Pokeball on the waist, and the white light overflows, and V Brava's figure appears in the box. Although the number of his own dragons has reached 5, only V Brava can be used as a timely combat force. At this time, the auctioneer below has already started the auction of a new item. The next item is a special resource from the bug-type Holy Land, the Flying Insect Forest 3-Winged Fruits. Seeing this item, Xing aroused some interest. The evolved Sizer cannot fly due to physical reasons, but the role of wings is still extremely important. It would be nice if it could be strengthened. The starting price is 1 million, and each increase should not be less than 100,000. Just as Xing was thinking, the auction had already started, and the price rose rapidly. Most of them have a pair of wings, and strength is naturally very important. 0 for flowers. 2 million. 2.5 million. 5 million. The price doubled immediately. The voice below suddenly stopped. Several searches, vicious eyes were cast on Xing's box, but no one continued to increase the price. Xing directly won the 3 flying wings with a price of 5 million fruit. He glanced indifferently at the trainers who cast their gazes from below. Xing didn't care. If there were really lifeless guys, he wouldn't mind making some extra money before going to Baytown. V Brava hovered beside Xing, squinting his eyes to see those the owner of the gaze is all in mind. The auction continued, and various resources were sent to the auction house, but there were no resources that could make Xing's heart beat until the last auction item was sent up. A smile rose on Xing's face. Excellent metal coat. How is it possible that there are such resources in such an auction? Take it. It has to be taken. Most of the guests in the venue became excited. The top quality props are always fleeting in the market, and their prices are still normal, but they are almost invisible in the market. The starting price is 10 million. 2,000. Just when everyone was excited, a voice directly interrupted their bidding. It was Xing who was sitting in the box, and his eyes showed the emotion that he must win. It's just that this time the people below didn't stop competing, but continued to sell. Soon, the price of this metal coat approached as much as 30 million. Looking at the people below, Xing directly bid again for 1,000. When this price appeared, most of the trainers just gave up and continued to bid with a cold face. It was not worth it anymore. 40 million was enough for them to buy a bug-type Pokemon with good qualifications, and the breeder reached the elite level. After all, the only Pokemon that can use Metal Coat are Scyther and Onix. Leaving aside whether these 2 Pokemon can be obtained, the issue of qualification is a difficulty, and they cannot get enough excellent 2 Pokemon. Soon, Xing won the Metal Coat with a price of 60 million. An hour later, Xing stood in the alley, carefully looking at the Samara in his hand. Behind him were 3 or 4 trainers in hunter suits, each of whom was camouflaging. Looking at the Samara data displayed by the system, Xing roughly had some ideas. If Sizer's wings are strengthened to a certain extent, it may be possible to fly again. Similar to Skarmory, the armored crow is also made of metal, but it can fly under the strength of Orberg's wings. But it is really difficult for Sizer to achieve the strength of Orberg with its thin wings, or a Sizer with a light metal ability that lowers the standard for wing strength. In this world, the light metal ability is not as weak as in the game, but an extremely excellent ability, especially for Steel-type Pokemon who are generally overweight. Speed. Just as Xing was thinking, a brown-haired boy came over and said respectfully, "Master Long, we are ready." The 3 mid-level members of the bounty group have also lurked in Baytown. Putting away the Samara in 02's hands, Xing looked at the hunters and said indifferently, "Everyone follow me to Baytown." After saying that, Xing turned around and walked out of the dark alley towards the outside of Mauville City. Everyone was separated by a distance, hidden in the crowd. When they entered the forest outside Mauville City, everyone pressed the Pokeball on their waist together, and the white light flowed like an ocean normal on the ground, and 5 Pokémon capable of carrying people and flying appeared in the forest. There's no train to a small place like Baytown. In order to hurry up, Xing chose to fly there. Tap the Pokeball, and a Bidoof will appear in front of Xing, which was born from Ditto Transform. Although it cannot be used without training, it is not a problem for Song to be a man flying. In fact, Gyarados can also fly, but flying on Gyarados is too ostentatious, and the speed is not as fast as Bidoof, so it is better for Xing to let Ditto Transform become Bidoof. Riding on their own Pokemon, everyone flew directly to the soaring in the sky and walked against the wind. Because of the danger of soaring in the sky, only elite trainers dare to ride Pokemon soaring in the sky. Everyone is also because of the danger in their eyes. The elite leader only dares to flying and soaring in the sky. 5 Pokemon are flying rapidly, leaving after images in the soaring in the sky. A day later, a 5-member team appeared on the small road in Baytown. The leader was a young man with black hair and black eyes and an ordinary face, but the 4 people behind him looked in awe of him. Looking at the small town in front of me, the sun was shining brightly, people were walking on the road, their faces were quite happy, and there was no sign of trainers gathering here. Seeing this scene, Xing waved his hand, and the 4 people behind him dispersed on their own. Taking out the communicator to check, Xing went directly to the place where the message from the lurker had been sent. 10 minutes later, Xing stood beside a lake, saying it was a polluted lake. In fact, the lake was quite clean, but the whole lake was purple, and, at the same time, there was a terrifying aura. He simply looked at it. Glancing at the polluted lake, Xing walked to a small wooden house on the side. A strong sense of oppression struck, and he frowned slightly. The ghost power in Xing's body flowed rapidly, shattering the oppressive aura. Xing directly opened the door and walked in. What caught his eyes was a silver-haired, the old man who looks like a fairy is drinking a cup of strawberry yogurt, looking quite weird. After taking a sip of yogurt, the old man looked at Xing and said lightly, "Sit down, young man. Compared to your helpers, you are more excellent. Why are you here?" Sitting cross-legged on the cushion opposite the old man, Xing looked very dignified. This aura is that of a quasi-elite level master, maybe even an elite. This should be the root of why Baytown is so peaceful and peaceful. "Come here for her, senior. Please enlighten me." Without much nonsense, Xing directly pressed the Pokeball on his waist, and amidst the white light, Whirlipede's huge body appeared in the wooden house. The old man in front of him was a little surprised. This kid's talent is quite good. Standing up with the yogurt in hand, the old man took out a pair of glasses and put them on to observe Whirlipede's resources closely. As the observation continued, the old man's eyes gradually raised admiration. Sitting on the cushion again, the old man looked at Xing and Whirlipede, with a hint of admiration in his voice. This child must have experienced a qualification promotion, and the growth of such an excellent body should not be less resource-intensive. Nodding his head, Xing has indeed invested a huge amount of resources in Whirlipede, and used usually a power emperor with a very high status, help Whirlipede to digest resources day and night. After taking a sip of yogurt, the old man's eyes became serious, and he looked at Xing and asked seriously, "Her poison energy is very strong, but I haven't found the cultivation of toxins. Your goal is the lake of pollution, right?" Although it was a question, but the old man's voice was extremely certain. "I can provide you with a lot of help. First, let your subordinates stay in Baytown obediently, and stop asking for news." Hearing what the old man said, Xing directly took out the communicator and sent a message, and the people in several places in Baytown took out the communicator to check it, and then left the place and went to live in a hotel. The lady proprietress of the hotel smiled very happily, holding a communicator in her hand to send a message. Because of the existence of this polluted lake, their town will always come to some trainers who spend a lot of money, and because of the existence of the old man, no one dared to make trouble. On the other side, the old man was talking with Xing. He glanced at the message sent by the communicator and nodded in satisfaction. He looked at Xing and said, "In recent years, some trainers have come here one after another, or they hope to take drugs. It is Pokémon, or the hopeful Tao poison resources, but most of them have nothing to gain. Xing agrees with this. He scanned it when he was close to the polluted lake just now, and there is nothing special about it. Or he's in a sleeping contest condition, just like the original Purify, Fountain Normal, which can only be truly activated after activation. Play its role. Looking at Xing, the old man pondered for a while and then said, "Do one thing for me, and I will let you see the real lake of pollution." With a fixed gaze, Xing looked at the old man, who really didn't expect that the other party had the means to activate the lake of pollution. After thinking for a while, Xing said in a deep voice, "Willing to work for the senior, I don't know what it is." Hearing Xing's unwavering reply, the old man laughed cheerfully. "Don't be so serious. It's just a small matter. There is one thing in the polluted lake. Just help me get it up." That's what Suakun left here back then. The old man's voice was quite meaningful. "Okay, you go back first. I still have some things to do here." After talking for a while, the old man waved Xing directly to leave. Arching his hands, Xing got up and left the wooden house. After leaving the wooden house, Xing looked at the system panel in front of him with a face as calm as water, but his heart was overwhelmed. Sensing the sight from behind, Xing frowned and forcibly stabilized his mood and quickly left the wooden house. Looking at Xing's back, the old man took a sip of yogurt. His eyes were quite deep, and he seemed to be planning something. Whether it can be done or not, it depends on this time. He murmured. The old man turned around and walked back into the room. When he came to the front desk of the hotel, Xing handed the proprietress a Pokemon bank card directly and said, "The hotel may be a bit uneasy at night. There are 3 million in the card. Proprietress, please don't come back tonight." After being stunned for a while, the proprietress roughly understood what Xing meant. After thinking for a while, she took the bank card in Xing's hand and said with a serious face, "The hotel is yours tonight, but it's only here. Don't affect the surrounding area." Residents. Smiling lightly, Xing expressed that he understood what the proprietress meant, and when she left, his expression immediately became extremely indifferent, and Black's eyes showed a cold, murderous intent. "I hope you will be obedient and don't worry about it." After saying that, Xing walked 900 meters up the stairs. After that, there was a burst of loud noises in the hotel from time to time, until the night came, and the hotel immediately burst into flames. During the fire, several figures broke through the roof and flew into the night sky, but following the fight, the figures fell back into the hotel again. The strange thing is that such a big movement did not damage any of the surrounding buildings. The raging fire couldn't even burn the flowers on the balcony of the neighboring house. The little fox flocked. One after another figures tried to escape from the window, but just as their bodies jumped out, they were pulled directly into the hotel by a wonderful force of red, blue, and white main colors. The trainers and Pokemon present were no more than the elite level, and they couldn't resist the 3-color magical power that was close to the quasi-elite level. 3 hours later, the terrifying movement gradually disappeared, and all the figures and soaring in the sky also disappeared. Xing stretched his waist and stepped out from the burning hotel door. Black's hunter uniform was dyed red with blood, like a devil from hell, and shocked the surrounding residents who were watching the excitement. In the hotel, Asef, there are several silhouettes like devil's claws against the flames, watching Xing respectfully until he completely disappeared before turning around to collect resources in the hotel. Many trainers were tied up decadently on the chair beside. Next to the polluted lake, Xing stood side by side with the old man, staring at the lake in front of him with a cold face. The blood on his face gradually dried up, making him even more frightening. Looking at Xing with a half smile, the old man took a sip of yogurt and said, "You are really ruthless. Even the executioners of the Alliance may not be comparable to you." In order not to have any accidents, Xing directly cleaned up the unstable factors in the hotel. Either die or be obedient, which is a multiple-choice question that normal people would choose. With a chuckle, Xing asked, "Old man, shall we start now?" Plop. The sound of entering the water came, and Xing's clothes were instantly soaked by the lake water, but there was no change. Faced with this situation, Xing was not surprised at all. He had already obtained this situation through the system. Seeing Xing's body entering the water, the old man's face became agitated, and he couldn't help muttering. He can enter the polluted lake as expected. He has indeed come into contact with Suicune and received his gift. Amidst the excitement, the old man's body shape is constantly changing, and it seems that a purple figure with a sinister smile can be seen vaguely. But as his mood calmed down, the old man's figure stabilized again, and he tried to touch the polluted lake with his hand, but was directly attacked by an invisible energy, and his fingers began to rot. But in the process of decay, the old man's fingers revealed a holy breath, as if this is not decay, but purifying normal. With an ugly face, he withdrew his fingers, and the old man threw away the cup in his hand and looked at the polluted lake with anticipation in his eyes. On the other side of the forest, an elegant blue figure with long purple hair is standing on top of the boulder, surrounded by a streamer of white. His face is full of indifference and confidence, but after seeing the distant scene through the darkness and distance, there was a trace of expectation and worry in his eyes. In the lake, Xing's body continued to descend towards the deep bottom of the lake. At this time, Xing kept trying to release the nether power, but soon stopped the operation of the nether power. He felt that there were two terrifying forces suppressing his nether power, and he could not release it at all. Just when Xing felt that he was short of oxygen and was about to go upstream, a gentle wind blew from nowhere in his body. In an instant, Xing felt that his physical strength had fully recovered, and he could continue diving. After admiring the power of Suicune again, Xing continued to swim towards the dark bottom of the lake. The body slowly fell to the bottom of the lake. When Xing was about to take out the special underwater lighting equipment, a gentle light of water blue bloomed in front of him, illuminating the entire lake bottom. After squinting his eyes and slowly adapting to the light, Xing walked towards the place where the light bloomed. It seemed that because of two terrifying forces, there were no plants or creatures at the bottom of the lake, and Xing reached the light without any hindrance. The place of bloom. Suicune streamers. Seeing that item, Xing fell into shock. He really didn't expect that what Suicune left here turned out to be a streamer. As if sensing the power of the north wind in Xing's body, the streamer swayed and landed on Xing's hand, and the powerful light began to converge, leaving behind a light that could illuminate Xing. Item: Suicune's ribbon replacement. Remark 1. This is the streamer that Suicune replaced after his strength was increased, and there's a ray of north wind origin that should have been taken away in it. Remark 2. This is one of Suicune's revenge methods after being snatched by a ray of north wind, and no one can take it away unless Suicune agrees. Looking at the information displayed by the system in front of him, Xing finally understood the whole story and also understood that the old man on the shore, as an elite-level Pokémon disguised as a human trainer, was hard-pressed to accept this place. Suicune is indeed one of the toughest Pokémon. Even if he can't beat him, he must come back with revenge. Xing appreciates and loves him for his narrow-minded personality. Xing. Suddenly, when Xing was thinking, a voice sounded. Hearing the message from the gentle voice in his mind, Xing nodded thoughtfully, raised his eyes to look at the blurred figure on the shore. His eyes that seemed to be smiling, but not smiling, were full of malice. As time passed by, the yogurt in the old man's hand was already empty, and he stared fixedly at the lake, expecting Xing to bring something up. In the boundless night, the old man's eyes gradually changed in a scarlet red, and he kept muttering to himself, "Master, I will succeed." As his mood continued to change, the figure of the old man became more and more illusory, among which appeared a purple figure. Call! Finally, under the expectant gaze of the old man, Xing walked onto the shore, wet all over, holding a cloth that looked like silk, but was exceptionally clean and was not soaked by the lake water at all. Seeing the ribbon, all the anticipation and impulse on the old man's face disappeared, and he became very calm. He looked at Xing and said lightly, "You did it. Next, I will show you the real lake of pollution." Needless to say, the old man, from the moment Xing brought the streamer out of the polluted lake began to change drastically, and the color of the purple lake continued to deepen towards the extremely deep black. At the same time, the lake exudes a terrifying atmosphere that is completely different from before, and it seems that it will corrode people at any time. Normal, no creature can survive in it. Seeing the scene in front of him, the old man laughed loudly, and the purple-black smoke screen kept rising from his body, covering the entire polluted lake, even blocking Xing's sight. And in this smoke screen, the voice of the old man also began to change, no longer calm and old before, but became extremely sinister and cunning. "The real lake of pollution is coming. Are you ready?" After the words fell, the smoke screen closed up, and as the sight gradually became clear, a Gengar with a strange smile appeared in front of Xing, his face full of malice. The real identity of the old man is an elite-level Gengar that has concealed his identity. He has guarded this ordinary town for many years, until today he finally showed his true colors. Under the boundless night, the corrosive lake, the smokescreen floating in the air, and the extremely weird Gengar, it can be called an epic-level horror scene. Facing this creepy picture, Xing didn't pay any attention. All his attention was focused on the polluted lake, and the lines of data in the system flickered and analyzed, presenting the true face of this lake in front of him. Item: polluted lake. Imprison is being released. Remark 1. Contains the terrifying energy of poison and ghost, and is the treasure of the two resources. Remark 2. It is suspected that the original energy combination of Wugitaina and Giratina can create a common body for Giratina to walk in the Pokemon world. Remark: looking at the comment analysis line by line in the system, Xing gradually understood everything. Suicune was once snatched by Giratina by some means. Because of being expelled, Giratina couldn't come to the Pokemon world, so she made a deal with Wugitaina, who is also a dragon god, and also has enemies with the region's Suicune, exchanged to a ray of poison origin, and fused the two energies to create a new body so that it should not be expelled by Arceus. And Suicune came here directly for the sake of revenge Giratina, ready to break up his common body. Unexpectedly, the majestic Sharon Dragon was quite a dog, and when he sensed Suicune's arrival, he directly stopped the condensing of this body. Giratina, who was quite sincere, couldn't help it. In desperation, Suicune left the streamer that was replaced after the strength increase to suppress here. Unable to personally attack Giratina, he had to directly send his strongest Gengar to garrison here, trying to take out the Suicune streamer. Because Arceus restricted him, he could not cultivate champion-level Pokemon at all, and could only win by quantity. That's why Xing lamented how powerful Suicune is. Even if other beasts can beat Giratina with this body, they won't easily offend her. But Suicune's temperament is so strong, it doesn't match his elegant appearance at all. Just as things became clearer, the polluted lake underwent a brand new change. All the water in the lake gradually condensed into a fist-sized round jewel, suspended above the soaring in the sky, and all the terrifying and frightening auras were restrained. Smiling sinisterly, Gengar's figure directly splashed the swallow gem, took out a black gold scale from his body, and stuck it on his broad forehead. In the next moment, there was excitement in Gengar's eyes. Looking quite strange, he shouted, "Master, I have finished everything. Please come to this world." Looking at all this, Xing felt strange. This is different from the information he detected in the system, that energy should be enough to directly create an elite body. Why use Gengar's body? Before Xing could think about it, the soaring in the sky above the lake of pollution was torn apart. On the other side of the hole, there was a world of soaring in the sky and topsy-turvy, covered with endless black clouds and countless water balls. It exudes the breath of the collapsed topsy-turvy. Zero. While the black cloud was turning, a huge figure flew by, with unconcealable excitement in the dark red eyes, looking at Gengar with admiration. Wisps of gray mist slowly descended from the big hole to Gengar's body. Gengar didn't resist at all. His eyes closed, and the sinister smile on his face disappeared. As the last ray of gray air fell on his body, Gengar's aura gradually changed, no longer sinister, and a sense of majesty was revealed. As the momentum continued to rise, Gengar opened his eyes, which had turned into black-red eyes, looking down at Xing, and a dark shadow ball beside him continued to condense. Boom! The shadow ball shot out, but was directly scattered by the streamer in Xing's hand a second before hitting it. And on the dark path behind Xing, a blue figure walked out slowly with graceful steps. 0. Under Ningi's moonlight, the white streamers fluttering constantly, the waist-length purple hair and the jewel-like crown shine brightly, just like a Pokémon under the moon. Xing and his eyes coincidentally cast their gazes on Suicune, but there are too many differences in their emotions. Xing is joy and happiness, and he is rage. The appearance of Xing has already been investigated, and by chance, he broke one of his methods and helped Suicune. It was not Suicune's plan. Why did he still appear here? Suicune, why are you doing this? Haven't I already compensated you? He didn't make a sound, and his heart sounded directly in the minds of Xing and Suicune. But Suicune didn't talk nonsense. He was just trying to delay the time. Gengar's body had already started to change and gradually turned into the image of a little dragon, and although the aura on his body stopped, the inner strength was constantly climbing to the top of the champion threshold. Gentle breezes blew from Suicune's side, but when he felt this power, his eyes became extremely dignified. More than half of the power in this body is composed of poison. If Suicune purifies it, it may not be able to reach champion class. The Lake of Pollution was able to compete with Suicune's North Wind power before, relying on being mixed with the origin of the ghost system, hiding in the dark to accumulate energy. But now all the ghost energy is used by him to build his body. The two sources are completely separated, and the Suicune door, which only has a first-line poison source, cannot be shot by himself. In the dark night, in a usually quiet and peaceful town, there are dozens of Pokémon exuding a bloodthirsty atmosphere. Under the leadership of several hunters and several Pokémon, they formed an encirclement circle and surrounded the residents of the town. In the forest next to the town, on a huge pothole, two powerful Pokémon were constantly fighting, and a violent wind pressure generated between the collisions directly cut off the surrounding trees. With two waning moons hanging in his eyes, Xing's body and ghost-type Pokémon normal are blurred, watching the battle scene in front of him and using teleport from time to time to avoid the overflowing energy fluctuations. The figure dodged the attack of the 5 black shadow balls, and the north wind around Suicune was no longer gentle, but directly transformed into a violent gale to attack Giratina, whose figure had almost completely changed. Looking at the 487 Suicune, whose actions became extremely violent in an instant, and the ferocity on his face was almost overflowing, Xing smiled helplessly. This is the true character of this god. Be careful, but the Suicune normals that appear in front of the public are all idol-level Pokémon that are gentle, elegant, beautiful, and intelligent. After a north wind that almost turned into a typhoon hit the body, Giratina's body fell directly into the big pit of the polluted lake, where all the water had been drained, kicking up huge pieces of dust. At this time, Giratina had stopped pushing this body through the champion, and Suicune's north wind force hit him repeatedly, which had already weakened the source of the ray of poison and lost the possibility of breaking through the champion. The breeze blew away the dust, and Suicune's body gracefully landed on the ground, gently wiping away a strand of blood on the slender neck with the streamer. Although Rival is only an elite, under the blessing and control of Giratina, he already has the strength of a common champion, which is enough to hurt him. Seeing Suicune gradually walking into her, Giratina not only showed no rage emotion, but showed a cold smile. You won, but I won too. As the voice fell, Giratina's eyes lost their luster in an instant, and her body fell slowly. 3 rays of light, emitting different colors, escaped directly from her body and burrowed into the ground to escape. In an instant, Giratina's body began to collapse, and the black gold dragon scale on her forehead lost its luster and fell to the ground. Seeing the scene in front of him, Suicune suddenly raised his head. His eyes penetrated through numerous space barriers and saw a very distant ice cave on a snow mountain. Beside an extremely cold pool, standing a terrifying aura Pokémon. It was a Gengar with gray dragon scales on its forehead. It seemed that it felt Suicune's gaze. Gengar turned around and showed a cold smile, exactly the same as Giratina just now. The pretty eyes narrowed, and the ferocious aura on Suicune gradually began to subside. The majestic Sharon Dragon, the master who destroys the world. If it is so easy, he will destroy his plan. The other party is not worthy of this name. In order to distinguish the reverse world in the setting of Alola, the author decided to use the name of the destroyed world. Shaking his head, Suicune looked at Giratina's body on the ground, and after thinking for a while, he looked at Xing. The white ribbon in Xing's hand floated slowly, tying up the miniature version of Giratina's body. With the last knot tied, Giratina's body stopped collapsing and all energy was locked in the body. Xing, this is your compensation. Walking to Xing with his superb resource, Suicune's gentle voice sounded in Xing's mind, full of apologies, obviously for putting Xing in a dangerous situation. Receive it into the space bracelet. Xing smiled and hugged Suicune. I asked for it, didn't you, but you saved me instead. The actual situation is not what Giratina thought. It was Suicune who was plotting against him. On the contrary, Xing was plotting against him after scanning the real identity of the old man and associating that Suicune had appeared here before. Xing could roughly guess that it was Giratina's means. Even if it wasn't, it wouldn't be wrong to inform Suicune to come here. As it turned out, Xing did the right thing. And for the sake of safety, prevent the trainers in the hotel from having Gengar's shadow. Xing then used the reason of cleaning up the restless trainers to clean up this group of restless trainers. Xing, I'm leaving. Just as Xing was summarizing what he had done these days, Suicune tapped his cheek lightly with a streamer. At the same time, a breeze entered Xing's body, which was exactly how Xing contacted Suicune, using the power of the underworld to stimulate the power of the north wind in his body, so as to transmit information. Suicune has the ability to purify all pollution in the world, and they're also keen on it, so people can often see them in various places. At this time, Suicune is about to leave for the next destination. Nodding his head, Xing saw Suicune's body turn around and jump into the forest. In just a few flashes, Suicune's figure completely disappeared into the forest. Watching Suicune go away, Xing took out the communicator and sent a message, and then walked into the cabin next to the polluted lake that had turned into a big pit without any water for a short rest. In the town, a brown-haired boy took out the communication and glanced at it, and gestured to the people who were looking at him. After that, countless red calls came out, and the Pokémon returned to the Pokeball one by one. A few minutes later, the brown-haired boy walked towards the hotel proprietress in the town and respectfully handed out a Pokémon bank card. The leader expresses his apologies to everyone who came to the town from Astonish. This is a small apology. This place may not be peaceful in the future. Please leave quickly. This is Xing's order. The hunter group has gone too far. They can't continue to endanger these common people. Otherwise, they will be directly listed on the Alliance's blacklist. The effort of time is wasted. Carrie's money is not much, only 50 million, which is not as good as the price of the metal coat that Xing bought before, but it is enough for dozens of residents in the field. Each person can probably get close to 1 million, which is enough for them to leave here to live elsewhere. If 0.9 wants to embark on the trainer road, it can also be used as startup capital to buy a Pokémon with acceptable qualifications. Looking at the respectful brown-haired boy in front of her, the proprietress was a little surprised. She was just the only one who opened a hotel here, so she was appointed by Gengar as a contact person, and there was nothing extraordinary in itself. However, although panicked, the long-term operation of the hotel to receive foreign trainers. The proprietress's psychological quality is better than that of other residents. She took the bank card and nodded silently. With a satisfied expression on his face, the brown-haired boy turned around and walked away, followed by the hunters behind him. This group of blood-stained devil minions slowly disappeared into the darkness. The monstrous fire was still raging, burning down the small hotel where an unknown number of trainers lived, incinerating the peace in the hearts of all residents. In the wooden house next to the polluted lake, Xing, dressed as a hunter dragon, was drinking a glass of ice water, while the brown-haired boy opposite said respectfully, "My lord, it has been arranged according to your wishes." Seeing Xing's indifferent face, the brown-haired boy continued to add, "The subordinates specially arranged for a few members to escort, and it must be able to save some in the eyes of the Alliance. The previous group of trainer subordinates who were more obedient would let them go, and gave some compensation. The Alliance will not intervene in the enmity between the trainers, but it is easy for the Alliance to take action against the common people." Glancing lightly at the brown-haired boy, with the ice cube in Crunch's mouth, Xing finally said, "Good job. Some progress. Take the rest of the people to the next station. Just wait for me and Jay's arrangement." Hearing Xing's words, the brown-haired boy secretly breathed a sigh of relief, stood up, gave a respectful salute, and then exited the wooden house. He quickly entered the forest with the people guarding outside, and his figure disappeared into the night. Putting down the water glass in his hand, Xing was staring at the system screen in front of him, thinking constantly. Item: Body of Sharon, false. Remark 1. After going through multiple baptisms, it contains extremely rich and pure dragon energy, ghost energy. Remark 2. In the battle with Suicune, most of the poison energy was broken up, leaving only the core part. Remark. After thinking for a while, Xing directly turned on the purification function of the system. Although the energy of the poison system is still extremely powerful, Whirlipede cannot bear it, but Suicune has already left him a solution. And as a dragon, Giratina is a mythical beast with double ghost attributes. It belongs to the same category as many dragons. After purifying the poison energy, the remaining body of Sharon is an excellent cultivation resource. Soon, a crystal-clear orb appeared in Xing's hand, in which there was a dragon-shaped figure surrounded by purple mist. The whole body was bones, and a red core in its abdomen. Item: Pearl of Infinity Taina. Remark 1. Contains the poisonous energy of the beast Wuji Taina, which has the special effect of improving aptitude. After checking the function of the item, Xing put it away, took out 6 metal coats, and placed them on the table in front of him, and began to examine them carefully. As the night deepened, the residents of Baytown packed up their things and left the area under the escort of several hunters. The fire in the hotel gradually extinguished, leaving only ruins. As a ray of light intertwined with red and blue lighted up, and after the 2 small figures disappeared, the town completely lost all traces of life. In the early morning of the next day, under the sunshine, Xing stood beside the polluted lake that had turned into a big pit, and beside him, Gyarados, transformed by Ditto, continued to use the power of the water system to replenish the water source. Soon, the sound of the stars stopped Ditto. Okay. Seeing that the water level had reached almost the same level, Xing took out the pearl of Wuji Taina and threw it out. Under the wrapping power of Yoji, the pearl was suspended above the lake, and the power of purple was released slowly. The entire lake is rendered. Seeing this scene, Whirlipede and Xing looked at each other deeply for a while, and then entered the lake expectantly, absorbing the terrifying power full of corrosion. As the energy enters the body, Whirlipede's aura continues to rise, and his body size also continues to grow. As the source of the Galar region's extreme giantization, the energy of Wuji Taina is also beneficial to Whirlipede's physical growth. It can be said to be a hidden coincidence. Xing's cultivation of Whirlipede has been the way of Behemoth from the very beginning. In addition to the dragon attribute, whether it is an attribute or a special power. Whirlipede and Wujitai can be said to be very similar. With the absorption of energy, Whirlipede reached the threshold of the elite level unimpeded. After a short stalemate, Whirlipede buried it in one step, and a powerful aura bloomed all over his body. But it didn't evolve. Constantly suppressing the instinct of evolution, Whirlipede continued to absorb energy, but a pained look gradually appeared on his face. Obviously, the energy of Wujitai had begun to hurt Whirlipede. Without hesitation, Xing directly took out a white streamer, which was the means Suicune left for him to prevent Karen's body from collapsing. After Xing purified it, the streamer was released. Taking out the North Wind Stone that Suicune had given him before and putting it on the streamer, Xing used his power of darkness to loosen it to Whirlipede. Sensing the energy of Wujitaina, the North Wind Ribbon and the North Wind Stone simultaneously lit up with blue and white light, surrounding Whirlipede's body. With the force of the two North Winds entering the body, Whirlipede's expression gradually became calm, but the aura of his body was also constantly declining, and soon fell to the high-level Pokemon Koji. When he was about to fall into the middle-level Pokemon, Whirlipede's momentum finally stabilized. Xing on the shore stared at the data displayed on the system panel. Watch it this time. Under Xing's expectant eyes, Whirlipede's physical data tended to stabilize, and he started to improve slowly again, but it was quite slow. The day turns, time passes slowly. Ditto has already turned into a little Eevee, lying on Xing's hair, looking at Whirlipede with great anticipation, and figures also emerge from the Pokeball. Gathering around, Xing in anticipation looked at Whirlipede intently. As the first Pokemon in Xing's team, and also the strongest Pokemon, Whirlipede has always been the goal and role model for other children to pursue. Now, is finally going to complete the first evolution and break through the elite level, which makes the children happy and happy envious. The sunset glow of gold fell gently on Xing and the Pokemon. Whirlipede seemed to sense the sunset glow of gold. His body trembled slightly, and his closed eyes opened. As the action progressed, 3 dark red light spots appeared on both sides and above Whirlipede. They were extremely small, but Xing 807, who had been staring at Whirlipede closely all the time, his eyes lit up, and he murmured in a low voice, "Extremely gigantic strength." While Xing was muttering to himself, Whirlipede no longer slowly absorbed the energy in the lake water as before, and having mastered the enormous power, she could already resist that extremely corrosive power. The 3 dark red light spots rapidly expanded, gradually forming 3 ethereal red clouds, and Whirlipede's body also lit up with the light of evolution. This time, Whirlipede did not continue to restrain himself, but let the light of evolution gushes out from the body. Seeing that Whirlipede started to evolve, Xing did not hesitate at all, and the majestic nether power surged out towards Whirlipede. With the arrival of the power of darkness, Whirlipede has accelerated the speed of energy absorption, and the North Wind Streamer and the North Wind Stone have also increased the energy input. Under the blessing of the 3 weights, the light of evolution becomes more and more intense. They open their eyes wide together. The sun gradually set, and finally, when the last gold sunset glow was about to leave, the blazing light of evolution suddenly shattered, and a figure exuding a strong Hideki breath emerged from it. The light of gold and moon white mingled and intertwined to shine on the lake, and the dark red clouds surrounded the huge figure, setting it off like the god Normal in Legendary. Seeing the domineering Scolipede, all the Pokemon around Xing greeted him with sparkling eyes. Although Scolipede is only at the elite level at this time, he is much more handsome than those quasi-elite and elite-level Pokemon, especially compared with the same race. Scolipede is simply an outlier, with a body of more than 30 meters long, surrounded by misty clouds of dark red, and the circular pattern on his body that should have been purple, but now there is a touch of gold. Looking at Scolipede with relief, the system screen in front of Xing displayed a string of new data. Pokemon, Scolipede. Qualification evaluation, gold. Looking at the specific data displayed on the system, Xing couldn't help but feel elated. Scolipede's aptitude not only jumped into gold, but even mastered the pure and incomparable extreme power. In the Galar region, although some Pokémon can be extremely gigantic, only the assist-specific energy point and the extremely giant wristband can achieve extreme giantization. Today's Scolipede can achieve extremely large size with its own power, and even 347 can freely control the size of the body with the power of assist, usually disguised as a common Scolipede. And it may be able to fight against the quasi-elite Pokémon for a short time. After Scolipede has successfully evolved, the distance between Xing and Steven, Cynthia, and others has been shortened a lot, allowing the curious little ones to touch his body lightly beside him. Scolipede looked at Xing and showed his gaze. "Come back, Scolipede." Facing Scolipede's gaze, Xing nodded with a smile. After receiving the answer, Scolipede closed her eyes, and the 3 dark red clouds surrounding her slowly gathered on her body, dyeing the gold circular pattern on Scolipede's body in a dark red color. As the clouds receded, Scolipede's body gradually shrunk, becoming less than 3 meters in size. But even so, it was half a meter longer than normal Scolipedes, and with the distinctive dark red pattern on its body, it was easier to identify. Gently hugging Scolipede, Xing's mood at this moment is a bit indescribable. His own Pokémon has finally grown into an excellent child. Feeling Xing's mood, Scolipede put his big head on Xing's shoulder, gently rubbing against Xing's cheek. Gold's big eyes squinted. Scolipede was very happy at this time. She hadn't hugged Xing since she became Whirlipede. Now that she evolved into Scolipede, she was finally able to hug Bayjet Trainer again. Although all the little ones were extremely curious and wanted to ask Scolipede a lot of questions, they all kept quiet at this time, leaving Xing and Scolipede a space to be alone. After a long time, Xing finally let go, took out an energy cube from the space bracelet, and fed it to Scolipede. The energy cube is crystal clear and exudes a faint purple light. There's a small Scolipede pattern inside. Its name is Scolipede. Xing spent countless time and energy developing it in the virtual space. Just looking at Scolipede, who happily ate the energy cube, Xing sat on the bank and put his hands on his head, thinking thoughtfully. It seems that the formula needs to be modified. Xing before really did not expect Scolipede to be promoted to gold qualification in one fell swoop, and also mastered the pure and incomparable power. Today's power cubes may work, but they simply cannot realize the true potential of Scolipede, and the recipe must be modified. After pondering for a while, Xing stood up again, glanced at the children surrounding Scolipede, who kept asking questions with a smile, and made a casual move towards the polluted lake, and the 3 items flew back to his hand. Acti. Bayfeng Ribbon, Bayfeng Stone, Wuji Taina Pearl, the few mega resources in Xing's hands. And unlike props, such as God's Eye Stone, these resources are used sustainably and can even be used as carrying props to enhance combat power. Putting away the 3 treasures with his backhand, Xing finally got a gap and took out a broken dragon scale of black gold, began to examine it carefully. Item: Sharon Dragon Scale shattered. Remark 1. The treasure in Dragon Scale. Use its evolution to improve qualifications. Prepare. Hitting the scale, Xing smiled with satisfaction. He has the body of the Sharon Dragon in his hand. Although it is only a pirated copy, it was made by Giratina himself after all. A part of the energy extracted is enough to repair the scale. However, he is now thinking about what Giratina wants to do. Judging from the current situation, there may be her subordinates all over the world, but Song is the best under the restrictions of Arceus. But elite. Now, Giratina has successfully brought consciousness to the Pokemon world. What he wants should not be as simple as destroying the Pokemon world and the folk legendary of this world. If this is the case, how could the beasts in the Pokemon world allow it to enter this world? Even if Suicune made a move, it was only for the revenge that was originally snatched. After thinking for a while, but still not reaching a conclusion, Xing put away the scales in his hands helplessly. Giratina, what exactly do you want to do, majestic Sharon? The voice stopped suddenly, and Xing clapped his hands in a sudden realization. Sharon, the spirit world. Giratina's purpose is the spirit world in Legendary. As the master who destroys the world, his title is the Sharon Dragon. According to the news obtained by Xing in his previous life, Jirta, Pakia, and Dialga were born at the same time, while the other two gods inhabit two territories of time and space. Giratina possesses the power to allow Solation to travel through dimensions. Perhaps his real territory is not to destroy the world, but the spirit world in Legendary. Precisely because of this, as the territory of the gods, Trainer cannot set foot in that space without the permission of the gods. Giratina did all this to return to her true territory, and therefore, other gods did not intervene to stop it. After Suicune learned that she did not really stop Giratina last night, she did not have rage either. As speculations emerged one after another, Xing's doubts increased instead of diminished, and new problems emerged one after another. Since it is for going home, why does Giratina cultivate so many Gengars? Having the power of Solation to travel through dimensions, why doesn't Giratina directly return to the spirit world, but enters the Pokemon world first?
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.